our own ongoing military standoff, if you will, with the Chinese over the last 2 years or so in eastern Ladakh, if there were to be an escalated situation across the Taiwan Straits, what may that mean for our own sort of ties with China?
No, well, I don't think the Chinese are going to link these two issues. One is on Taiwan, and ours is purely on a border. There are talks between senior generals on both sides. So right now, the status quo is being maintained, though certainly India would like China to get back to where it was. So that is going to be negotiation. There, if any tensions are there, it could come separately, but it will have nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Here, I think there's going to be a lot of show-making on both sides, a lot of toing and froing and pretending to come to tensions. But both know what the costs are. I think both will find channels of communication to see neither loses face.
Okay, I want to go back to Andrew Liang. Xi Jinping a few months ago had publicly said that he intends to see the reunification of Taiwan with the mainland within the end of this decade. This year, he's up for what many are saying is a likely third term and chairman for life. I think in a couple of years from now, the PLA, the Chinese People's Liberation Army, celebrates its centennial year. How important is it for Xi Jinping, given this whole idea of no loss of face, having publicly said that he wants the reunification of Taiwan by all means possible, to be seen as not responding or not responding enough to Nancy Pelosi's visit, which the Chinese have already called an open provocation?
Well, aside from the Nancy Pelosi's visit and the United States chance to play the Taiwan card and trying to hollow out the so-called one China policy, the Taiwan unification has remained the core of China's of Xi Jinping's China dream. In fact, Xi Jinping has reaffirmed many times that the latest time for the unification would be 2049, which is the 100th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. But on the other hand, it is only an aim. To realize that aim, there are many other channels, and an always preferred tactic is winning without war. In other words, the ideal solution is a peaceful unification. But on the other hand, the reality remains that most of the Taiwanese people do not want unification, but nor do they want independence, because independence would threaten their lifeblood. What they want is just maintain the status quo forever. But again, that is not an option for Xi Jinping. Now, I think the likely tactic is, with the lesson of the Nancy Pelosi visit, I think this is quite likely that Beijing would further strengthen its military capabilities of prevailing over Taiwan, quickening the process, perhaps building more vessels, more highly capable missiles, and also putting a lot of pressure to force Taiwan into negotiations for a peaceful solution.
Some kind of a settlement.
I think that would be
Lisa Curtis, on a day when the U.S. president addressed the nation and the world and announced the killing of one of the most dreaded terrorists in Ayman al-Zawahiri, can Joe Biden, especially as he's facing a very uncertain midterm election, can he afford to let things slip with China?
Well, first of all, you've addressed another extremely important issue to United States national security, which is the historic elimination of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the leader of al-Qaeda, the successor to Osama bin Laden. One cannot understate how important this was. This shows that the U.S. can do over-the-horizon counterterrorism operations. This was a very precise operation, very successful. So that was a very good success in the counterterrorism fight. But your assertion that President Biden can't afford to be seen as letting up on China. Well, look, the American people don't want conflict between the U.S. and China. There's no appetite for that. The visit went forward. The House Speaker did not cow down to Chinese threats, but now it's time to, do whatever possible to cool down the tensions. And, as I stated before, I'm quite certain that, there are lines of communication, um, you know, being probed and efforts to try to tamp down the tensions. There is certainly, Republican support for being tough on China. We've seen that bipartisan support. Really, there is both Democrat and Republican support for competing effectively with China.
Hmm.
And staying in that competition. But at the same time, nobody wants to see that competition devolve into conflict. So I think the job for President Biden now is to find a way to walk back from this very high level tensions that we find ourselves in. So it's a
Okay.
very sensitive period. And we're in uncharted territory in many ways. But I don't think that there is this clamoring among the American public to, allow this to develop into any kind of conflict. I think
All right,
people
I'm
will
just
look
getting
to
in
President
another
Biden.
piece of breaking news. I'm sorry to interrupt, Lisa Curtis, but this is Nancy Pelosi tweeting right after landing in Taipei. She has put out a series of tweets, and I'm going to read from them. Our visit reiterates that America stands with Taiwan, a robust, vibrant democracy, and our important partner in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I think one distinction U.S. authorities, including, of course, from the Speaker's office, one distinction that they're trying to draw is that this is a visit by the Speaker. The Speaker, of course, represents democracy, the House of Representatives, which is the House which elects direct representatives who represent the American people, and the Speaker, of course, is the leader of that House. So Amichai Stein, will that distinction that this is a visit by the Speaker who represents democracy and this is in solidarity with another robust and vibrant democracy, and that is in contrast to the closed and autocratic system in China, would that try and further exacerbate tensions between Beijing and Washington, or would that actually calm things down? Because after all, it's not like the defense secretary has gone there or the secretary of state has gone there.
So the U.S. administration tried to ease the tension before the visit, telling the Chinese, listen, she's not from the government, she's from another branch, from the Congress. But the Chinese aren't really convinced because, A, let's remember, she's third in line to be the president of the U.S. The second thing, she's a Democrat, and Biden is a Democrat, meaning the same person, the same senior official from the president's party is going to Taiwan. And this is something you cannot really explain the Chinese that there's difference between the presidential branch and the Congress branch. So I think all these attempts by U.S. officials to try and explain to the Chinese that, listen, these are different things, we're not the same stuff, aren't really working. And by the way, I think even the U.S. officials didn't believe themselves that it will work on the Chinese, because we saw in the last few weeks Biden and other officials trying to convince Pelosi not to go, meaning they understood that no answer and no response to the Chinese will ever convince them that these are two different things, meaning the Chinese are seeing Pelosi visit as a U.S. official visit in Taiwan. And you just read what the White House is issuing. They're saying that this visit doesn't have any change or implication over the one China stance back then from the 70s. And even, Pelosi issued in one of the tweets saying that there's no change in the U.S. administration official policy towards China and Taiwan. So, yeah, the U.S. is doing everything to convince the Chinese that this visit isn't changing anything, but it isn't really convincing the Chinese government.
Okay, G. Sarthi, I'll give you the final word. The big concern world over, including here in India, is about semiconductors. Just one Taiwanese company, TSMC, manufactures more than 80% of the world's semiconductors. Do you see a negative fallout as a result of this visit and any possible Chinese action in response to that having on the semiconductor supply chain around the world?
The Chinese are very practical people when it comes to money. When it comes to semiconductors, Beijing needs it as much as anyone else, including India. And Taiwan is the epicenter of that. Yes, the United States does, to a certain extent, fabricate semiconductors and work on them in their companies. But Taiwan is the powerhouse of the world for semiconductors. So that is yet another reason why people should just cool it, because the Chinese need what Taiwan produces as much as the Americans and as much as the Indians. So as I see it, there are a number of reasons where people will be looking for a face-saving way out for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing still remains. I think China remains an expansionist policy in its region, hence the Quad and various other organizations. And there are reasons where the U.S. should focus on that rather than getting into disagreements on
all right.
tensions on such policy.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much to Ambassador Parthasarathy, Lisa Curtis, Amit Shai Stein, and of course Andrew K.P. Leung for joining us. We'll be live, of course, with the very latest coming in from Taipei. Like I said, Nancy Pelosi has touched down in that city. There's been an uproar, an absolute uproar in terms of both rhetoric and warnings coming in from Beijing. There's also going to be 4 days of live military drills all around the Taiwan Straits, including maritime drills, air drills, and of course conventional missile tests as well. And we'll be right on top of that story. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, one of the most wanted terrorists in the world is dead in a drone strike right in the heart of Kabul, raising many questions, many uncomfortable questions for the ruling Taliban dispensation there, as indeed for Pakistan.
National institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
Welcome back. One of the most dreaded terrorists in the world, the founder of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed in a U.S. missile strike on Sunday. Zawahiri was taken out from a safe house barely a couple of kilometers from the U.S. Embassy in Kabul and from the presidential palace. How was the world's most dreaded terrorist able to get such safe sanction at such a high security part of the Afghan capital without the Taliban or even their benefactors in Pakistan not knowing about it?
Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of the most wanted terrorists in the world, is dead. The Al-Qaeda chief was killed in a drone strike carried out by the US in downtown Kabul. Al-Zawahiri had been in hiding for years, but a few months ago, the CIA traced him to this safe house. Al-Zawahiri was on the balcony when he was targeted with 2 Hellfire missiles early in the morning on the 31st of July. These pictures, which are purportedly of his residence, show the windows blown out on one floor, but the rest of the building appears intact. According to the US, only Al-Zawahiri was killed in the strike. His family members were at home but unharmed.
I authorized the
Addressing the nation, US President Joe Biden hoped Al-Zawahiri's death will bring closure to the families of nearly 3,000 people who died on 9/11.
To the families who lost fathers and mothers, husbands, wives, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and co-workers on that searing September day. It is my hope that this decisive action will bring one more measure of closure.
It's the biggest blow to the Al-Qaeda since its founder and 9/11 mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was killed in 2011. After bin Laden was taken out in a dramatic night raid by US troops in Pakistan's Abbottabad. It was Al-Zawahiri who took over the Al-Qaeda. He rebuilt its leadership in the Afghan-Pakistan border region and was the supreme leader of its branches in Iraq, Asia and Yemen. But just 15 hours before the hit on Al-Zawahiri in Kabul, Taliban's Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani told CNN News 18 that the Al-Qaeda has no presence in Afghanistan.
With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit.
So did Ayman al-Zawahiri receive sanctuary from the Taliban following the group's takeover of Afghanistan last year?
All right. So how could Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of the most dreaded terrorists in the world, be seeking safe refuge in a safe house barely a couple of kilometers from the Afghan presidential palace? Dr. Kamal Shima, strategic analyst, joining us. Ambassador Ashraf Hydari's ambassador of Afghanistan to Sri Lanka, and G. Parthasarathy, former diplomat. Kamal Shima, I'll start with you first. The Haqqanis are the de facto rulers of Afghanistan. Everybody knows that Pakistan and powerful people in Pakistan are the ones who are backing the Haqqanis. And here you have the world's most dreaded terrorist. Not for the first time. This is the second time that the world's most dreaded terrorist, one of them, is found in a safe house owned by a member of the Haqqani family, 2 kilometers from the presidential palace, and neither the Haqqanis nor Pakistan knew about it?
Well, I think, first of all, the Afghan Taliban have gave a serious blow to the confidence where a deal was struck between the Americans and the Taliban in Doha. So I think the confidence has shaken. One thing. Second thing is that I think what the Haqqani network is saying, that they don't know about the Al-Qaeda, and the Al-Qaeda doesn't have any kind of a presence. They were trying to undermine the influence of Al-Qaeda. And it was told back many years ago and even few months ago that the Taliban still have contact with the Al-Qaeda, and they didn't stop that contact because they wanted to eliminate Islamic State. And I think, to my understanding and knowledge, Taliban and Al-Qaeda, they together wanted to eliminate Islamic State. They believe that that is a bigger threat. But I think this strike tells that the Americans still have a huge intelligence network in Afghanistan after 2 decades. They spent. So this is something big, and this is something good. All those countries who fought against terrorism and Al-Qaeda.
Ambassador Ashraf Hydari, isn't it worrying that even today, after the Taliban takeover and the Taliban committed in the Doha Accords that they will not allow the Afghan soil to be used to launch any terrorist attacks or to give safe sanctuary to any terrorists, and yet 2 kilometers from the presidential palace, here is one of the world's most dreaded terrorists killed in a missile strike?
Absolutely. We have never been surprised by such news, having always known the ideological and operational links between the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and of course Pakistan's ISI. And as you just pointed out, or our colleague there, that the CIA has always known about these links from back, 80s, 90s, and of course over the past 20 years. So it comes as no surprise because the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the leadership had been warning about such links, and that's why the Afghan forces have been fighting not just the Taliban, but as well as Al Qaeda and a number of other regional Pakistan-based, Pakistan-supported terrorist networks, including ETIM, that of course targets China, and as well as IMU, Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan, that is now in northern Afghanistan, focusing on Central Asia and even Russia. So this is undisputable now proof of the fact what we have always been saying to be the truth, and that the world has just watched it happen this weekend.
Ambassador Barsarthi, we know that just 10 years ago, Osama bin Laden was killed in Abbottabad, deep inside Pakistan. And 10 years hence, today, you have the news of Ayman al-Zawahiri being killed right in the heart of Kabul at a time when Pakistan's own proxies are ruling that country. I mean, and yet we are led to believe by the Americans and everybody else that Pakistan is doing its best on the war on terror?
Let me take you back in history. Ayman al-Zawahiri and Osama bin Laden crossed into Pakistan from Afghanistan together. There is no question of their having been aside. But the Osama was taken to Abbottabad and lodged in a military's house, the house of a Pakistan military. And the Americans spotted and killed him there. But Ayman al-Zawahiri was a house reserved for Osama, but Ayman al-Zawahiri was housed elsewhere by the ISI. And the fact of the matter is, he was under their protection till they made him join up with the Taliban. Mm-hmm. So he was sent back to the Taliban because the ISI was training the Taliban then to fight the Americans. That is the reality, and let's not have some smart aleck try to change history on that. Now he's supposed to have gone back to Afghanistan, which apparently he did. There is no reason to believe he was not in touch with the ISI at that point in time, because he was when he came into Pakistan. Mm-hmm. And therefore, when he went there and the transfer of power took place when the Americans put their tails between their legs and ran from Afghanistan, the fact of the matter is that these people, he had to be accommodated somewhere. He had always had a good relationship with the Taliban.
Okay.
Therefore, he was housed in Kabul. It couldn't have been done without Taliban approval. And the fact of the matter is, for years he was under Pakistani control, because he came in with Osama bin Laden, who got caught much earlier in Abbottabad, and he was his deputy. Mind you, he was also Osama bin Laden's physician. Ayman al-Zawahiri is a qualified doctor, and throughout his stay with Imran Khan, not with Imran. Imran's done many other things, but not Osama. But throughout his stay, he was very much in touch in Abbottabad with Osama bin Laden.
Kamal Shiva, the point that everybody is asking is that ultimately, this is a white lie. Everybody knows Ayman al-Zawahiri was given sanctuary in Pakistan. And in fact, even today, there are some American media reports suggesting that he was in Pakistan up until Imran Khan was in power. It's only in the last few months that he was brought to Kabul and given safe sanctuary there.
So I think, what does it cost you to say that al-Zawahiri left last week, or rather saying that he was here in power till the Imran Khan was in power? So I think that it doesn't make any sense. Al-Qaeda has been present everywhere. It was present in the U.S., in the Europe, in India, in Pakistan, in the entire region, even in Central Asia. So calling that, where is al-Zawahiri? And I think the Americans...
Including in Abbottabad, 60 kilometers from Islamabad.
For 20 years, they couldn't find him during this stay, and they would have taken it as a badge while going back that they eliminated al-Zawahiri, they eliminated Osama.
What I'm asking you is, you are agreeing that it is entirely plausible that Zawahiri was in Pakistan on Pakistani soil up until a few months ago, up until perhaps, let's say, the Taliban came to power in Afghanistan.
No, I'm saying that what does it cost you to say that the way you are saying that he was in Pakistan till Imran Khan was in office. So I am saying, what does it cost you to say that he was here till 1 month ago? So do not go for blame game and speculation. You are a very responsible media. What you need to come up is that he was found in Kabul, he was hit there, and he got killed there. That is the news.
He got hit in Kabul in a building apparently owned by the Haqqanis, and everybody knows that the Haqqanis were propped, financed, trained by the ISI. I mean, it's what would it cost you? What would it cost you, Kamarshima? Let me use the same phrase that you use. What would it cost you to accept that? It's a recorded fact of history. But anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I want to play out as we wrap up, as I thank my guests, an interview that we did, my colleague Anand Narasimhan did, with Sirajuddin Haqqani. He is the de facto ruler of Afghanistan. And as a caveat, this interview was recorded before the hit on Zawahiri was ordered. It was about 15 hours before, barely a couple of blocks from where Zawahiri was hit. This is that special interview.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18 and I'm Shilpa Ratnam. Our top focus today, the international news that got everybody talking. Amid threats and warnings, United States House Representative Nancy Pelosi touched down at Taipei last evening. Today, she's set to meet the president of Taiwan, after which she will fly out of the island. Her visit to Taiwan has triggered a showdown between two superpowers. The Chinese government issued several warnings against Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, calling it a violation of the One China principle. China also has warned the U.S. of dire consequences as well. Meanwhile, upon her touchdown, Pelosi in her tweet said that the visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy.
Member of the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and other committees of jurisdiction in this regard. He also is a former member of the State Department. He's a diplomat, and so he's teaching us to speak more diplomatically.
那另外，如果是说这个所有的这个议题都要把它连接在一起，包括不论是安全或者外交或者经济的领域的话，那我们来自 New Jersey 的这个 Andy Kim 的议员，他就能够扮演非常重要的角色，因为他不但是这个外委会以及军委会的这个成员，那同时他之前也曾经在国务院工作，担任外交官，所以我觉得他可以教我们大家怎么样在外交礼仪及外交辞令上表现得比较出色。
In terms of, as you see, our delegation has what we call heft. They have a view of economy and security and governance. They have knowledge of the issues. They think in a strategic way about how to work together. They came here, we all did, to listen, to learn from you as to how we can go forward together.
那透过刚才的这个介绍，相信这个副院长可以了解，今天我们所来的这个访团是非常的有能力以及有分量的，不论是在这个经济安全或者是战略思考等等的议题，他们都能够分享许多宝贵的意见。那今天我们来的另外一个目的特别重要的，也是要倾听各位的意见，以及向各位有多的学习。
In terms of governance, we commend Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world, for your success in addressing the COVID issue. which is a health issue, a security issue, an economic issue, and a governance issue. We congratulate you for that. And as we continue to work together, we want you to know how proud we are of Sandra. She told me just to address her as Sandra. Director, and she has our confidence, and we're very proud of her leadership.
那在治理的方面，我们非常高兴知道台湾是全世界最自由的这个社会之一。那在许多的方面都有非常领先的成就，包括在这个防疫的这个疫情方面更是突出。那这个防疫不只是这个公卫的议题，同时也。
Now we're joined by my colleague Abhishek Jha with more on this. Good morning to you, Abhishek. It has been quite an exciting night that's been unfolding. China's warned of severe repercussions, and already they have intensified their military presence around the waters of Taiwan. They're responding to Pelosi's visit with war games in Taiwan waters.
Of course, Shilpa, there had been a repeated warning from Chinese side that they will do everything to stop Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and in fact, they did mobilize a lot of their vessels. There were aerial activity also in Taiwan's air identification zone. Also, we had learned that USA also did lift some of its fighter aircraft from Japan. So, a lot of aerial and maritime movement were going around Taiwan Strait while Nancy Pelosi was about to land in Taipei. But finally, she did land, and it was quite a visit that has happened in a very long time of 25 years since the last U.S. Congress Speaker had visited Taiwan. And we know that today Nancy Pelosi has a very packed schedule. She is going to meet various senior leaders, and she's also addressing the parliament. And now they are both talking about how USA and Taiwan's relationship can be taken forward. We know that Taiwan is also a democratically elected government, and USA and Taiwan, they kind of share the same value system in terms of governance, and they do believe in freedom of expression and everything that is not there in China. So there has been a lot of tussle going on between USA and China as to whom should.
All right, now we also have our CNN News 18 managing editor Zaka Jacob, who interacting with a panel of experts on what Pelosi's visit means for Taiwan as well as China. Listener.
Not the first time a U.S. House Speaker is visiting Taiwan, but this time around there was so much drama around this, and it continues even now. Even just before coming into the studio, the Chinese Foreign Ministry putting out a very, very terse statement, taking exception to Nancy Pelosi's visit. What could likely be the outcome of this visit, in as much as do you see China stepping up on military action? Yes, rhetoric has gone through the roof, but will there be commensurate military action against Taiwan?
Well, thank you. Certainly the tensions are going up. China is, signaling its displeasure with Nancy Pelosi's visit, which, I have to remind people that this signals no change in U.S. policy. The U.S. continues to support the One China policy, be guided by the Taiwan's Relations Act. So there's really no change in policy. There were differences about whether this visit should even go forward. As you know, the president signaled that he did not think it should go forward, that the military objected to it.
I read today Newt Gingrich, who was House Speaker in 1997 and visited Taiwan, said that the Chinese told him not to go. He said, I'm going. And that was it. Now, like you said, it's a whole different situation because we have the Chinese Communist Party Congress coming up. And Xi Jinping cannot look as a weak person. And that's why we're seeing China already in the last hour announcing a huge military exercise around the coastlines of Taiwan. So the Chinese at this point, from what we're seeing at least, are going to show some kind of military force around Taiwan, but I don't think, at least for now, they will go further than that. So they're going to show they're the boss in the area. They've decided to do these exercises. There might be several more steps. We saw the U.S. administration saying yesterday that we might see China firing into the Taiwanese straits, something that was in the last time only in 1995. So at this point, what the U.S. at least was predicting that we will see some kind of military steps, but the China won't go further than that, meaning we won't see, for example, an operation against Taiwanese areas or territory.
How much mind games is going on here? And the question that everybody really wants to know is, beyond all this propaganda videos and these mind games that China is playing, will it actually cross that threshold? Will it actually cross that Rubicon of taking military action against Taiwan, which, as I understand, there's never been a full-fledged military operation that Beijing has ever undertaken against Taiwan since 1949.
Well,
so this, I think, is the real question.
Andrew Liang, please. That question is to Andrew Liang. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think that the Taiwan question, of course, is an extremely important for President Xi and for Beijing in general, and indeed for the whole of the Chinese people, because the unification has always been on the minds of all the Chinese people, not only in the mainland, but throughout the Chinese diaspora. And in fact, it is part of Xi Jinping's China dream. Now, of course, the United States has been saying that it's honoring the One China principle. But of course, there is the Taiwan Relations Act authorizing the United States to supply arms to Taiwan to help Taiwan defend itself. But on the other hand, the American promise of holding fast to the One China principle is seen to be a hollow promise, in the sense that the United States seems to be giving a lot of elbow room for Taiwan, as if Taiwan was a separate country, by fielding more and more senior officials to visit Taiwan, and perhaps cajoling American allies to do the same.
Both sides have landed themselves in a situation that neither wanted to be. But the Speaker of the House is the Speaker of the House, and I guess this is about her final term, and she would like to go out with some glory. And therefore, she has done what she thinks is correct and what many people think is correct, because she is, after all, not going there for a defense treaty or anything.
Chinese could well react with some small intrusion into territorial waters of Taiwan, or they can fly a aircraft somewhere near Taiwan. But they will have to save face. This is the beginning of the exercise to enable both sides to get into a situation really neither one likes to be in.
Now, it's some birthday party politics playing out in Karnataka. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who is on a two-day visit to the state, will be attending senior Congress leader Siddaramaia's 75th birthday celebrations in Devanagari today. Now, this is very significant because Siddaramaiah completes about 50 years in politics, and he's not had a birthday party of this magnitude. This comes in the backdrop of the ongoing crisis within the Karnataka faction over the chief ministerial candidate for the 2023 state polls. While the tussle continues, Siddaramaya's celebrations in Devangere is being seen as a show of strength by the former CM to strengthen his bid for the CM chair, and it is being seen as direct competition with DK Shivkumar's party that we just saw recently. While the Karnataka Congress continues to deal with this crisis within the party, our managing editor Zaka Jacob spoke to Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai about the Congress's chances of becoming the top contender for the upcoming 2023 polls. Listen in to what the CM had to say.
The opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shiv Kumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on to say that you are the weakest Chief Minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See, Siddaramaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me, and if they say it is zero, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress, and they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately, people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried, many of them, including Siddaramaiah, and the credibility of Shivkumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
It's time for our first commercial break of the day, so stay tuned.
that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad, to free our country from the imperialistic power, is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
Welcome back after the break. Now let's take a look at all the medals that we're winning at the CWG. Well, it is raining medals for India at the Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham. So far, Indian athletes have won 13 medals, 5 golds, 5 silvers and 3 bronze, with a record-breaking day 5, adding 5 more medals to the tally. Meanwhile, on day 6, there are 5 boxing quarter-final matches, 3 weightlifting medal matches and 4 judo rounds of 16 matches scheduled for India.
बहुत खुशी है। मैं यहाँ आया था तो मुझे ब्रॉन्ज की उम्मीद थी क्योंकि काफ़ी फाइट थी, लेकिन मैंने अपना अच्छा किया और रिजल्ट मेरे फेवर में गया और सिल्वर मेडल मैंने देश के लिए जीता। उसकी मैं शब्दों में बयान नहीं कर सकता। इस बार भी हमारी स्क्वाड काफ़ी अच्छा था, हमारे काफ़ी अच्छे मेडल आए, लड़कों ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया। हम जितने भी हम एथलीट हैं, हम पिछले 5-6 साल से, वैसे मैं सबसे सीनियर मोस्ट हूँ। मुझे 10-12 साल हो गए, हम अपना घर परिवार छोड़ के पटियाला में ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं। जी मैं खुश हूँ अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से। मुझे लगता है कि मुझे संतुष्टि हुई कि मेरा मेडल आ चुका है, क्योंकि जो गोल्ड आया वो लड़का काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग था, वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भी है वो लड़का। तो मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से काफ़ी खुश हूँ।
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि खास करके डिफेंड करना जो बहुत ही एक बड़ी चुनौती होती है, और ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ टेबल टेनिस इवेंट में जहाँ पे हमने मेडल डिफेंड किया हो, गोल्ड मेडल खास करके। तो बहुत ही खुशी का पल है ये हम सब के लिए, और सिंगापुर और नाइजीरिया जैसी टफ टीम्स को हमने लास्ट 2 दिन में हराया है, तो बहुत ही खुशी का अवसर है हमारे लिए। तो बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट है, और इसके लिए ही हम जीते, इसके लिए ही हम मेहनत करते हैं, सेक्रीफाइसेस करते हैं। तो बहुत ही गूसबम्स आ गए उस मोमेंट पे, और बहुत ही खुशी का पल होता है हर एथलीट के लिए।
I'm looking for some more medals in singles, doubles and mixed. I hope this is just the beginning. Well, I think this is the first time I've defended a title, and we've done it very well. Very strong team. I think the team effort has been fantastic, the way we play the doubles and the singles, and I'm really happy.
It's feel amazing because we have retained our title from the last Commonwealth Games. So yeah, it feel always great to win the title. yeah, I'm very happy with my team. We had a great bonding and we had a great final this time. It's always special when you listen the national anthem. You always feel very proud, and it's a proud moment for the Indians. It's like a great start for the team. Like it's always give you a lot of confidence to play the individual event as well, because we started well and in the final also everybody played really good game.
Super excited. There is no words to describe this feeling. I think defending the title is even more special feeling again. Extremely happy with the entire team played really well. And it's a very, very special moment for all the Indians. A very important match. Winning the doubles was a very big advantage for us. And I went in 1-1, a very crucial tie in the third match, the singles match. I think the way I played today under pressure was amazing, and very happy I could contribute to the team. One moment I would want to relive every time is that national anthem being played on a foreign soil, and that's completely a goosebump moment for all of us.
My colleague Ridhima Bhatnagar spoke to Commonwealth 2022 silver medalist Bindya Rani Devi on what inspired her and her journey so far. Listen in, and with that, it's a wrap on the show.
बिंदिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आपसे बात कर कर. बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ. कैसा लग रहा है?
थैंक यू मैम. थैंक यू.
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
ये कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स मेरे लिए बहुत मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट गेम है. इसमें मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया. मैं बहुत खुश है. नेक्स्ट में और आशा करेगा गोल लेने के लिए तैयारी करना है.
नहीं, बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत हुई है आपके लिए. आप मुझे कुछ बताइए, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था इवेंट से पहले?
मैं कॉम्बिनेशन देके मैं इसमें और नेक्स्ट में और आशा करने के लिए मेरे दिमाग में भी पूरा तैयारी है. ये कॉम्बिनेशन से और ये कॉम्बिनेशन गेम से और नेक्स्ट में और नेक्स्ट कॉम्बिनेशन बहुत बाकी है. इसमें और आशा करने के लिए ये सोच रहे हैं.
ट्रेनिंग कैसी रही है अभी तक? क्या क्या तकलीफ हुई है? में आपको दिक्कतें आई, फिर भी आपने वो पीछे छोड़ा और यहाँ तक आए. ट्रेनिंग कैसी?
अभी मैं ट्रेनिंग ठीक चल रही है. मतलब सालों ने मेरे लिए बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प किया. हम इधर 1 महीने के लिए ये गेम्स के पहले 1 महीने के लिए इधर गेम आया. इसमें और कोच लोग और साइट तो स्पोर्ट्स एप्स वो लोग ने भी बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प किया मेरा ट्रेनिंग में. इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुश है. सबका सपोर्ट मिला, इसके लिए मैंने अभी तक ये पहुंच गया.
हमारे बहुत सारे आए हैं, वो सारे वेट लिफ्टिंग से आए हैं, काफी सारे मेडल्स. तो आपको लगता है पिछले कुछ बदला बाहर की तरफ से, ट्रेनिंग की तरफ से? कितने सारे मेडल्स अब वेट लिफ्टिंग में आ रहे हैं?
हाँ, अभी हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग 7 मेडल हो गया शायद. हाँ, 7 मेडल. मैं हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए बहुत खुश है. मतलब हमारा कोच भी वो लोग का पूरा दिल से हम प्रैक्टिस खाना पीना सब अभी भी पूरा ट्रेनिंग में पूरा फोकस किया. इसके लिए हम सब प्लेयर को मेडल लिया. इसके लिए मेरा कोच बेस्ट कोच हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग कोच.
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region, in pursuit of these goals.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18 and I'm Shilpa Ratnam. Our top focus today, the international news that got everybody talking. Amid threats and warnings, United States House Representative Nancy Pelosi touched down at Taipei last evening. Today, she's set to meet the president of Taiwan, after which she will fly out of the island. Her visit to Taiwan has triggered a showdown between two superpowers. The Chinese government issued several warnings against Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, calling it a violation of the One China principle. China also has warned the U.S. of dire consequences as well. Meanwhile, upon her touchdown, Pelosi in her tweet said that the visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy.
Member of the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and other committees of jurisdiction in this regard. He also is a former member of the State Department. He's a diplomat, and so he's teaching us to speak more diplomatically.
那另外，如果是说这个所有的这个议题都要把它连接在一起，包括不论是安全或者外交或者经济的领域的话，那我们来自 New Jersey 的这个 Andy Kim 的议员，他就能够扮演非常重要的角色，因为他不但是这个外委会以及军委会的这个成员，那同时他之前也曾经在国务院工作，担任外交官，所以我觉得他可以教我们大家怎么样在外交礼仪及外交辞令上表现得比较出色。
In terms of, as you see, our delegation has what we call heft. They have a view of economy and security and governance. They have knowledge of the issues. They think in a strategic way about how to work together. They came here, we all did, to listen, to learn from you as to how we can go forward together.
那透过刚才的这个介绍，相信这个副院长可以了解，今天我们所来的这个访团是非常的有能力以及有分量的，不论是在这个经济安全或者是战略思考等等的议题，他们都能够分享许多宝贵的意见。那今天我们来的另外一个目的，特别重要的也是要倾听各位的意见，以及向各位有多多的学习。
In terms of governance, we commend Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world, for your success in addressing the COVID issue, which is a health issue, a security issue, an economic issue, and a governance issue. We congratulate you for that. And as we continue to work together, we want you to know how proud we are of Sandra. She told me just to address her as Sandra, director, and she has our confidence, and we're very proud of her leadership.
那在治理的方面，我们非常高兴知道台湾是全世界最自由的这个社会之一。那在许多的方面都有非常领先的成就，包括在这个防疫的这个疫情方面更是突出。那这个防疫不只是这个公卫的议题，同时也。
Now we're joined by my colleague Abhishek Jha with more on this. Good morning to you, Abhishek. It has been quite an exciting night that's been unfolding. China's warned of severe repercussions, and already they have intensified their military presence around the waters of Taiwan. They're responding to Pelosi's visit with war games in Taiwan waters.
Of course, Shilpa, there had been a repeated warning from Chinese side that they will do everything to stop Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. And in fact, they did mobilize a lot of their vessels. There were aerial activity also in Taiwan's air identification zone. Also, we had learned that USA also did lift some of its fighter aircraft from Japan. So, a lot of aerial and maritime movement were going around Taiwan Strait while Nancy Pelosi was about to land in Taipei. But finally, she did land, and it was quite a visit that has happened in a very long time of 25 years since the last U.S. Congress Speaker had visited Taiwan. And we know that today Nancy Pelosi has a very packed schedule. She is going to meet various senior leaders, and she's also addressing the parliament. And now they are both talking about how USA and Taiwan's relationship can be taken forward. We know that Taiwan is also a democratically elected government, and USA and Taiwan, they kind of share the same value system in terms of governance, and they do believe in freedom of expression and everything that is not there in China. So there has been a lot of tussle going on between USA and China as to whom should.
All right, now we also have our CNN News 18 managing editor Zaka Jacob, who interacting with a panel of experts on what Pelosi's visit means for Taiwan as well as China. Listener.
Not the first time a U.S. House Speaker is visiting Taiwan, but this time around there was so much drama around this, and it continues even now. Even just before coming into the studio, the Chinese Foreign Ministry putting out a very, very terse statement, taking exception to Nancy Pelosi's visit. What could likely be the outcome of this visit, in as much as do you see China stepping up on military action? Yes, rhetoric has gone through the roof, but will there be commensurate military action against Taiwan?
Well, thank you. Certainly the tensions are going up. China is, signaling its displeasure with Nancy Pelosi's visit, which, I have to remind people that this signals no change in U.S. policy. The U.S. continues to support the One China policy, be guided by the Taiwan's Relations Act. So there's really no change in policy. There were differences about whether this visit should even go forward. As you know, the president signaled that he did not think it should go forward, that the military objected to it.
I read today Newt Gingrich, who was House Speaker in 1997 and visited Taiwan, said that the Chinese told him not to go. He said, I'm going. And that was it. Now, like you said, it's a whole different situation because we have the Chinese Communist Party Congress coming up. And Xi Jinping cannot look as a weak person. And that's why we're seeing China already in the last hour announcing a huge military exercise around the coastlines of Taiwan. So the Chinese at this point, from what we're seeing at least, are going to show some kind of military force around Taiwan. But I don't think, at least for now, they will go further than that. So they're going to show they're the boss in the area. They've decided to do these exercises. There might be several more steps. We saw the U.S. administration saying yesterday that we might see China firing into the Taiwanese straits, something that was in the last time only in 1995. So at this point, what the U.S. at least was predicting that we will see some kind of military steps, but the China won't go further than that, meaning we won't see, for example, an operation against Taiwanese areas or territory.
How much mind games is going on here? And the question that everybody really wants to know is, beyond all this propaganda videos and these mind games that China is playing, will it actually cross that threshold? Will it actually cross that Rubicon of taking military action against Taiwan, which, as I understand, there's never been a full-fledged military operation that Beijing has ever undertaken against Taiwan since 1949?
Well,
So
I think
this, I think, is the real
Uh,
question.
Andrew Liang, please. That question is to Andrew Liang. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I think that the Taiwan question, of course, is an extremely important for President Xi and for Beijing in general, and indeed for the whole of the Chinese people, because the unification has always been on the minds of all the Chinese people, not only in the mainland but throughout the Chinese diaspora. And in fact, it is part of the Xi Jinping's China dream. Now, of course, the United States has been saying that it's honoring the One China principle. But of course, there is the Taiwan Relations Act authorizing the United States to supply arms to Taiwan to help Taiwan defend itself. But on the other hand, the American promise of holding fast to the One China principle is seen to be a hollow promise, in the sense that the United States seems to be giving a lot of elbow room for Taiwan, as if Taiwan was a separate country, by fielding more and more senior officials to visit Taiwan, and perhaps cajoling American allies to do the same.
Both sides have landed themselves in a situation that neither wanted to be. But the Speaker of the House is the Speaker of the House, and I guess this is about her final term, and she would like to go out with some glory. And therefore, she has done what she thinks is correct and what many people think is correct, because she is, after all, not going there for a defense treaty or anything.
Chinese could well react by some small intrusion into territorial waters of the Taiwan, or they can fly a aircraft somewhere near Taiwan. But they will have to save face. This is the beginning of an exercise to enable both sides to get into a situation really neither one likes to be in.
Now, it's some birthday party politics playing out in Karnataka. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who is on a two-day visit to the state, will be attending senior Congress leader Siddaramaya's 75th birthday celebrations in Devanagari today. Now, this is very significant because Siddaramaiah completes about 50 years in politics, and he's not had a birthday party of this magnitude. This comes in the backdrop of the ongoing crisis within the Karnataka faction over the chief ministerial candidate for the 2023 state polls. While the tussle continues, Siddaramaya's celebrations in Devangere is being seen as a show of strength by the former CM to strengthen his bid for the CM chair, and it is being seen as direct competition with DK Shivkumar's party that we just saw recently. While the Karnataka Congress continues to deal with this crisis within the party, our managing editor Zaka Jacob spoke to Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai about the Congress's chances of becoming the top contender for the upcoming 2023 polls. Listen in to what the CM had to say.
The opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shivkumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on to say that you are the weakest chief minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See, Siddaramaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me, and if they say it is 0, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress, and they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately, people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried many of them, including Siddaramaiah, and the credibility of Shiv-Kumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
It's time for our first commercial break of the day, so stay tuned.
I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan, and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing
Welcome back after the break. Now let's take a look at all the medals that we're winning at the CWG. Well, it is raining medals for India at the Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham. So far, Indian athletes have won 13 medals, 5 golds, 5 silvers and 3 bronze, with a record-breaking day 5, adding 5 more medals to the tally. Meanwhile, on day 6, there are 5 boxing quarter-final matches, 3 weightlifting medal matches and 4 judo rounds of 16 matches scheduled for India.
बहुत खुशी है। मैं यहाँ आया था तो मुझे ब्रॉन्ज की उम्मीद थी क्योंकि काफ़ी फाइट थी, लेकिन मैंने अपना अच्छा किया और रिजल्ट मेरे फेवर में गया। और सिल्वर मेडल मैंने देश के लिए जीता, उसकी मैं शब्दों में बयान नहीं कर सकता। इस बार भी हमारी स्क्वाड काफ़ी अच्छा था, हमारे काफ़ी अच्छे मेडल आए, लड़कों ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया। हम जितने भी हम एथलीट हैं, हम पिछले 5-6 साल से, वैसे मैं सबसे सीनियर मोस्ट हूँ। मुझे 10-12 साल हो गए, हम अपना घर परिवार छोड़ के पटियाला में ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं। जी, मैं खुश हूँ अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से। मुझे लगता है कि मुझे संतुष्टि हुई कि मेरा मेडल आ चुका है, क्योंकि जो गोल्ड आया वो लड़का काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग था, वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भी है वो लड़का। तो मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से काफ़ी खुश हूँ।
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि खास करके डिफेंड करना जो बहुत ही एक बड़ी चुनौती होती है, और ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ टेबल टेनिस इवेंट में जहाँ पे हमने मेडल डिफेंड किया हो, गोल्ड मेडल खास करके। तो बहुत ही खुशी का पल है ये हम सब के लिए, और सिंगापुर और नाइजीरिया जैसी टफ टीम्स को हमने लास्ट 2 दिन में हराया है, तो बहुत ही खुशी का अवसर है हमारे लिए। तो बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट है, और इसके लिए ही हम जीते, इसके लिए ही हम मेहनत करते हैं, सेक्रीफाइसेस करते हैं। तो बहुत ही गूस बम्स आ गए उस मोमेंट पे, और बहुत ही खुशी का पल होता है हर एथलीट के लिए।
I'm looking for some more medals in singles, doubles and mixed. I hope this is just the beginning. Well, I think this is the first time I've defended a title, and we've done it very well. Very strong team. I think the team effort has been fantastic, the way we play the doubles and the singles, and I'm really happy.
It's feel amazing because we have retained our title from the last Commonwealth Games. So yeah, it feel always great to win the title. Yeah, I'm very happy with my team. We had a great bonding and we had a great final this time. It's always special when you listen the national anthem. You always feel very proud, and it's a proud moment for the Indians. It's like a great start for the team. Like it's always give you a lot of confidence to play the individual event as well, because we started well and in the final also everybody played really good game. Super excited. There is no words to describe this feeling. I think defending the title is even more special feeling again. Extremely happy with the entire team played really well.
And yeah, I mean, it's a very, very special moment for all the Indians. A very important match. Winning the doubles was a very big advantage for us. And I went in 1-1, a very crucial tie in the third match, the singles match. I think the way I played today under pressure was amazing, and very happy I could contribute to the team. One moment I would want to relive every time is that national anthem being played on a foreign soil, and that's completely a goosebump moment for all of us.
My colleague Ridhima Bhatnagar spoke to Commonwealth 2022 silver medalist Bindya Rani Devi on what inspired her and her journey so far. Listen in, and with that, it's a wrap on the show.
बिंदिया बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आपसे बात कर कर। बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ। कैसा लग रहा है?
थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
ये कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स मेरे लिए बहुत मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट गेम है। इसमें मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया। मैं बहुत खुश है। नेक्स्ट में और आशा करेगा गोल्ड लेने के लिए तैयारी करना है।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत हुई है आपके लिए। आप मुझे कुछ बताइए, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था इवेंट से पहले?
मैं कॉम्बिनेशन देके मैं इसमें और नेक्स्ट में और आशा करने के लिए मेरे दिमाग में भी पूरा तैयारी है। ये कॉम्बिनेशन से और ये कॉम्बिनेशन गेम से और नेक्स्ट में और नेक्स्ट कॉम्बिनेशन बहुत बाकी है। इसमें और आशा करने के लिए ये सोच रहे हैं।
ट्रेनिंग कैसी रही है अभी तक? क्या क्या तकलीफ हुई है? में आपको दिक्कतें आई, फिर भी आपने वो पीछे छोड़ा और यहाँ तक आए? ट्रेनिंग कैसी?
अभी मैं ट्रेनिंग ठीक चल रही है। मतलब सालों ने मेरे लिए बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प किया। हम इधर 1 महीने के लिए ये गेम्स के पहले 1 महीने के लिए इधर गेम आया। इसमें और कोच लोग और साइट तो स्पोर्ट्स एप्स वो लोग ने भी बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प किया मेरा ट्रेनिंग में। इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुश है। सबका सपोर्ट मिला, इसके लिए मैंने अभी तक ये पहुंच गया।
हमारे बहुत सारे आए हैं, वो सारे वेट लिफ्टिंग से आए हैं, काफी सारे मेडल्स। तो आपको लगता है पिछले कुछ बदला हार की तरफ से, ट्रेनिंग की तरफ से? कितने सारे मेडल्स अब वेट लिफ्टिंग में आ रहे हैं?
हाँ, अभी हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग 7 मेडल हो गया शायद। हाँ, 7 मेडल। मैं हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए बहुत खुश है। मतलब हमारा कोच भी वो लोग का पूरा दिल से हम प्रैक्टिस खाना पीना सब अभी भी पूरा ट्रेनिंग में पूरा फोकस किया। इसके लिए हम सब प्लेयर को मेडल लिया। इसके लिए मेरा कोच बेस्ट कोच हमारा वेट लिफ्टिंग कोच।
The Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Hello and welcome. I'm Shilpa Ratnam and you are watching the morning news on CNN News 18. Now, top focus, the international news that's got everybody talking, the Googling from Nancy Pelosi. Amid threats and warnings, United States House Representative Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan, following which there were international repercussions and the whole global community has been commenting on it. The Nancy Pelosi touched down at Taipei last evening. Today, she is set to meet the president of Taiwan, after which she will fly out of the island. Her visit to Taiwan has triggered a showdown between two superpowers. The Chinese government issued several warnings against Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, calling it a violation of the One China principle. China has also warned the U.S. of dire consequences as well. Meanwhile, upon her touchdown, Pelosi in her tweet said that the visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan's Parliament Legislative Yuan. Pelosi said, "We have to look at ways on how we can go forward together."
Come in peace for the region, and our chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano, representing our veterans, understanding the value of peace and the avoidance of conflict. They think in a strategic way about how to work together. They came here, we all did, to listen, to learn from you as to how we can go forward together. In terms of governance, we commend Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world, for your success in addressing the COVID issue. And so now we look forward to our conversation about how we can work together, learning from you and sharing some thoughts ourselves on how to protect the planet from the climate crisis.
Now we're joined by my colleague Abhishek Jha for more perspective on this. Abhishek, it's been a few hours since she's landed in Taiwan. What is the ripple in the global community? And importantly, are there any countries that have stood by her in solidarity with regards to this visit and her staring down the dragon?
Okay, so it looks like the visit of Nancy Pelosi has finally happened. And it is mostly, there is a escalation of diplomatic and military level, in terms of, if you talk about Taiwan Strait, we have seen how much of, movement of naval assets and aerial assets have been from the side of China also, and there have been reports from USA's military movement also in that area. So quite a, heightened tension zone is currently Taiwan Strait. Meanwhile, we have to see how this whole issue pans out after the departure of Nancy Pelosi, because we know that Chinese side is not going to leave this issue unattended, and it will, if not militarily, there are going to be economic repercussions, especially for Taiwan. We know a lot of trade dynamics is involved between Taiwan and China. So we'll have to see how Chinese side, if not militarily, then how it will, act against economic interest of Taiwan now. Once the Nancy Pelosi leaves this island nation, which is today, then there hasn't been much of a global murmuring on this, but we know that every country has been watching very cautiously the steps that Chinese side is going to take and the steps that US has already taken. In fact, USA has taken these steps after a lot of careful consideration. In fact, we were initially reporting that US administration was not very much in favor of Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan because it would flare up the already strained relationship between USA and China. However, Nancy Pelosi has insisted, and finally she has also arrived in Taiwan. It has been a safe journey so far for her, and it has been, though the tension are very much high in the island nation and in and around. But we'll have to see how the repercussions of this visit will be, after a few days from now.
Stay with us, Abhishek. Let's also go across to another piece of breaking news that we're getting. Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Qin Gang urges the U.S. to immediately correct its wrong practice, control and eliminate the negative impact of Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and refrain from further dangerous and provocative actions that violate China's sovereignty and security. Of course, we are quoting when it comes to these statements, but a very strong message coming there from the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Correct your wrong practice, and they say refrain from further dangerous and provocative actions. Now let's go back to Abhishek for more perspective on this. Abhishek, the warnings just don't stop, and they seem very stern this time, warning of repercussions. They also sent their warplanes to Taiwan that was circling around there when Pelosi was visiting. A very strong message and a very hostile message indeed.
In fact, Shilpa, yesterday, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson in India, they released at least 3 statements back to back in just a span of few hours, condemning this visit of Nancy Pelosi and also telling that how unimportant this visit was and how it is going to impact the already strained relationship between USA and China. They said that they have repeatedly warned against such visit of Congress Speaker to Taiwan, and this is not going to help, in any way mitigate the tension between USA and China. They have in fact said that the democratically elected officer or one of the highest official of USA government, if she's traveling to Taiwan without keeping China in loop or without having confirmation from Chinese side, that it's clearly a violation of sovereignty of China, which China says that it has over Taiwan island. In almost 75 years, there has been no direct engagement of Chinese and Taiwanese diplomats in that matter. We know that China has always maintained that Taiwan belongs to one China, and Taiwan cannot have a foreign relationship with any other country, without having approval from Chinese side. And if Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan without approval from Chinese side, then it's clearly violation of Chinese sovereignty. So this is the kind of context that China is trying to play around with. The kind of military mobilization we have seen, the military drill that has been announced from Chinese side. This is all going to keep the tension heightened in that area of Taiwan Strait for another 24 to 48 hours. We'll have to see how once Nancy Pelosi leaves this Taiwan island, how this whole reaction is going to play up. Will the military action escalate further, or the military actions will not go beyond military drills, and certain economic sanctions or certain more rhetorical claims will continue to come from Chinese side?
All right, Abhishek, do stay with us because more breaking news coming. Russia says our principal position remains unchanged. We operate on the premise that there is only one China. Now let's remember that Russia had also given some warnings when it came to Nancy Pelosi's visit, and they are saying that we stand by the fact that there is only one China, and the PRC government is the only legitimate government, which is the People's Republic of China, and they say that is the only one representing all of China, and that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. So Russia's stand there unchanged, going across to Abhishek. Abhishek, we had seen joint warnings from China and Russia when it came to this visit, and Russia, they're sticking to their stand.
So quite clearly, Shilpa, this is the kind of quid pro quo from Russian side, because we know that how strongly China has stood by Russia during this whole operation in Ukraine that Russia has started almost 160 days ago. Not only in bilaterally but also at multilateral platforms, China has been supportive of Russian action in Ukraine in the same name of sovereignty and the defense or the security interests of Russia. That Russia is trying to protect its own security interests in Ukraine. So this was the kind of support that China had given to Russia, and it was quite obviously that Russia would stood by Chinese side, especially against the USA, where Russia and USA are not having very comfortable relationship ever since this Ukraine war has started. So the statement that we are having from the Russian side was quite on very much on expected line, and Russia has clearly said the same thing, that any such visit is a sort of violation of sovereignty of Chinese nation. In fact, most of the country around the globe believe or have accepted this theory of one China policy, but there has been relationship also not at the highest diplomatic level, but at some formal level between Taiwan and other nations. And China does not want Taiwan to further up the relationship at any diplomatic level or having any diplomatic engagement with any country which has some sort of size and scale that matters on the global arena. And USA is one of that country. So if one of the highest ranking elected official of USA, Nancy Pelosi is third in the protocol ranking in USA administration. If she happens to visit Taiwan on her own or without having approval from Chinese side, it clearly have some bearing on Chinese, Chinese belief that one China policy is something that globally being accepted or not. Because in that case, Taiwan does not have the right to have a diplomatic engagement with any other countries without approval from China. And this visit sort of not approves that stand of USA or Chinese engagement over the several, joint communique that they have had in the past several decades.
Abhishek, stay with us because the breaking news is still coming, and this time an important statement from the United States. We will not engage in saber rattling. We will not do anything that will increase the tension. We would like to see lines of communication with Beijing stay open. U.S. National Security Coordinator John Kirby on Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. This is the latest statement that is coming in, and the U.S. they're saying we don't want to burn bridges, we don't want to escalate tension.
We're not going to be saber-rattling, and we're not going to do anything to increase the tensions. We'd like to see the tensions come down. We'd like to see the lines of communication with Beijing stay open. Again, we reiterate, there's no reason, just no justification whatsoever for the tensions to amp up any more than they already are.
We're going back to Abhishek Jha for more perspective on this. Abhishek, the US, they're playing a very cautious game. They do stand by Taiwan's democracy and the right to democracy, but also saying they respect China's one China policy and they don't want to rattle them. They don't want this to be escalated. But that's going to be a tough balance to maintain because China there already ready to retaliate with repercussions.
So clearly, Shilpa, the kind of escalation that both sides think that it is not going to happen is clearly has not happened. In fact, there has been quite a military movement both in aerial space and in maritime zone from Chinese side, and there have been reports from USA, warships also, heading to that area in case of any eventuality. So we know that clearly the tensions are high between China and USA. However, USA side is clearly trying to balance this visit of Nancy Pelosi by time and again stating the fact that USA still believes in one China policy, and in no way USA supports an independent Taiwan, which has been sort of demand by Taiwanese side for a very long time, but that they don't believe that they are part of China. However, China still considers Taiwan as part of one China policy. US has still reiterated that it believes in one China policy and its stand has not changed, even though US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan. But Chinese side is clearly rattled with this fact that USA, despite assuring everything in past, they are taking something of this high-level visit to Taiwan without Chinese approval. And this is clearly not going down well in Chinese side, and they will have to show some sort of retaliatory, steps that they have taken, because for weeks now they have been clearly repeating that this visit of Nancy Pelosi will have certain bearing, and all the consequences will be squarely blamed on USA. So we'll have to see how Chinese side will now be able to justify the rhetorical claims that they have been having for almost 4 or 5 weeks now against the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. So surely, clearly, they will have to show something to their own audiences as well, that they did this action, this retaliatory action, this countermeasure against the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. So probably this is why Chinese military drills have been very aggressive in the Strait of Taiwan, in and around Taiwan, despite the fact that Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan just now.
Abhishek, also irked by the US Speaker's visit, China has already begun trade sanctions against Taiwan. But what about sanctions on the United States? Because that would really escalate tensions, perhaps starting it off with Taiwan and waiting to see what developments this visit brings about, and then perhaps impose them on the US as well.
Surely there is going to be some bearing for sure between China and Taiwan of this relationship, because Taiwan is not that in that matching capacity to China. But clearly, the kind of already strained relationship between USA and China will have further impact on it. We know how the trade barriers have been created between USA and China over the past few years, and USA side is not happy with Chinese side buying Russian oil in the recent months, especially in the wake of Ukrainian war. There has also been certain grievances from USA side over non-availability of food supplies or food commodity supplies in the global market, and how can Chinese side be helpful in that. So there were these negotiations were already going on.
We now welcome Madam President, Madam Speaker, please return to your seats.
请总统致辞，各位贵宾请就座。
President Tsai will now deliver her remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Pelosi 议长、米克斯主席、高野主席、戴宾尼副主席、克里希那莫提主席、金安迪众议员、孙凯尧处长，还有黑保罗先生，各位贵宾、各位同仁，大家好。
Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Chairman Meeks, Chairman Takano, Vice Chairperson Delbene, Chairman Krishnamurti, Congressman Kim, Director Alkirk, Mr. Pelosi, dear guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
非常欢迎佩洛西议长率团来访。过去我和赖清德副总统过境美国的时候，都会接到佩洛西议长致电表示欢迎，也会针对台美关系交换意见。很高兴这一次能在台湾跟议长见面。
I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Speaker Pelosi and the delegation. In our previous transit stops in the United States, Vice President Lai and I had always received calls from the Speaker to welcome us and exchange views with us on Taiwan-U.S. relations. I am delighted to meet face-to-face with the Speaker in Taiwan this time.
佩洛西议长是台湾最坚定的友人，各位议员也都是美国众议院重要的领袖，长期在各领域积极推动台美关系的进展。非常感谢各位此次来台访问，展现出美国国会对台湾坚若磐石的支持。
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-US relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
佩洛西议长和台湾有很深的渊源。在1999年10月，佩洛西议长曾经访问台湾，当时特别关心921震灾的后续情况。在此后的20年，台湾不但走出了921震灾的阴影，而且重建，更陆续克服了各项的挑战。
Speaker Pelosi has deep and long-standing ties with Taiwan. In October 1999, the Speaker visited Taiwan and was particularly concerned with the 9/21 earthquake and its aftermath. In the 2 decades following the earthquake, Taiwan not only made successful post-disaster reconstruction, but also weathered multiple challenges, one after another.
而这20多年来，佩洛西议长也一直持续关注台湾的民主发展，并且长期支持台湾的国际参与。我要对此表达最诚挚的感谢。
In the past 2 decades, Speaker Pelosi continued to pay close attention to democratic developments in Taiwan and demonstrated unwavering support for Taiwan's international participation. Madam Speaker, I must extend my most heartfelt gratitude to you.
我也十分敬佩佩洛西议长长期以来坚定捍卫民主自由，努力守护人权价值，对于违反民主价值的言行，更是勇于挺身对抗，令人印象非常深刻，也很感动。
I have great admiration for Speaker Pelosi, who has long stood firm in safeguarding freedom, democracy, and human rights, who never hesitates to confront head-on rhetoric and activities set to undermine democratic values. The Speaker's courage and actions are deeply inspiring and touching.
今年，俄罗斯入侵乌克兰，使台海安全成为全世界关注的另外一个焦点。民主台湾一旦受到侵略，整个印太地区的安全都会受到巨大的冲击。
Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has made security over the Taiwan Strait another focus of worldwide attention. Aggressions against democratic Taiwan would have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
在这里，我要特别向各位传达台湾应对变局的几个基本态度。
I would like to take this opportunity to explicitly express to you Taiwan's key principles in facing uncertainties.
第一，面对持续且刻意升高的军事威胁，台湾不会退缩，会坚定维护国家主权，坚守民主的防线，同时也希望和全世界民主国家团结合作，共同维护民主的价值。
First, facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. At the same time, we wish to cooperate and work in unity with all democracies around the world to jointly safeguard democratic values.
第二，台湾会尽最大努力来强化本身自我防卫的力量，并致力维护台海的和平稳定，让台湾可以成为区域安全的一个关键稳定的力量，确保自由开放的印太地区以及全球贸易及供应链的稳定发展。
Second, we will do whatever it takes to strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capability. Taiwan is committed to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we will make Taiwan a key stabilizing force for regional security, ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the stable development of global trade and supply chains.
第三，台湾是美国可靠而且可信赖的合作伙伴，我们会持续和美国国会及行政部门在印太区域安全、经济发展、人才培育以及供应链合作等各层面强化合作，让台美关系可以进一步的提升。
Third, Taiwan is a reliable and trustworthy cooperative partner of the United States. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration to strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development, talent cultivation, and supply chains, so as to further elevate Taiwan-U.S. relations.
我要再次感谢佩洛西议长和各位 在这个关键的时刻，以行动表达对台湾坚定的支持，以及表达美国支持台湾自我防御的一贯政策。
Once again, I welcome Speaker Pelosi and the delegation to Taiwan. Thank you for taking concrete actions to show your staunch support for Taiwan at this critical moment, and for expressing the U.S.'s consistent policy supporting Taiwan's self-defense.
特种大绶青云勋章的颁证，代表了我们对佩洛西议长的感谢，也期待透过更多的相互合作，持续的提升台美关系。
The Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon represents our gratitude to Speaker Pelosi, and it also expresses our wish to continue progressing Taiwan-U.S. relations through more cooperation.
最后，再次感谢各位的来访，希望台湾和美国继续相互扶持，做彼此坚持的伙伴，一起让民主的光芒更加的闪耀。我们一起努力，谢谢大家。
To close, thank you all again for coming. Taiwan and the United States shall continue with our mutual support and be steadfast partners to one another in our joint efforts to make democracy shine again. Thank you.
请总统回座。
Madam President, please be seated.
请裴洛西议长致辞。
Speaker Pelosi will now deliver her remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. It is such a high honor to receive the Order of the Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon from you. We are so proud of your leadership, a woman president in one of the freest societies in the world. It's great immense admiration for your leadership and great personal humility that I accept this award. Humility because I accept it not for me only, but for our members of Congress who are so instrumental in all that you said about our accomplishments together. Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, united in our support for Taiwan. This time I am so excited to receive this award on behalf of the United States Congress, as I said, is just unwavering. The response that we had to our visit was so positive from our colleagues. I look forward to displaying this award in the Speaker's office, or wearing it there, right? in the Capitol as a symbol of our treasured friendship.
谢谢总统阁下，非常荣幸能够接受特种青云大绶勋章的颁赠，也非常的荣幸，我也为总统的女性的领导的力量，以及我自己身为女性的领导人为荣。那当然，我这一次能够获颁这个勋章，我是非常虚心接受的。会说虚心，是因为我不只是代表我自己，也代表整个美国的，我们这次来访的所有的美国的议员们一起来接受这份勋章。而且这些一同行的议员们呢，其实对于刚刚讲到的所有的对台美关系的贡献呢，其实他们都有尽一份力。而且我们这样子的贡献，无论是民主党、共和党，无论在众议院、参议院，大家都是团结一致，有了高度的共识的。那我也非常的兴奋，能够代表整个众议院呢，代表整个美国政府，能够接受这样子的一个勋章。我也很期待能够把大绶青云勋章带回去，展示在我的办公室当中。毕竟我在办公室并不会穿戴整个大绶。
Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people.
我们这一次的来访呢，其中一项重点就是要提醒大家并告知大家，43年前我们通过了《台湾关系法》，当时就许下了对台湾非常坚定的承诺，要与台湾站在一起。在这个基础之上，我们行出了非常繁荣的合作关系跟伙伴关系。我们 的焦点不但是有包括我们的共同命运的自觉，还有许多我们共同安全的议题，无论是在这个地区还是全世界的共同安全，以及我们必须要保障我们，并且深化我们的经济关系，使得我们的两国的人民能够有更好的生活。
Today, our delegation, of which I'm very proud, came to Taiwan to make unequivocally clear we will not abandon our commitment to Taiwan, and we are proud of our enduring friendship. And may I mention, they are all co-chairs of this delegation. The chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Gary Meeks of New York, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano of California, the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Congresswoman Del Bene of Washington State, the member of the Intelligence Committee and a leader in COVID fight and so many things in the Congress, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from, I say Illinois, he says Chicago. And again, one of our newest members of Congress, serving the as a diplomat in the State Department before coming, Congressman Andy Kim of not only the Armed Services Committee, but also the Foreign Affairs Committee and others. We're very proud of our delegation, and when you hear, as you will be hearing from them in the course of our visit, you will know even more why we are. Thank you to our delegation. And we're proud to be here with the Vice President, with Minister Wu, with other distinguished leaders who are here with you, Madam President. Thank you for your leadership. The story of Taiwan is an inspiration to all freedom-loving people in the United States and around the world. Out of a crucible of challenge, you have forged a flourishing democracy, one of the freest in the world, proudly to be led by a woman president. That's an applause line.
我们这一次访团非常的荣幸能够来到台湾，我们要必须向外界宣示我们非常清楚的表达，我们绝对不会背弃对台湾的承诺。这次来访的许多议员们，他们也都是在各委员会当中担任主席或副主席或其他的要职，例如说外交委员会的主席米克斯，退伍军人事务委员会的主席高野，税计委员会的副主席戴碧妮，情报委员会以及防疫许多方面的贡献者克里绪那莫提，军事委员会以及外交委员会的成员金安迪等等，他们都非常荣幸能够来到台湾，也非常感谢这些议员们跟我随行一起来访。那我也很高兴，也很荣幸能够在这边见到副总统、吴部长，以及蔡总统，以及非常许多杰出的台湾的政治领导者，非常感谢各位的领导。那台湾的故事呢，其实就是一群热爱自由民主的人民的故事。那其实我们在美国也在全世界都有许多这样子热爱自由的人民。
And Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
台湾是一个韧性之岛，台湾的人民也向外界证明了，只要有希望、有勇气、有决心，一定能够打造一个和平又繁荣的未来。尽管台湾面临的这么多的严峻的挑战，那美国与台湾的团结也非常的重要。我们这一次来访，就是要向外界彰显像这样子的美台之间的团结。
When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You are a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead and suggesting their own proposals. Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award. I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do, to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award. The Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Pardon. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much.
这一次我们访问亚洲各国，我们有3大支柱，3个主要的重点，一个就是安全，人民的安全，全球的安全；经济，也就是说我们要创造未来的繁荣，能够嘉惠更多的人；以及我们治理，好的治理。这是我们此次访问的3大支柱。那我们这一次呢，也都跟台湾这些在这3个领域当中都有许多的合作，我们也非常重视跟台湾在这些领域当中的伙伴关系。我们也要特别向台湾的人民以及台湾的政府去恭贺台湾在防疫方面的所有的成就。台湾的防疫真的是全世界的一个模范，可以彰显台湾人民的合作、台湾防疫政策的成功等。现在我们全世界面临着2个选择：选择民主或者选择威权。那美国致力于保障台湾以及全世界的民主，我们像这样子的决心是非常坚定不移的。我也非常感谢这次总统给我颁赠的勋章，以及总统以及许多的台湾的领导阶层给我彰显的许多非常热诚的友谊。我也看到许多美国在台湾的侨民都非常的兴奋看到我们的到来。的确，1999年我那次来访的时候也学到很多。我们也在立法的殿堂当中也致力了非常多，许多亚裔美国人，还有说去跟台湾之间发展更多紧密的贸易关系等的许多的工作，我们都持续的在推展。这些工作的推展能够开启更多的可能性，让我们能够有更多的机会互相学习，这就是我们的来意，互相学习。而且呢，除了互相学习之外，还获得了非常美丽的奖章，大受青云勋章，非常感谢总统。
接下来进行合影，请总统、副总统、裴洛西议长、AIT 处长及各位众议员合影。
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, Madam Speaker, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, please come together for a group photo.
请全体观礼贵宾一同加入合影。
We now welcome all guests to join us for a group photo.
All right, there we saw President Tsai and Nancy Pelosi address the audience. And I'm going across to my colleague Abhishek Jha For more perspective on this, Abhishek, it's momentous that President Tsai just conferred on Pelosi the order of the propitious clouds, which is one that is an award of the Republic of China. In fact, this signifies auspiciousness, and the medal, as the name suggests, features some clouds as well. And this is a strong move on the part of Pelosi, one that has been well received by Taiwan, both of them jointly staring down the dragon at this point.
Of course, Shilpa. In fact, Taiwanese president, she said that this visit is quite important in terms of USA being truly one of Taiwan's most developed friends. She has also expressed her gratitude and said that we are grateful saying to Pelosi that we are grateful to you to make this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress staunch support for Taiwan. And this has been quite a, this bonhomie between Nancy Pelosi and the current president of Taiwan and the people of Taiwan. We see how they were excited, and there were, lines of people waiting at the airport when Nancy Pelosi's plane had landed. This also tells the kind of reception and warm welcome Nancy Pelosi has got not among the political ruling class of Taiwan, but also among the people of Taiwan. In fact, Nancy Pelosi, while during her address, she said that Taiwan's COVID management has been exemplary, and also that her visit to Taiwan is a clear message that how supportive she has been to Taiwan. So this visit has its own importance in terms of other nations. In fact, U.S China relationship and U.S Taiwan relationship also, but it will go down in history in a very significant way, because this visit has happened almost after 25 years. There has a lot of landscape of the global geopolitics has changed in the last 25 years, and we know how strongly China was opposing Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. But despite all the obstacles and threat and warning from Chinese side, Nancy Pelosi did schedule her visit to Taiwan, and she has finally met Taiwanese president. This is very seriously very strong message to the people of Taiwan about the solidarity that U.S. has expressed in past for their government and their establishment, and the kind of relationship in terms of trade, security, defense, and other verticals USA and Taiwan have had.
It's also important to note that President Tsai said U.S. House Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. We are grateful to you for visiting Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan. At the same time, Tsai mentioning that facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down, and that aggressions against democratic Taiwan will have a tremendous impact on the security of the entire Indo-Pacific. So, emboldened by the fact that you have the bipartisan support of United States of America, now President Tsai staring down China, saying that these heightened military aggressions will not go down well.
Of course, Shilpa, in fact, as Taiwanese president has also suggested that there would be repercussions in terms of security architect in Indo-Pacific after her visit to Taiwan. We know that in past also gradually there has been a kind of grouping that has been created from Japanese side. We know that former and past Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was the architect of this whole Indo-Pacific grouping that we call Quad, where Australia, India, Japan, and USA are partners and the founder member countries. And they are trying to expand their bases. They are trying to expand their membership to other countries who fall in along the coastal lines of the South China Sea, where Chinese aggression or Chinese positioning has been very blatant and in violation of international rule of law. So clearly, there is already a simmering tension in Indo-Pacific, and because of the Chinese aggression, and many island nations feeling insecure because of the size and scale Chinese military and Chinese trade and commerce have. But this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan is clearly a message that probably U.S. Will have all its support to the countries in Indo-Pacific, and all the the institutions which are democratically elected, the governance system which are ruling in a very democratic way, and they are not autocratic, they will have all the support and sympathy from USA side in the hours of need also, because in the past we have seen how strong messages were coming from Chinese side, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and from the highest offices. In fact, Chinese president had clearly told U.S. President Biden during their conversation last week on Thursday that those who play by fire perish by it. That was quite a strong statement. But despite all those posturing and symbolic gesturing, Nancy Pelosi has finally arrived physically in Taiwan. She has met Taiwanese president. This is one of the strongest messages that USA has sent to China in past many years, and this will go down as a very strong and important message when we talk about the security architect of Indo-Pacific and bilateral ties of USA and China.
Well, yes, indeed, Abhishek. I think the global community there definitely happy to see the bully being taken on. But we will continue our analysis on the other side. For now, let's take a very short break.
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made.
Welcome back. After the break, some breaking news coming in, of course, with regards to This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. Pakistan supports one China policy after Russia. Pakistan supports China in a statement issued last night. Pakistan clearly said we support China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Pakistan is deeply concerned over the evolving situation in the Taiwan Strait, which has serious implications for regional peace and stability. The world is already reeling through a critical security situation due to the Ukraine conflict, with destabilizing implications for international food and energy security. So after Russia, now Pakistan there, standing by China and standing against the United States, in fact. And for the significance of this, let's go across to our managing editor, Anand Narasimhan. Good morning, Anand. After Russia, Pakistan there siding by China. Now, what does this mean for Pak and U.S. relations? Will they be under pressure considering Pakistan has made such a statement that they believe this could escalate conflict?
Well, good morning, Shilpa, and good morning to all our viewers. First up, to take Pakistan's name in the same vein as Russia sounds a little funny and too rich for Pakistan, doesn't it? The other aspect is Pakistan who is the big question, because Pakistan today is reduced to becoming, all knows, quite literally a vassal state of China. And so much so that they're willing to even sell their sovereignty to the Chinese just because they need funds. They are a nation with less than $9 billion in their reserves and are fast hurtling towards bankruptcy. They're also a nation that used to be in the 90s firmly in the throes of the Americans because of their interest and how they've strategically positioned themselves vis-a-vis Afghanistan. But today they find themselves redundant. They have moved away from America, and they're making a statement which has many ramifications, even for a nation that called for the OIC and initiated this move where it wanted to organize Islamic nations, because the moment Pakistan recognizes one China policy, it clearly totally dumps the Uyghur population in East Turkestan and tells them that they have to fend for themselves. And this is not a Muslim Islamic nation that stands for the rights of Uyghur Muslims. So that is another big ramification for Pakistan, because they have no face to show in the Islamic world today, because they're not standing up for Uyghur Muslims at all. So they've dumped them the moment they tend to recognize one China policy. The other aspect of sovereignty is that it is clearly coming too rich, coming from a nation that itself is impinging on the sovereignty of the Balochis, forcefully occupying Balochistan, and also sitting on sovereign Indian territory, which is Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and where they are in cahoots with the Chinese, once again trampling on the sovereignty of nations. So it has to be taken in perspective what the Pakistanis are saying. Yes, they have made a statement, but does that hold any value? That's another concern. And two, do they really matter? That's another question. But more importantly, shift in position also shows how hollow Pakistan itself and its foreign policy itself is, that they will sit on the lap of anybody who's going to throw dollars at them. And that's clearly what they have been reduced to as a nation.
Thank you very much, Anand. And Anand, they're putting that in perspective for us. Pakistan and China are all-weather strategic cooperative partners, and Pakistan, once again, no big surprise there, siding with China. On that note, let's take a very short break and we'll meet on the other side.
Also, the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as
Now it's time to head over to the UK to take a look at what's taking place in that UK prime ministerial race. My colleague Sanjay Suri reports from a community kitchen. Take a look.
I'm here in Archie's kitchen of plenty, and there are samosas and mattis. I can smell them. But the conversation is all about Rishi Sunak. Lord Rami Ranger has created a bit of a storm when he says that Rishi Sunak clearly has the caliber, and if he's not elected, it will be because of racism. What do we think?
There's a possibility of that being there. Also, there's a possibility, because the Conservative Party consists of quite old age members, that it might be that they will look at it as, they know the colonial and looking, India being under British Raj and all that. Maybe that would go against him also. But mostly, I think the race card could play in it.
Let's hope it is not racism, because he certainly has the caliber. He's got the figures in his head. He's been a chancellor before. And I certainly believe if he works with a fresh chancellor, whoever's going to be, that together they could get this country back up what it needs.
Integrity of actually opting out when he did, because he could see that the ship was sinking, yeah? So why are you going to back somebody who is actually got the completely wrong policies? He doesn't know what he's doing, and I think Rishi actually opted out and got out of it at the right time. He did the right thing.
All right, good morning. You're watching CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. We're right here on the morning show. Our focus right now is actually on Taiwan, which has emerged as we speak as the front line in a geopolitical showdown. We'll tell you a little bit more about it because as we speak, amid multiple threats and warnings from China, United States House Representative Nancy Pelosi met the president of Taiwan a few hours ago. Pelosi assured extended support to the country on all fronts, be it security, economy, or governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. Remember, China claims the self-ruled island of Taiwan as its own. Taiwan historically, over the last few decades, has argued that it is its own independent state. Taiwan President lauded Pelosi for her Taiwan friend. She's also termed the U.S. as a devoted friend in that message. Meanwhile, irked by the U.S. Speaker's visit, China's begun trade sanctions. It's also taken a number of military steps. We're going to take a much deeper dive into each of these developments. But first, I want to take you to what Nancy Pelosi had to say. Take a look.
Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, united in our support for Taiwan. And now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration to strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development, talent cultivation, and supply chains, so as to further elevate Taiwan-U.S. relations.
All right, the fear, remember, over here is that when China escalates, as it has over the last few hours, if even a slight accident occurs, the low trust between both sides could create more issues between Taiwan and China. Now, my colleague Abhishek Jha with us this morning on the phone to bring us more context on this entire story. Abhishek, we're starting the day with you. So if you could inform our audiences about a few things. Question one, what is Taiwan's own history? What makes it such a sour point for both China and the United States? If you could tell us first about that, and in the context of that, then tell us more about Pelosi's visit.
So China and Taiwan, they have a long history. In 1949, when People's Republic of China, or the People's Liberation Army, which kind of captured whole of China, and a communist ruling were established. Then the Kuomintang party, which was the party who was ruling erstwhile China before PLA sort of liberated China, they were all reduced to this island nation of Taiwan, which was called then Formosa, but now it is called Taiwan. So almost 75 years of history, 74 years of history they have, and since then Chinese side has been ruled by communist ruling setup, while democratically elected governments have been there in Taiwan in the last 7 decades. The freedom of expression, the kind of human rights. So mostly the Taiwanese island, they espouse the values that Western Bloc or the USA also supports. In fact, all the democratically elected government supports globally. So that sort of establishment, ruling, and the order is in Taiwan, which is, of course, not something that China likes, because China still thinks that Taiwan was not captured by the PLA way back 1949, does still fall under the sovereignty of Chinese side. And over the several decades, nations across the globe have finally realized the practical aspect of having diplomatic ties with China, and hence mostly the diplomatic engagements with the Taiwanese side has been limited to trade and economics. No high-level official diplomatic delegation from a country of importance, if we say in the global arena, is there with the Taiwanese side. So no bilateral high-level diplomatic engagement happens between most of the nations globally and Taiwan, and mostly the diplomatic ties are established with Chinese side, and most of the nations believe in one China policy, including India, USA, Indo-Pacific nations. So every nation have accepted the fact that there is one China, and there are different ruling type in various blocks of China. If you talk about Hong Kong, Taiwan, or other small island nation that China claims its sovereignty over them. So this has been the historical context of Chinese relationship. But now we know that China has been aggressively trying to become a superpower, both in terms of economic, trade, and also in terms of military strength. And for that, it needs to push its limit. For that, it needs to express its strength in and around China. We know how stressful is the environment if we talk about the defense and security in terms in South China Sea and East China Sea. We have also seen incursion and aggression from Chinese side on India's northern border. There has been stress already from Chinese side on Japanese island of Senkaku. So in all this context, China is trying to portray itself as one of the superpower in terms of military strength. And if it has to portray itself in that way, it has to place itself in that way. Taiwan is one of the bone of contention, which, defying all Chinese threat and warning, is still rules by its own law, governed by democratically elected government. There is freedom of expression, human rights are all kind of protected as per the UN laws. So this is something is not digestible to the Chinese side, and Hence, they don't allow or they don't want any other global nation globally to have direct diplomatic engagement with China. And this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan is clearly in violation of, we say in Chinese, concept of sovereignty that they feel that they have over the Taiwanese island.
Okay, Abhishek, in a few minutes, I'm going to come back to you because I want to ask you more about how the Taiwan public has responded, what indications we might have, not just the government, but also the public. But we'll come back to you in a few minutes to ask you about that. Right now, I believe we have the analyst Shashank Serene with us. He's a political analyst. He'll give us a lot more context to the story. Sir, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, multiple reports describe the United States relationship, particularly towards Taiwan, as one of strategic ambiguity. That's the term you'll come about again and again. Could you give our audiences more context on exactly what that means? Could you also tell us, sir, when it comes to Nancy Pelosi's visit, one of the things we know is that Joe Biden, the U.S. president, had said that the military does not advise this at the time. Why then do we see Pelosi push the envelope in this way?
Look, to take the second question first, I don't think, the House of Representatives Speaker has decided to go to Taiwan on her own volition. She suddenly got an idea that she wants to poke the Chinese in the eye and that she's going to go to Taiwan to make a statement. These are not things which happen just like that. I would imagine that this was part of a well thought out move to signal certain things to China from the American side, and everybody would have been in the loop to some extent. So that is as far as the Pelosi visit is concerned. But on the issue of strategic ambiguity, I think the way the Americans have proceeded, and this is from the time when their relations with China were restored, the Chinese insisted at that point of time. You have to look at the context of that period. There was this Cold War raging between the Soviet Union and the United States. The Soviet Union, or the erstwhile Soviet Union, and which was part of the Russian Empire at that point of time. That was the principal contradiction. That was the principal challenge before the United States. And China, despite being a communist country, was something which the U.S. could have used to counter the Russian influence or the Soviet influence. For that reason, the Chinese insisted that the Americans accept the One China policy. At that point of time, the Americans downgraded their relations with Taiwan and accepted the One China policy. That is now coming into question. So the Americans had some kind of an alliance arrangement also with Taiwan to protect Taiwan against Chinese aggression. That wasn't exactly junked, but that was also never really owned up, in unambiguous terms. So in a sense, nobody was very sure that if the Chinese were to make any aggressive move vis-a-vis Taiwan, would the Americans remain committed as part of its arrangement with Taiwan to protect Taiwanese sovereignty, although I use the term sovereignty somewhat loosely in this particular case, because both China as well as Taiwan believe in One China policy. The only difference is that the Chinese want the One China policy under Beijing, while somebody like me supports One China policy provided the system which is there in Taiwan is also there in mainland China. And so that strategic ambiguity has actually in some ways served the Americans well. They were able to build up relations with China without necessarily affecting either the security or the stability of Taiwan or the prosperity of Taiwan. And that strategic ambiguity remains even today. The Americans have issued warnings. They are saying we are not going to let anything happen to Taiwan, but there is no real, there's no real clarity on how far the Americans are going to go in the defense of Taiwan. So that ambiguity is there, and that keeps the Chinese also, guessing as to what exactly the Americans will do, and they don't want to do something which, turns completely awry, like has happened in the case of Ukraine and Russia. So I think that strategic ambiguity has served the Americans well until now. How long that will happen and whether there needs to be a certain degree of clarity now on what the next steps are going to be, that is something which the Americans will have to decide.
Okay, and so one more aspect I want to ask you about is that in the last few hours, almost in retaliation to Pelosi's announcement, you've watched Beijing launch a number of drills. And a lot of analysts say that these drills should simply be looked at as a show of strength rather than a precursor to any kind of actual invasion on Taiwan. So, A, I want to ask you if you agree with that analysis. And then B, I wanted to ask you if you could put all of these Chinese movements in context to the Chinese political scene, where we're seeing that possibly President Xi Jinping could come in for a third term in a few months from now.
Look, as far as the Chinese drills are concerned, I find them laughable. I can understand that what they're trying to do is a show of force. They're trying to intimidate the other countries. They're trying to signal that they are incensed by this particular visit. And they are doing all this muscle flexing. But at the end of the day, it's like one of those comical scenes that there's somebody who's seeing something happen which he doesn't like, and he's probably boxing himself to make the other person, to intimidate the other person. So if the Chinese want to make a fool of themselves, I think they're welcome to do it. But I think their bluff has been called. They were very shrill, they were very strident in their rhetoric before the visit. And many people were actually speculating whether, the Americans will balk and probably make some excuse and Nancy Pelosi will not go to Taiwan. But clearly the Americans have called the Chinese bluff. Does that mean that the Chinese will just do this pantomime act which they are doing right now and then, forget about it? I don't think so. I think the Chinese will try and push the envelope. They will try and retaliate in some other way, maybe not immediately, maybe in a couple of months, maybe in a couple of years. And that is something that the Americans will have to remain on guard. Not only the Americans, the Taiwanese, and perhaps all the countries, around China, because that is how the Chinese, that's been like the Chinese standard operating procedure. Even when they have to back down, they come back in a sneaky, slimy, sinister way to attack to their adversaries. We've seen that with India. We've seen that in Doklam. We've seen that in Eastern Ladakh. And frankly, I think anybody who thinks that, okay, fine, we've beaten back the Chinese and there will be peace for all times to come, I think that's a mistake. Ideally, if you've beaten back the Chinese or you have stared them down, don't expect that the Chinese will not do anything. They might not do something immediately, but eventually they will try and even the scores. And that is what everybody needs to be looking out for.
Okay, so two questions for you there too. Firstly, if you could give us more context on President Xi Jinping's presidency. More specifically, what I want to know from you here is he has long said Taiwan is a top priority for him. But is that something we've just historically heard Chinese leaders say, or at this point do we take that claim in particular more seriously?
Look, I'll plead a certain amount of ignorance about Chinese internal politics. Because that is, those are Byzantine intrigues which happen in the Communist Party of China. And frankly, since I don't speak the language, that's something I avoid delving into, except for the fact, to the extent that there is a lot of talk of whether Xi Jinping, although he's extremely powerful right now, much more powerful than virtually all his predecessors, except for Deng Xiaoping and Mao. But even then, there are some reports. Now, we don't know how credible these reports are. We don't know whether there is disinformation and misinformation from the Western side. But there are reports that there are rumblings within the Communist Party, that there are people and factions within the Communist Party which are not very happy with the way Xi Jinping is trying to arrogate power, trying to emerge as some kind of a ruler of China, some kind of an emperor, new emperor, in China, violating all the set principles which had been put in place on how succession is going to take place. So there are rumblings. Now, whether those rumblings are going to get strengthened and going to become some kind of a move against Xi Jinping trying to extract a third term? We don't know. Will he try and bludgeon the opposition within the party to his rule? Probably he will. He has tried to eliminate all his rivals. And there are no clear identifiable rivals as of now. But the fact that there are now emerging problems within the Chinese economy, there are serious issues emerging as far as China's relations with the rest of the world are concerned. And there are reports of some serious internal unrest as well. Partly because of the economy and partly because of other factors. Now, if all of these combine and create some kind of a sentiment against Xi Jinping, it remains to be seen. But as of now, it seems that he has pretty much got the third term sealed and done and under his belt.
All right, Mr. Serene, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for bringing us context. Part of why this story is so important is because of the larger geopolitical ramifications of the visit. One of those, for example, is Russia's response. Russia has openly condemned Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Remember, the U.S. Speaker of the House is the second to succession, right after Vice President Kamala Harris. So her visit is seen as a particularly important one. Russian Foreign Ministry has termed this visit as a provocation by the United States. Take a look at their response.
Сегодня мы имеем возможность практически в прямом эфире видеть, как осуществляется американская провокация. Поэтому мы рассматриваем возможный, это даже я не знаю, как назвать, возможный, потенциальный, необъявленно реализуемый визит спикера Палаты представителей Конгресса США Пелоси на Тайвань как очередное провокационное действие администрации США, желающее оказать дополнительное давление на Пекин.
All right, let's go back now to my colleague Abhishek to understand more. Abhishek, earlier we'd asked you this question. How has the Taiwanese public responded? Do we have any clue as to how the public sentiments are right now? The government has been quite forward in their response, but tell us about the public, please.
So we know that when Nancy Pelosi's plane had landed at the airport, there were a lot of people to welcome her. And also, we have seen how the highest building in Taiwan, Taipei 101, that was also lit with welcome Pelosi's sign. And this shows the kind of excitement and happiness that Taiwanese people have with the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, because they see it as a long-term solidarity that U.S. would have with Taiwan, and this has come after a long gap of almost 25 years.
Abhishek, thank you for that context. For our audiences, we're going to very quickly switch. All right, switching stories to the visuals on your screen right now. Vice President Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu flagging off the Har Ghar Tiranga bike rally. As you can see on your screens, by MPs. This is taking place near Red Fort right here in central Delhi. These are the visuals you can see on your screen right now. Remember, this is all to commemorate India's 75th Independence Day on the 15th of August in just 12 days from now. Part of the initiative is going to be encouraging every citizen in the country to hoist the flag. As you might remember, the Prime Minister had 2 days ago in his Mann Ki Baat conversation with the country, encouraged listeners to do so. He'd also said, change your profile pictures to the Tiranga flag. These are encouragements that are coming in from the government. Part of that very much the visuals on your screen. My colleague Arun Dhanta with us on the phone. Arun, who is participating in this bike rally? Who are the bikers?
Well, see, Toya, the government of India, especially the Ministry of Culture, has organized this bike rally for all the members of Parliament. But at this moment, what we are seeing, in fact, the reactions which is coming from the Member of Parliament, they are saying that only NDA's MPs are participating in this. And therefore, that was the reason why yesterday when the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi has said that this is not a BJP's program. So, he urged all the member of parliament, irrespective of any political party, to participate in this Tiranga rally, which Ministry of Culture has organized. But we don't see much of the interest being shown by the parties apart from the NDA. And remember that the BJP government is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This is the 75th year of the independence of India, and therefore these programs will be organized on a very large scale in coming few days. So today, all the NDA member of parliaments participating in this bike rally, Tiranga bike rally, starting from the Red Fort, which was flagged off by the Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, till Parliament. That's what we are told. And beside this, in coming few days, we will see various programs, because BJP has made it very clear. They have instructed all their MPs, all their booth level workers to go in the booths and talk to people, tell them the importance of Tiranga and how the entire week, starting from 9th August to 15th August, how they will be organizing different Tiranga events in different parts of the country. Clear instructions have been given to all the MPs and ministers to go in their constituencies, participate and organize these Tiranga programs. And today is one such program which is taking place in the heart of the country, which is National Capital, where all the NDA MPs are participating, and the bike rally has already started, flagged off by Vice President Venkaiah Naidu.
So,
and,
Arun, if I could just clarify with you, are MPs on the bikes in the visuals we're seeing right now, or have MPs helped flag off the rally?
Well, these MPs are participating in this bike rally, and they are in fact on the bike, which they started from Red Fort to Parliament. It was Venkaiah Naidu, the Vice President, who flagged off the rally, which has been organized by the Ministry of Culture Affairs for the all member of parliaments. But we don't see opposition member of parliaments participating in this rally. It appears that only the NDA members of parliament, as the clear instructions were given that all needs to participate in this program. The clarity came from the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister that this is not the BJP's program. So, all the MPs should participate in this. But we don't see much of the interest being shown by the opposition parties' MPs in this bike rally. But of course, all the NDA MPs are in attendance, and the bike rally has already started, and this will conclude in Parliament. That's what we are told.
All right, Arun Dhanta, thank you so much for bringing us those details. The visuals on your screens right now. The Cultural Ministry has organized a Tiranga bike rally from the Red Fort to the Parliament for MPs of all parties on Wednesday. Let me just check if my colleague Arun is still with us. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Arun, but till we do, what it's also important to note is, as we already said, it was Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi who had first appealed to MPs to attend this event. It began at 8:30, so a little while ago already. This is one initiative. The other initiative we're going to see the government doing through today and in the next few days is, of course, multiple Prabhat ferries that will be taking place across the country. Remember, Prabhat ferries are morning processions. They're a typical part of Independence Day celebrations, and they have been over the last 75 years. Now, these Prabhat ferries, particularly the ones organized by the government, will be taking place between 9 and 11. Let's go over to my colleague Arun to understand more. Arun, I was just talking to our guests about other initiatives, to our audiences about other initiatives we'll possibly see over the next few days, apart obviously from this bike rally. Could you tell us more?
Well, see, BJP has already made it very clear that this year's 15 August is going to be very special, as the government is, celebrating the 75th year of independence, and therefore this is the Azadi Amrit Mahotsav. And today, what we are seeing, what we are witnessing, is a bike rally which has been flagged off by Venkaiah Naidu, the Vice President, in which the Member of Parliaments of BJP and their allies are participating, and it has started from the Red Fort. And in fact, yesterday when there was a meeting of the parliamentary party of BJP, JP Nadda gave clear instructions that how they will be taking this Tiranga Yatra forward.
Arun, could I request you to stay with us? I also want to take our audiences to BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi from here in Delhi, what her response to how she's described this bike rally. Let's take a look at that, then we'll return to you.
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के आयोजन है। किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
All right, Arun, we just heard from BJP leader Meenakshi Lekhi from right here in the capital talking about this bike rally that's taking place. We stopped you midway while you were describing other events the BJP was doing to bring in Amrit Mahotsav. Could you tell us more?
Well, BJP has instructed all their member of parliament, their ministers and their workers on the ground as to how they want this 75th year of the Indian independence a special one. And therefore, the entire week, starting from the 9th August to 15th August, is something where various programs will be organized, and especially the 2 days, 13th to 15th, on which every state government and BJP workers have been asked, to hoist national flag, Tiranga, on their houses, and the government is planning to hoist around 20 crore flags on in these 3 days, and that was the reason why the government had made changes in the flag code as well, so which gives you that permission, which allows you to hoist the national flag on your houses day and night, and therefore the entire week from 9th to 15th is going to be very, very special as BJP is planning it. They have also planned a nationwide bike rally in which they have given the responsibility to the BJP's youth wing. So they will be undertaking a bike rally in the entire country, and also the Prabhat Feri, which they have termed it a morning procession in which different leaders of BJP will go in their constituencies in the morning hours from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. where they will be singing a national song, Vande Mataram, and also the favorite bhajan of Mahatma Gandhi. That is also going to be part of it. So BJP has planned various programs, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already said it or made it very clear that all the MPs and the ministers needs to change their profile pictures on social media platforms to Tiranga, which has done by Prime Minister itself first, and then we are seeing that being followed by everyone in the BJP. So BJP wants to make sure that the 75th year of independence, as they have been planning ever since the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav started, and to make it a special year, and therefore the programs and the plannings have already been done, and therefore today is one such program in which NDA MPs are participating, and they have chosen Red Fort to Parliament to conclude this bike rally. So the messaging is very clear, as BJP has been talking about nationalism, the priority which they gives to the national security and the importance of the national flag. That's something which BJP wants to reverberate amongst the masses in the country.
Arun, thank you. Let me just remind our viewers, vice presidential elections are set to take place on the 6th of August. So all of the MPs you can see on your screen are going to be meeting once more on the 5th of August to discuss that, to prepare for that. Right now, it's time for a short break. For our audiences, on the other side of the short break, we're going to take you to more of the country's top stories. We'll see you in just a few moments.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah
al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that
Welcome back. Our next story takes us down to Karnataka. Remember, the state's set to see elections early next year on or before May. And Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is, as we speak, on a two-day visit in the state. He'll be attending senior Congress leader Siddaramaia's 75th birthday celebrations in Devanagari. Now remember, Siddaramaiah is a former chief minister of the state. There is, as we just said, an ongoing crisis in the Karnataka Congress faction over who should be the next chief ministerial face. On one side, there's Siddaramaiah, but on the other side, there's KPCC, that is the State Congress Party President D.K. Shivkumar, also a very senior Congress Party member. Now, while that tussle continues, Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations are going on. They're being seen as a show of strength by the former chief minister to strengthen his bid for the chief ministerial chair. There's some breaking news coming in this story. We'll move to that very closely. All right, in light of the developments we just told you about, AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has said nobody will talk about the leadership issue. Everyone has been asked to focus on getting the majority, and collective leadership needs to be the mantra. Anyone talking about the chief ministerial face, that issue, they'll face disciplinary action very soon. We want to show you what Venugopal had to say. Take a look at his reaction. Then I'll connect with a reporter on the ground.
No leadership issue is there. Don't talk on leadership issue at all. That has to be, if somebody is telling individual opinion, that also not acceptable. Because of parties policy, you know that the leadership will decide after winning the election. MLAs and party high command will decide the leader. Every leader is already on that path. There was very positive meeting, very energetic meeting. I think Congress party is going to be in a right path from now onwards. We are well prepared to finalize the candidate, to announce the candidate, to win the election. We are very well prepared.
My colleague Harish is with us this morning from Bengaluru live to bring us more context on this story. Harish, for our audiences that are tuning in from across the nation, two questions for you. First, could you tell us, this message that's come in from K.C. Venugopal, are lower cadres of the Karnataka Congress likely to listen to this messaging? That's question one. And question two, could you just explain to our audiences what the bastions of support for D.K. Shivkumar and for Siddaramaiah are in Karnataka?
Well, this messaging came after a political affairs committee meeting attended by around 35 to 38 leaders of Karnataka Congress and Rahul Gandhi as well. He was a special invitee there. The decision is to ensure that everyone chants the collective leadership mantra and nobody talks about who will be the next chief minister face. Well, it's not a challenge to get the cadres to toe the line, because that would happen only in sloganeering. What really was the problem was for the Congress is the fact that you had multiple leaders coming out and making their ambition clear, then others pitching for various other leaders. For example, you had Veerappa Moily, who came out and said that he believed that S.R. Patil would be an ideal candidate for the chief minister's post. So this was sending a wrong message. Now you have the political affairs committee and the Congress High Command making it very clear that they wouldn't want anyone to talk about it, and there will be a disciplinary action if anyone talks about who would be the next chief minister face. In fact, already a warning letter was issued to Zamir Ahmed last week, because he was consistently saying that Siddaramaiah would be the best chief minister face going into election for the Congress party. Now, as far as what this birthday bash means is, one, it's a show of strength by Siddaramaiah to say that he is the undisputed leader of the Ahinda group. That's a loose cluster of backward classes, Dalits and minorities. He wants to show that he has sway over a huge population, a huge electorate, and everyone is keenly watching on what would Rahul Gandhi say, because Siddaramaiah's camp would want to interpret as a shot in the arm and Rahul Gandhi backing Siddaramaiah, just the fact that he's attending this birthday bash. So it's a crucial event that's happening. It's not just a birthday bash, it's also a lot of political messaging that is happening. Remember, the spot, the location is also important. It's in Davangere. It's almost at the center of Karnataka. So they are mobilizing people. I see Siddaramaia's team says they can mobilize anywhere around 5 lakh people for this event. One has to see if that will happen and what is the message that will go across to the state and to the Congress High Command via this event.
Harish, thank you so much for the context on the story. For our audiences, the Karnataka Congress has been very confident of their chances, particularly after a tough year for the Karnataka Chief Minister from the BJP, Basavaraj Bommai. My colleague, all right, we'll go over to our next conversation in a second, but first, Speaker of the House in the United States. I don't need to speak.
The Taiwan Relations Act was built in building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. In our bilateral meeting, we discussed key opportunities to deepen our partnership, upholding democracy and human rights and respect for the individual, combating, well, I'll get around to comment. 3 areas that I just mentioned: security, economy, governance. Security, our relationship is a strong one, and we discussed how we can make it stronger and more and up to date. In economy, we talked about a trade agreement that might be possible and soon. And in governance, among other things, and in governance, I want to salute Taiwan for the leadership you have provided in fighting COVID. Probably one of the highest rates of vaccination, but also the lowest number of deaths from COVID, a real model for the world. It's about science, but it's also about community acceptance of a plan, and that is called leadership. So thank you for that, a lesson to all of us. And so as we deal with those 3 areas, we come here following the President's lead on the Indo-Pacific economic framework. That's interesting. We support that. Again, in terms of security, economy, and governance. Taiwan's not a part of that, so we want to build a different set with the economic package, with our security package, and a trade agreement, hopefully, that is imminent. So this is a very important time for us because we came here to listen and to learn about how we can do this more effectively, really achieving the goals for Taiwan that we all aspire to but don't understand as fully as we do now because of this trip. So again, it's a great pride for us today, the first woman speaker in the House, meeting the first woman president of Taiwan. We have some enthusiasm for that, and again, we're very proud of our representative, Sandra Aldkirk, and I'm proud of my colleague, Susan Delbene. So it may take a moment to take some pride in women's leadership. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable. Right now, with the permission of our President and Speaker Pelosi, we'll be taking up questions from the media. So we'll proceed right now taking the first questions from Taiwanese media, and it will be raised by Mr. Joseph Ye from CNA. Joseph?
President Tsai, Madam Speaker, I'm Joe from the Central News Agency. I'm representing more than hundreds of Taiwanese media. I was given one question, so the question will be a little bit long, so please bear with me, because we have waited for 25 years for this chance. So you're the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years, so do you foresee that your visit will bring up even more similar high senior official U.S. to visit Taiwan in the future, or maybe future speakers? This is the first part of my question. And the second part is, in accordance with Taiwan Travel Act, high-level visit a two-way thing. So a lot of U.S. congressmen has proposed President Tsai to speak at U.S. Congress, if possible. Do you see that it could realize anytime soon in the near future, especially under your leadership in the House? And the final question is, I'm sorry, 25 years again, sorry. The final question is, how do you see how the Chinese welcome you with military exercise and sanctions against Taiwan? Do you foresee that? Thank you.
Well, first let me thank you for your questions on behalf of all of those other people. And to say that in terms of our visit here, and would that lead to other visits, I certainly hope so. But I think it's important to note that members of Congress, several of them have made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again, including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, of support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration. So, I think that they made a big fuss because I'm speaker, I guess. I don't know if that was a reason or an excuse, because they didn't say anything when the men came. What's the second part was?
Invited to the U.S. Congress to make.
Oh, that was the third part, but I'll go there. Okay. That was the third part I thought. We haven't had a joint session in probably 3 years in Congress, partially because of COVID, but even before that it was Christmas and all that. So we haven't had many joint sessions, but we have tried to accommodate visits by bringing together, both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol. And I would hope that that opportunity would be there. The joint session has become something, again, because of COVID, we aren't able to do it. It's even hard for us to do the President's State of the Union address, because you have to space and you have to time and, well, here we are. I don't know, I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing, but you really know more about that than I do. I do think that it's really important for the message to be clear that in the Congress, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans are committed to the security of Taiwan in order to have Taiwan be able to most effectively defend themselves. But it also is about our shared values of democracy and freedom, and how Taiwan has been an example to the world in that regard. And whether it's certain insecurities on the part of the President of China as to his own political situation that he's rattling a saber, I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. What matters to us is that we salute the successes of Taiwan, we work together for the security of Taiwan, and we just take great lessons from the democracy in Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now we take questions from the international media, and I would like to invite Samson Ellis. He is the Taipei Bureau Chief of Bloomberg News. Samson?
Oh, thank you.
Madam President, Madam Speaker, we have seen the Chinese authorities take multiple economic actions against individual Taiwanese companies and entire sectors of the economy here. Taiwan has already paid a cost for your visit and is likely to continue to do so over the coming days and weeks. What concrete, tangible benefits can you promise Taiwan to offset the cost of your trip?
Well, at the same time as this trip is taking place and in recognition of our common interest economically. We just passed the Chips and Science Act. This is something that opens the door for us to, again, have better economic exchanges. I know that some Taiwan businesses, significant ones, are already planning to invest in manufacturing in the United States. And the ingenuity, the entrepreneurial spirit, the brain power, for whatever, the intellectual resource that exists in Taiwan, and the success of the tech industry here for one sector has been really a model, and again we want to increase our relationship. So I think that I would be saying that would be a goal we share, but with the CHIPS Act we're really facilitating reaching that goal, and it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting, and I think that you will see a recognition of the scientific success that Taiwan has had, being a model for how we go forward. That's why our bill is called Chips and Science.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now, last but not the least, we will have a representative from the Japanese media, Mr. Ishiro Koichiro-san. He is the bureau chief of Asahi Shimbun of Japan.
Hello.
你好，总统。
Konnichiwa.
Hello, Speaker Pelosi. Konnichiwa. Thank you very much for taking my questions. My question is about the Chinese democracy. Now we are witnessing the Chinese authorities increasing various pressures, not only to Taiwanese people and Hong Kongese, but to their own citizens, I mean the Chinese people. And as a strong and long-time advocate of democracy, please let us share your ideas how the democratic countries, including South Korea, Japan, where you are heading to, can deter China from invading Taiwan militarily, and how we can guide China toward a democratic political system. Thank you.
Well, two things. In the context, your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize that has some effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept. So when we talk about Taiwan in that context, we have to talk from strength. We have to talk from strength. We have to talk from what Taiwan has been so good about, is being technological.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned.
Thank you very much.
Anything you'd like to add?
Okay. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event is especially important because we are witnessing the historical visit of Speaker Pelosi to Taiwan to convey the message of the U.S. support to Taiwan. So we know in a challenging time like this, Taiwan is not alone. We also would like to thank very especially to President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, her resilience, strength, and wisdom shown in leading Taiwan. Also, our sincere appreciation goes to the distinguished members of the U.S. Congress who accompanied Speaker Pelosi in her trip, and your friendship means a lot to us. Thank you so much for being here in Taiwan. Also, thanks for the presence of so many officials from the U.S. side, from the Taiwan side, whose effort made this event possible. Thank you also very much to the media friends with us today, and also hundreds right now watching the live transmission. Thank you very much to you all. Have a great day.
Good morning. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. The visuals you just saw on your screen, Taiwan has, over the last day, emerged as the front line in a geopolitical showdown between the United States and China. We're going to bring you more coverage on that. Right now, what we showed you was U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit amid multiple warnings coming in from China. Now, the U.S. representative, she met the president of Taiwan. You can see the president of Taiwan on the right side of your screens. During the visit, Pelosi assured extended support to the country on all fronts, be it security, economy, and governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. Remember, in the case of Taiwan, China has long claimed that the island, which calls itself self-ruled, China has long claimed Taiwan as its own. Taiwan's president lauded Pelosi for her Taiwanese stand. She also termed the U.S. a devoted friend. Meanwhile, irked by these developments, over the last day, we've seen China take a number of initiatives. First, they initiated trade sanctions against the Taiwanese economy. They also conducted a number of drills. Now, my colleague Abhishek Jha is with us live this morning to bring us a lot more context on the show about everything that we've seen go down in the last few hours. Let's go over to him to understand more. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, we just saw Nancy Pelosi interact with reporters, and you had one reporter in particular ask her a particularly interesting question. He asked her that since your visit, China has introduced a number of economic repercussions for the country of Taiwan. His question was, how does America plan to make up, and can America make up for how Taiwan is going to stand to lose because of this visit? What did you think of her answer, Abhishek?
So it looks that USA and Taiwan, they have already had a good, great partnership, if you can say, in terms of economic trade and cultural linkages. In fact, Taiwan, we know that is one of the, place which also produce a lot of electronic gadgets, and the chip manufacturing is also very much concentrated in Taiwan. This is a small part that is also used in most of the automated equipments across the globe. In fact, the manufacturing industry across the globe have been impacted with the scarcity of these chips. So these are the small but very important manufacturing units that Taiwan has, the technology Taiwan has, and the kind of support from USA Taiwan has. It can actually become a very crucial partner in the global supply chain. This is what USA has been thinking of Taiwan in a long-term strategy. If we talk about Chinese side, there is of course going to be a certain economic coercion from Chinese side to Taiwan, which of course USA must have calculated, and they have factored in before Nancy Pelosi would have decided to visit Taiwan. And the solidarity that USA is trying to express with Taiwan in terms of sending number 3 in US hierarchy, Nancy Pelosi, to Taiwan, will actually be realized only if USA makes up for the losses that Taiwan will have in case of Chinese sanctions and trade barriers that China has announced that they will be putting on Taiwan. So we'll have to see how much of support on ground in terms of economic support USA will be having to Taiwan. For now, the political support seems quite quite strong with the visit of Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan's the ruling class is certainly emboldened the way they have always been, that they are a self-ruling state. But we'll have to see how much of balance USA will be now making between China and Taiwan, because China is also very important trade partner for USA, is also very important if we talk about the strategic and security interest of USA. So how much of balancing act USA will have to make between Taiwan and China, that is something that we'll be waiting for and looking forward to in the days to come.
Abhishek, I also want to ask you, earlier on the show yesterday, we got to speak to an analyst, and part of what he said was that when we take a look at the drills that we've seen in the last few hours that China's done, or even the economic sanctions, his point was that this might just be a precursor. He said China is the kind of country that possibly has a long-term plan when it comes to the actions they could take against the United States because of the situation in Taiwan. Is that something that you agree with? And if so, what action could we possibly see China take in the next few months?
So, the remark that we have seen of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, yesterday talking to reporters on the about the recent visit of him on Shanghai Cooperation Union's foreign ministers meet, he said that the countries globally have supported one China policy. In fact, he also said that USA is trying to play Taiwan card. So probably this is something that China has always expected, and they have factored in when making their policy and all the naval maneuvering that we have seen in the recent days that China has been doing in and around Taiwan. So all the things that is happening has been very much calculated from both sides, China side and Taiwan side. But now, since USA has already played its Taiwan card, if we talk about in terms of Chinese side, now the question is how China is going to respond. Currently, it looks like the heightened military tension that we have seen in the in and around Taiwan Strait, that is going to be a very symbolic gesture from Chinese side. But we must not make any mistake in considering the fact that China will not stop here only at making some symbolic gesture. It will also put certain ground actions as well. And who will be most impacted with these ground action if we talk about military or aggressive stance of China in South China Sea or East China Sea, or the trade barriers that China will put in and around Taiwan. Also, we know that Chinese side has been very much keen on buying Russian oil in the recent days, which has actually helped Russian economy keep afloat in the wake of Russia's war against Ukraine. So probably if China and Russia, they join hands together in terms of economic partnership, that will have a huge a ramification for USA's war against USA and NATO's war against Russia in Ukraine that we have currently seeing. So a lot of geopolitics and geoeconomics is involved in this visit. We'll have to see how in the days what actions Chinese side will be taking, because USA has already played its Taiwan card, but now it will be the time for Chinese side to put across its line of thinking, to put across its strength that it has always claimed that it can have, and we'll have to see in which ways and in what ways these announcements or these coercive actions will come from Chinese side.
Okay, Abhishek, thank you so much for that clarity. For our audiences, very quickly now, we want to take you through some of the key comments that have come from the U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi in the last few hours. Remember, Pelosi is the second in the line of succession in the United States. If anything were to happen to U.S. President Joe Biden, it would then be VP Kamala Harris and then Nancy Pelosi. So she's a very, very high-ranking official in the American cabinet. Now, she's come into Taiwan. She's made a number of statements that have, as you've already seen, affected China. We're going to take you through some of these statements. The first, obviously, she said, we're proud of our enduring friendship. Now, you must understand, in diplomatic and analyst circles, it's said that America's attitude towards Taiwan is one of strategic ambiguity, not one that is so positive, which is why these marks are leaving such a note. Now, the other thing she said here is the U.S. won't abandon its commitment to Taiwan. Another interesting comment, because you might know that a few days ago, you had U.S. President Joe Biden make a number of comments in the same vein. He'd been forced to walk back on his remarks. So in that sense, Pelosi's statements are particularly positive. The third thing she said, Taiwan is an inspiration for all of those who love freedom. Remember, Taiwan, Hong Kong, these are areas around China that have been affected by China. In that light, these statements in particular hold great weightage. This is obviously a particularly sensitive one. Congratulations on your successful tackling of COVID. Sensitive because, as you might know, China is where COVID started. China also, just a few months ago, saw a serious resurgence of COVID across parts of the country. The last comment over here, as she said, we will cooperate on security, that's particularly important, and economy. The third thing, governance also, but obviously security and economy, they're both particularly important because Taiwan is a government and a country that's economy does need quite a bit of support. We'll take a deeper dive into that in just a second. But first, take a look at what Pelosi had to say about Taiwan. Take a look.
Advancing our shared interest of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. It's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. But you really know more about that than I do.
And more breaking news on this story. China has, as we speak, suspended imports of citrus fruits, chilled white hairtail and frozen horse mackerel from the Taiwan region from Wednesday. This has been announced by the country's General Administration of Customs. Remember, this is one of a number of economic actions we've seen from the country in the last few hours. Now, my colleague Abhishek is with us right now, bringing us input on this story. Abhishek, for Indian audiences watching right now, I think there's a deeper explanation required here. If you could give our audiences context, how dependent is the Taiwan economy on imports and exports from China? How dependent are they on economic aid and investment from the United States? If you could give us more context here.
So there, though Taiwan is a ruling setup that is of its own kind. If we talk juxtaposing it with China, Chinese setup is quite a communist setup, and Taiwan has a democratically elected government, and there has been a lot of differences always between the two sides of the one country, one China. But if you talk about the investment, there has been a lot of trade dynamics involved between China and Taiwan. Surely the kind of barriers that Chinese side is going to put on the imports from Chinese side will have certain ramification on Taiwan's economy. Probably they will have to look for newer markets in and around them, and the dependency on China will have to be reduced substantially. And if we talk about USA have a good number of allies in Indo-Pacific, and if it actually tries to be, stand by the side of Taiwan in solidarity, then probably it will also help facilitate Taiwan have more market access to other Indo-Pacific nations that can be India, Japan, Philippines, or all the nations that fall in the coastal lines of South China Sea. So this is the kind of the balance that USA might play in the days to come. We know that even Japan has been very, Japan has also expressed its own concern about the heightened military tension in Taiwan Strait and the military drills that China is conducting in that area. So a lot of support from Taiwan indirectly from the US allies in that Indo-Pacific region, while China will have to fend for itself if we talk about doing coercive economic actions against Taiwan, or for that matter any US ally in that region. So also we have to understand this context that when this whole Nancy Pelosi visit has happened in Taiwan, Chinese side has called US Ambassador Nicholas Burns in Beijing, and they have registered strongest protest over this visit, and they have said that USA is trying to play Taiwan card, and they are trying to do these all steps that USA is taking are in a direction to contain China. If you talk about containing China, that can be in two broad sector. One is military strength and other is economic strength. We know that China is trying to emerge as a superpower in terms of economic strength, trade, manufacturing base, and also it has invested a lot in its defense capability over the past few years. So the containment of China will be in these two sectors, and USA with Taiwan and other allies in the Indo-Pacific is trying to create that network that China is insecure about. So we'll have to see how these economic sanctions will be paired by USA support and its allies, other allies support in and around the region of Taiwan.
Abhishek, thank you so much for all of that context. For our audiences, part of why this story is so important is the larger geopolitical context. Take, for example, Russia's reaction. Russia has openly condemned Pelosi's Taiwan visit. This is along expected lines. This is the response that's come in from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Take a look.
А сегодня мы имеем возможность практически в прямом эфире видеть, как осуществляется американская провокация. Поэтому мы рассматриваем возможный, это даже я не знаю, как назвать, возможный, потенциальный, необъявленно реализуемый визит спикера Палаты представителей Конгресса США Пелоси на Тайвань как очередное провокационное действие администрации США, желающее оказать дополнительное давление на Пекин.
We're not going to be saber-rattling, and we're not going to do anything to increase the tensions. We'd like to see the tensions come down. We'd like to see the lines of communication with Beijing stay open. Again, we reiterate, there's no reason, just no justification whatsoever for the tensions to amp up any more than they already are.
All right, we'll be bringing you more coverage on that story through the day today. But very quickly now, moving to developments taking place in the UK, where a recent poll shows that Foreign Minister Liz Truss, the front-runner to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson in about a month from now, has a smaller lead over her rival, Indian origin Rishi Sunak, than earlier thought. My colleague Sanjay Suri reports from a community kitchen started by the UK Prime Ministerial candidate Rishi Sunak. Take a look at the conversation that took place.
I'm here in Archie's kitchen of plenty, and there are samosas and mattis. I can smell them. But the conversation is all about Rishi Sunak. Lord Rami Ranger has created a bit of a storm when he says that Rishi Sunak clearly has the caliber, and if he's not elected, it will be because of racism. What do we think?
There's a possibility of that being there. Also, there's a possibility, because the Conservative Party consists of quite an old age members, that it might be that they will look at it as Okay, now they know the colonial and looking, India being under British Raj and all that. Maybe that would go against him also. But mostly, I think the race card could play in it.
Let's hope it is not racism, because he certainly has the caliber. He's got the figures in his head. He's been a chancellor before. And I certainly believe if he works with a fresh chancellor, whoever's going to be, that together they could get this country back up what it needs.
Integrity of actually opting out when he did, because he could see that the ship was sinking, yeah? So why are you going to back somebody who is actually got the completely wrong policies? He doesn't know what he's doing, and I think Rishi actually opted out and got out of it at the right time. He did the right thing.
All right, and we're moving now from international news back to domestic news. Breaking news coming in from right here in Delhi, where a CID team that was from West Bengal was actually stopped by the Delhi police. The CID team wanted to conduct a search and raid at a place of an accused in Delhi. Remember, this is actually related to a Jharkhand case. You might remember this. Over the weekend, you had 3 Jharkhand MLAs who were caught with a very large amount of cash, but they were caught in West Bengal. That's how West Bengal is involved in this entire investigation. Now, the CID, which is in Delhi, they did have a warrant from the court. That's what's taken place so far. Remember, the same CID yesterday claimed that the 3 Jharkhand MLAs arrested with around 50 lakh rupees were part of a conspiracy to topple the Jharkhand state government. Remember, the Jharkhand state government is led by the JMMM. Now, they strongly suspected indirect involvement with the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. This is a large, complicated story. My colleague Saurabh is with us right now to bring us more context on this story. Saurabh, I'm going to ask you. All right, we're actually going to connect with Saurabh in just a few minutes from now so that we can give you more context on this story. Just to bring you more context in the past, you must understand the CID that is involved from West Bengal, they suspect that the money that was found over the weekend with these 3 MLAs, you can see the visual on your screens, that's the car in which the 3 MLAs and a large amount of money, it was about 50 lakhs, was found. The CID suspects that the money was arranged by a local share market trader for those 3 MLAs. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh, she's our senior editor. She's with us right now to bring us a lot more context on this story. Pallavi, 2 questions for you. Just because this is a confusing story, it involves 3 different states. If you could explain to our audiences the context, and then if you could tell us about this recent face-off of sorts that we're seeing between the police in Delhi.
So, as you know, just a few days back, we found 3 Congress MLAs who were found with a large amount of cash in a vehicle. It was in Howrah. The allegation which came in both from the Trinamool Congress and the Congress party was that this was an attempt being made by the BJP to provide them cash to try and lure them to join the BJP and break away from the Congress. Politically, a lot of action happens, accusations, counter-accusations. Case has been filed. Those 3 Congress MLAs have also been suspended. BJP completely denied it. The allegation by Himanta Biswa Sarma also was that just because they met me, some from the Congress party, doesn't mean that I was trying to tap them. These kind of courtesy calls often happen. So the latest development, and which is now going to become a flashpoint between the centre and the Bengal government, is that a CID team, that is a Bengal CID team, has a warrant from the court to go and question the accused, but they are being restrained by the Delhi police, and therefore this is something which is a violation of the court order. And why is it that the BJP-controlled Delhi police is now stepping in?
All right. Thank you so much, Pallavi, for bringing us more information on this case. The CID is, you must remember, tracking the money trail in this story. They're trying to understand. Currently, they're investigating a Hawala angle in this entire story. Right now, it's time for a short break. We'll see you on the other side right here on Breaking News.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Welcome back. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. Our next story takes us down south to Karnataka. Remember, the state is set for elections next year, on or before May. Our next story is related exactly to that. The Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is, as we speak, on a 2-day visit to the state. He's going to be attending senior Congress leader and the former Chief Minister Siddaramaia's 75th birthday celebrations in Devangari. However, this visit comes in the background of an ongoing crisis within the Karnataka Congress over who should be the party's next chief ministerial face for the 2023 elections. On one side, you've got the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. On the other side, you've got the KPCC, or the Congress Party State Unit President D.K. Shivkumar. It seems as if there is a face-off of sorts between the followers of both parties. As that tussle continues, you've also had in the last few hours Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal. He's made the statement that the party has decided to take action against those who discuss the issue of chief ministerial face in public. Essentially, he's asked for party unity. Now, my colleague Harish Upadhyay is with us live this morning to bring us context on this entire story. Harish, for viewers who are joining us right now, could you bring us more context? I know that for months now we've discussed this growing vertical split, almost soft vertical split in the Congress between both these senior leaders and their followers. Are they likely to be able to patch it over in the next few months? How deep-rooted are the fissures?
Well, there was a political affairs committee meeting yesterday. The message is clear that everyone should chant the mantra of collective leadership. Nobody comes out of turn and talks about leadership or who would be the next chief minister face. Now, having said that, remember, there was a meeting last month that was headed by Rahul Gandhi. You had Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar attending it, and post which is when this whole verbal battle over who would be the chief minister face began. Now, the message is very clear. The party high command says that everyone goes to elections in a collective leadership banner, and then once we get majority, we can decide who would be the next chief minister face. But what happens today here in Davangere, this is seen as a show of strength by Siddaramaiah and his camp. He is making it very clear that he's the undisputed leader of the Hindu community. That's a loose cluster of backward classes, minorities and Dalits, and they form a significant chunk of electorate in Karnataka. And Siddaramaiah's camp saying that the fact that Rahul Gandhi is taking part in this event itself is a stamp of approval about Siddaramaiah being the true mass leader of the Congress party. And everyone now seeing if Rahul Gandhi would say anything on stage which can be construed as a stamp of approval for Siddaramaiah. That's what everyone is keenly focusing on. In the meanwhile, there is a subtle Lingayat outreach happening as well. You have Rahul Gandhi visiting the various mutts here, meeting the seers of various mutts here just before this event. So the Congress, in a way, going full throttle campaign mode as elections are just around 8 to 9 months away. In the meanwhile, as you rightly pointed out, has to be seen if last night's meeting can ensure that nobody talks about leadership or chief minister face in the coming few weeks and months. That would be very crucial for the Congress party to ensure that they can get majority here. They will also have to ensure that two of their top leaders, KPCC President D.K. Shivkumar and leader of opposition Siddaramaiah, can work together.
Harish Upadhyay joining us live from Devangari. Remember, that's where the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's celebrations are set to take place. Now, senior Congress leadership has been quite confident of their chances of winning the next elections. That's partly because the current Chief Minister in the BJP-led Karnataka government, Basavaraj Bommai, is seen by the Congress to have not had a successful last year. My colleague Zaka Jacob spoke to Basavaraj Bommai, the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, about developments in the state. Take a look.
The opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shivkumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on to say that you are the weakest Chief Minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See,
Siddaramaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me, and if they say it is zero, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress, and they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately, people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried many of them, including Siddaramaiah, and the credibility of Shivkumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this contractors association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
All right, that is a story from Karnataka. We're going to move now, though, from Karnataka to Maharashtra, where full-blown politics has erupted over an attack on an MLA from the Shinde-led, remember that's the rebel Shiv Sena faction. This is the MLA Uday Samant. He is also a former minister. His vehicle was attacked yesterday. Now, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, who you'll remember a few weeks ago, led that rebel faction. He termed the attack an act of cowardice. He directed police to investigate the matter. What you need to understand is that a video went viral of the entire attack in which you can see those who are attacking his vehicle shouting out. They're raising slogans like traitor against the MLA and the Chief Minister Shinde. Now, that's perhaps what's led to the MLA, Samant, saying that the possibility of this attack being for the Chief Minister instead, that can't be ruled out. Remember, Samant was accompanying Chief Minister Shinde at a program in the Katraj area in Pune. Aditya Thackeray also had a meeting in the same area earlier that day. Very quickly, we want to take you through reactions. This is what Uday Samant had to say. Remember, he's an MLA from Ratnagiri. Take a look.
उनके हाथ में कुछ पत्थर थे, स्टिक था, और उन्होंने गाड़ी पे हमला किया और गाड़ी भी फोड़ डाली है। लेकिन ये बहुत निंदनीय है। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति ऐसी नहीं होती। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति को कोई संस्कार है, उस संस्कार से ही होना चाहिए। मेरी तो दूसरी एक शंका इसमें है कि वो मेरा कॉन्वॉय का फॉलो कर रहे थे या सीएम साहब का कर रहे थे। अभी पुलिस को मैं बोलने वाला हूँ, उसमें जो कुछ है वो मैं बोलने वाला हूँ। लेकिन ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, ये अच्छी संस्कृति नहीं है। जो संस्कृति हमने सीखी है वही संस्कृति से लोकशाही से पॉलिटिक्स होना चाहिए, मेरा मत है। लेकिन ये किसके लिए थी? वो मेरे कॉन्वॉय को फॉलो कर रहे थे या सीएम साहब के कॉन्वॉय को फॉलो कर रहे थे?
Aditya Thackeray, you have been on a whirlwind tour of Maharashtra, specifically focusing on the constituencies of rebel MLAs. We have seen an untoward incident that has happened. Charged up Shiv Sainiks attacked the vehicle of one of your MLAs. How do you see it?
No, in fact, I just heard about it through the media. I obviously appeal for peace because the people will teach these traitors a lesson in the elections. Most importantly, if you see, the emotions are running high. Actually, nobody has liked the treachery that has happened with a good man, with a good government. And it may be someone on, in the crowd, but I will appeal for peace, and I think that is what all of us want.
All right, my colleague Mihir is with us live from Mumbai this morning to discuss the attack last night and the repercussions. Let's go with him to understand more. Mihir, we just heard from Aditya Thackeray, himself a former minister in the Maharashtra government. We see him over there broadly condemning the attack that took place yesterday. The first question I'd like to ask you is that a message that we've really seen filtered down to the lower Shiv Sena cadre? Are they going to take this message seriously?
Well, Aditya Thackeray has made it clear that he's nearly not taking the responsibility of the attacks as far as Shiv Sena is concerned. He said that there's some amount of anger and resentment among people at large for the manner in which the government was brought down, for the manner in which Shiv Sena had to go through whatever it is going through at this point, including Uddhav Thackeray, and that could lead to the anger and this kind of incident that happened with Mr. Uday Samant. Now, Uday Samant was in Pune yesterday along with Eknath Shinde, who's also on a tour to get that kind of support from people. Now, his car was passing through an area where Aditya Thackeray had a rally some time back, and that's when at a particular signal, this particular car was gherawed and people were sloganeering. In fact, it was very anti-Shinde camp slogans that were shouted, after which this incident took place. Now, stones were pelted. In fact, someone also goes on to say that those people, the unidentified people whom police will be taking an action, are actually were having some sort of weapons like rods and stones, and so clearly the indication was that they were prepared for something like this, and whether it was an attack on him or the CM is something which is critical and which the police will be investigating. From what we know at this point is that the police has already made 5 arrests in this matter, including a Sena chief of that area, Mr. Sanjay More. So the police is taking all the action as far as this particular incident is concerned. On the other hand, Shiv Sena is not really taking responsibilities, but as far as the initial investigation, it appears that there could be a hand of Shiv Seniks who are angry at these rebel MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, and that could have led to this kind of incident that happened with Uday Samant. So we'll have to wait and watch, but at this point, clearly there is no message as such to go out there on the street and attack the MLAs. That was something which was made clear by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray initially when that split took place, where the MLAs walked away. They showed their strength. They formed a government by showing their majority. So clearly we'll have to see, but yes, it is a burning issue and sentiments are high. There is certain amount of anger among Shiv Seniks for the manner in which the Sena is really being reduced at this point.
Mihir, thank you so much for giving us that clarification on that story. Remember, almost exactly a month ago, Uddhav Thackeray stepped down as Chief Minister of Maharashtra after 40 of the Shiv Sena's 54 MLAs rebelled against him under the leadership of the party's Thane strongman, now the Chief Minister of the state, Eknath Shinde. The Supreme Court will today continue hearing a bunch of petitions related to the formation of the Shinde government. These include the issues of the disqualification of rebel MLAs and the right over the party symbol, that of the bow and arrow. CNN News 18's Vinaya Deshpande, she's our Mumbai bureau chief. She spoke to the former Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray. Remember, he's also the son of the former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. She spoke to him about all of these developments. Take a look at their conversation.
A lot of jibe is being taken on the current government as well. A lot of jokes about how it's just the two persons and the cabinet is only of two members, the CM as well as the DCM. It's been almost a month and the Maharashtra government has not yet, there's been no cabinet expansion. How do you see that?
I heard someone had gone to a furniture store looking for a cabinet. But I mean, there are two aspects of looking at this. One is there cannot be a cabinet because the whole swearing in of this government is unconstitutional. The other part is, of course, without a cabinet and with only two people running to Delhi all the time, they have no time for the people. Now you see multiple issues, but these two people are actually only indulging in politics of a low level.
But do you see that the power center in the state has moved to Delhi?
I think that is another question after all. The first question is, who is the real chief minister?
There has been a lot of debate about all the MLAs who have gone away from you. Do you think that it is the fear of the Supreme Court hearing that is keeping them from cabinet expansion?
See, the government is absolutely unconstitutional. It is illegal. It's formed by a treacherous means. And most importantly, you'll see justice will be done.
What do you have to say about the 40 MLAs and the 12 MPs who have left you and who have joined the Shinde camp, since this is the first time you're speaking to CNN News 18 after the incident?
I have been wondering very often that what less did we give them? Did we give them anything less? They were after all with us in power. Some of them enjoyed great ministries. Some of them also enjoyed departments which have never been left by the chief minister of any state for the last 30-40 years. So what was wrong that we did with them? Maybe we gave them too much, maybe we trusted them too much, and I think that is where we faulted.
You've also said just a few days ago that there are two groups, even among those who have left.
Yes, absolutely. One is the group that is treacherous, one is the group that went by their own means for their monstrous hunger for power or maybe to save themselves. There is another group which has been misled. I think for them, as I said, the doors will be always open.
A lot of turbulence for the Sena. So many MLAs, MPs have left. Sanjay Raut has been arrested. Is this one of the lowest points for the party?
I think more than the party, lowest points for a democracy. After 75 years of independence, we're looking at our democracy struggle. We're looking at independent voices struggle. Today they're coming after political parties. Tomorrow they'll go after the common man.
One last question. After Uddhav Thackeray spoke with Samna, it was the turn of the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has in fact challenged Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he shouldn't make him open his mouth. How do you see that kind of a threat?
Oh, we'd be happy if he does. But once again, who's the real Chief Minister?
Once again, who's the real Chief Minister? That was Aditya Thackeray, a former minister in the Maharashtra government. Right now, it's time for a short break. On the other side, we continue to take a look at all of the country's top stories right here on the Breaking News. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Welcome back. You're watching Breaking News here at CNN News 18. Now, you might remember the West Bengal SSC, the School Services Commission scam that we've been covering over the last few days. This is a teacher recruitment scam that, according to the Enforcement Directorate, had been going on for a few years in West Bengal. Now, prime in charge, according to the Enforcement Directorate, was the state's education minister at the time, but a minister also when he was taken into ED remand, Partha Chatterjee. His aide, Arpita Mukherjee, and him have both been in ED remand over the last 2 days. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has asked, remember, their custody for both Partha and Arpita is going to end today. The ED is possibly going to seek an extension of 2 more days. They're going to be producing evidence of joint financial interests of both Partha and Arpita. They found a partnership deed during the searches, which revealed that both Partha and Arpita are 50% partners. Now, my colleague Ashish Mehrishi with us. We're going to introduce to you a few pieces of information in this story. Ashish is going to be bringing us information on all of this. Ashish, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Ashish, just for our audiences, could you start the day by giving us context to what the SSC scam was? Then could you tell us about this most recent development that the ED is possibly going to ask for 2 days extension on their remand?
So it's not only one scam, it's basically investigation of 3 scams. One is the giving job by the West Bengal government through the SSC, that is School Service Commission. There was huge amount of corruption, and where people who actually did not deserve to be in the position of getting a job, they were given a job for a bribe. Then came the Group C and Group D recruitment. There as well, there was huge amount of bribes that was collected, and people who actually did not deserve to be in those positions were given job for a bribe. And the third and the most important was the primary education, where we all know that the future of kids are shaped, and if there as well recruitment was done on a basis of bribe. So there are basically 3 scams simultaneously which are being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, going into the custody, what we have been told is by our sources in the Enforcement Directorate is that in the month of November 2011, there was a joint partnership deed between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. The Enforcement Directorate has a copy of that partnership deed. Through that partnership deed, there are 3 companies that were established, and with the basis of these 3 companies, properties or various properties were purchased, where Partha as well as Arpita basically are joint owners, 50% each. So the Enforcement Directorate is basically going to seek 2 days of custody. They're going to further request for custody, and they're going to establish, more importantly, they're going to establish the financial link between both of them, their joint financial interest. That is what the Enforcement Directorate is going to claim in their remand application today.
All right, Ashish, we're going to come to you with more questions in just a sec. We have more breaking news in this exact story. Okay, in particular, within the Enforcement Directorate's investigation in this case is that they are struggling to find the real owner of a house in Fort Oasis. Sources reveal that at least 15 companies are registered on the same address. The ED is also questioning one of the directors of a company registered at the address. He has no idea who the owner is, as he was a paid director. That's one aspect of the case. Let's go over to my colleague Ashish to understand more. Ashish, would it be correct for our audiences to assume that Fort Oasis is in West Bengal? Could you tell us more?
Yeah, this is basically a society again, and it's a flat number 503 in Fort Oasis in Kolkata. Yesterday, the Enforcement Directorate team waited for hours together to find out the real owner. In fact, there are around 15 companies that are registered on this address. They have been able to track down. In fact, they found certain documents related to this place, and that is why the Enforcement Directorate basically went for a search operation there as well. But interestingly, no owner is coming forward to claim that the house belongs to that person, and as of now, since they can't break open because the property is owned by somebody else, it is not, because the accused is not the owner. So there could be a possibility that we could find some cash or some jewelry or some important documents at this location as well. So nobody as of now is coming to claim. The Enforcement Directorate in all likelihood is going to press basically a notice there asking the owner to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. They can summon, and in case again even after summons, if somebody does not appear, then they can break open that property. They have the right under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. They can basically make a duplicate key as well under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and they can break open that property. But since the property is owned by somebody else as of now, so they can't break open immediately because the property does not belong to the accused. So here it's basically a mysterious place, this flat number 503 in Fort Oasis in Kolkata. Let's see how things move forward in this as well.
All right, Ashish, once again we have more breaking news in this story, so we're going to have to come back to you in a second. What we're also learning is that the Enforcement Directorate might possibly unveil certain travel documents for both Arpita and Partha. The EDs found that Arpita and Partha, this is Arpita Mukherjee, she was the aide of the former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee. They both traveled to a number of destinations together in India and abroad. The EDs found that Partha and Arpita traveled together to Dubai and Singapore. Let's go back to my colleague Ashish. Ashish, I think a question members in the audience are sure to ask is, what do details of their private travelling have to do with this case? Could you explain?
So there are 2 areas of concern for the Enforcement Directorate. One is that they have to prove it in the court of law that whatever was happening, whether it is cash, gold or everything, they both were responsible equally for that. That is what the target of the Enforcement Directorate is, and that is what the remand application is going to say today. So here they are going to show travel documents, at least for 2 international travels. One is Singapore, another is Dubai. Now both we know are notorious places for hiding ill-gotten wealth. We all know that these places have been used to hide, as it has always been used as a tax haven in the past as well. So the Enforcement Directorate is going to basically look at if there are any foreign entities or bank accounts where their Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee would have hidden their wealth or not. So that is what they're going to look at, and more importantly, they have often traveled within India as well. So the Enforcement Directorate is going to present some pictures, certain documents of overseas travels as well as inland travel, and that is what they're going to show, that they have been together for a number of years. And I said in the in the previous story as well, they have a joint partnership deed of 50-50. The partnership deed says that we both are 50% equal holders of a in fact, for that partnership deed, there are certain companies that were made, and with that company certain properties were also purchased. So that is what they are going to establish in the court today, that they both are equally responsible for the cash, the gold, and whatever ill-gotten wealth they have generated over a period of time.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashish, for joining us this morning. Thank you for bringing us more details on this entire story. Now, we have some more breaking news. This is related to a slightly different aspect in the same story. Now, as this scam singes the state, you have the Union Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan. He's written a letter to the West Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee. In his letter, he stated that there's a need to rectify the teachers' recruitment scams. He's expressed grave concern over the alleged irregularities in the teacher recruitment in the state. He's asked the Chief Minister to take corrective action. That letter mentions how the minister was concerned over recruitment of teachers and Group C and D staff in government schools. Now, let's go over to my colleague Arun. Arun, the State Education Minister is obviously Bratya Basu in West Bengal. Do we have any response from either him or the Mamata Banerjee-led government in West Bengal?
Well, see, Toya, as of now, there is no response from the West Bengal government side. But yes, it's a big development because we had seen how Enforcement Directorate is continuing with their raids and how the money being recovered along with the gold jewelry and other valuable items. And in that backdrop, Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan writing a letter to Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and urging her to take corrective measures. And he also mentioned in that letter that how Union government is making all the efforts to improve the education system, and they are always ready to provide any sort of support to the West Bengal government vis-a-vis education is concerned. And he also said in this letter that how damaging these allegations are, and how the future generation will have impact on them, and therefore it is very, very imperative for the state government to take corrective measures. And he also very softly said in this letter that he has that confidence that Mamata Banerjee will take that corrective measures to take the education forward, and whatever support they will seek from the central government, they are always there to provide them that support. But yes, it is very, very damaging, and therefore that was perhaps the reason why we had seen Mamata Banerjee sacking Partha Chatterjee, the number 2 of TMC, not only from her cabinet but also from the party. On the other hand, we had seen Partha Chatterjee has been maintaining this fact that he hasn't done anything. He's saying that he will come out of these allegations very clean. But every day, whenever Enforcement Directorate is raiding the houses of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee and others, huge sum of money being recovered, and that's something which is putting the education system, the recruitment which happened in West Bengal under the scanner, and raising large questions, because this is related to the future of the children.
Arun, thank you so much for providing us with context. We do need to move on, though, from those developments in West Bengal now to Jharkhand. The Jharkhand government has ordered the removal of the word Urdu in a number of school names. A number of schools are reported to have changed their names to include the word Urdu in their title. That's what a number of schools, so the number ranges to about 350. That's the first change. The second change, according to authorities, is that weekly offs have been reversed from Sundays to Fridays in a number of schools. The food timing for the midday meal has also apparently, according to reports, been changed. Now, this matter was reported last month. Changes were made, according to authorities, in several non-Urdu schools in Muslim-dominated areas of Jamtara district in Jharkhand. Now, the opposition has been crying foul on this. My colleague Saurabh is with us right now. He's going to tell us a lot more in terms of details. Saurabh, I believe that this is an issue that first came to light when you had a Jharkhand BJP MP, Sudarshan Bhagat, file a complaint in this regard. Could you tell us right since then how this story has developed and what the opposition has had to say?
Yes, Toya, this matter came up when the issue came into light from Jamtara district, where over 100 schools were reported where the holidays were observed on Friday instead of Sundays, and also there were some schools where the word Urdu was written in the primary government schools. though they were not modified Urdu schools, but the name Urdu was written in those schools. Now, after we reported on 11th of July, the education minister took cognizance of this matter, and also he took the cognizance of the MP, the local MP who complained about it, and then inquiry was set, investigation went, and finally the education department has issued an order giving many directions to all the educational institutions in the state, saying that the holidays will be observed not on Fridays but on Sundays, especially for all the schools which are not Urdu notified schools by the government. And the other thing is the Sundays will be the only designated holiday for all the educational institutions. Also, the state government has directed to remove the word Urdu from those schools which are not Urdu designated schools. And also, the state government has said that strict action will be taken if there is any violation to these rules, because it will be taken as action against the government order.
Okay.
Interestingly, the prayers, the matter of praying, the morning prayers which was observed in these schools, the students were forced to cross hand instead of the old method of joining hands, the prayers. The government has also directed that the prayers will be done as it was done earlier as old methods.
Saurabh, I'm so sorry. These are particularly important developments. We will have to come to you. We are currently running out of time. That is all that we have right now on the 10 a.m. show. Next, my colleague Arunima is right here. She's going to be taking over at 11 a.m.
Thanks so much for all that, Toya. Good morning, viewers. Once again, I am Arunima. You're watching CNN News 18. Our top focus is the crisis that China feels is being created in Asia. Taiwan has emerged as the front line in a geopolitical showdown as amidst threats and warnings from China. United States House Representative Nancy Pelosi met the president of Taiwan. Pelosi assured extended support to the country on all fronts, be it security, economy or governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. China, which claims the self-ruled island as its own, Taiwan president lauded Pelosi on her Taiwan stand and termed U.S. as a devoted friend. Meanwhile, urged by U.S Speaker Pelosi's visit, China has initiated trade sanctions against Taiwan.
Advancing our shared interest of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the one China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. It's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. But you really know more about that than I do.
Is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development, talent cultivation, and supply chains so as to further elevate Taiwan-U.S. relations.
Nancy Pelosi has been showering praise on Taiwan ever since she landed. Here are 5 compliments she gave to the country, which is bound to leave China fuming. First up, she said that we are proud of our enduring friendship. So that is something that she underlined. Then she said, United States won't abandon its commitment to Taiwan. Next up came the statement, Taiwan an inspiration for all who love freedom. That freedom is, of course, in the context of China. Congratulate you on successfully tackling COVID. And the next thing that she said was, will cooperate on security, economy and governance. So Nancy Pelosi there constantly underlining the friendship that the United States shares with Taiwan and speaking about the country's handling of the COVID situation. Again, something that has a China connection. So how is all this praise, the fact that she's there, how is this being taken by China. Let me get in a word from Stephen joining us from Beijing. Stephen, thank you so much for taking time out. First up, help us understand what is the reaction from the Chinese general public that you gauge on social media, within the Chinese civil society? How is this visit being assessed?
Arnima, it's interesting that the Chinese reactions, especially on social media platforms, seem to have been even stronger than the official response. Probably not surprising after nationalistic sentiment has been stoked by state media for so long before this visit. Now, it's interesting to note that as soon as Pelosi's plane landed in Taiwan, the Chinese government announced a series of live-fire military drills around the island. But they were supposed to start on Thursday after Pelosi's expected departure from Taiwan. But amid this growing online backlash against their government's perceived lackluster response, the Chinese military seems to have now pushed the drills starting time forward by having a second announcement saying those drills would now start immediately on Tuesday. So, you know, this kind of drills involved not only firing conventional missiles, but also shooting down hypothetical air and land targets, as well as practicing a blockade. Arunima?
Right, but overall, I mean, that's the concern. The fact that where is this leading to? Do you get a sense that China is only flexing muscles? They've, of course, announced some trade sanctions, not allowing natural sand trade to happen. But in terms of military escalation, how do you see the situation developing?
You know, it's interesting from the Chinese perspective. Of course, their officials and state media have been describing these drills as unprecedented in terms of their proximity to Taiwan, but also their scale and intensity. And then, of course, they have also announced political, probably more important economic sanctions against Taiwan by halting, for example, the export of natural sand to the island. And that's an important component to the semiconductor industry, which, of course, is very important to Taiwan. They also have banned the import of more than 100 types of Taiwanese fruits and seafood. All of this, of course, is not surprising. But what's interesting is we're starting to see Chinese state media seemingly trying to temper down expectations, public expectations of in terms of what's going to happen by saying things like a complex historic issue like Taiwan cannot be resolved overnight, and also highlighting how they have been exercising quote-unquote restraint by giving peaceful reunification with Taiwan one last chance. Arunima?
And before I let you go, Stephen, the fact that, you know, we've heard some conciliatory voices. For example, the U.S. National Security Coordinator said that, you know, we will not engage in saber rattling. We will not do anything to increase tension. So while Nancy Pelosi has just praised Taiwan for its stance, there are also other voices that we are hearing from Washington, from New York. So is this damage control going to calm down tempers in China, in Beijing in any way?
You know, what Nancy Pelosi says or does in Taiwan now matters very little to the Beijing government. As soon as her plane landed in Taiwan, from their perspective, a reckless and proactive act has been committed. And also remember, they've known her for decades. She's been a thorn on their side because she's a staunch critic of Beijing, especially its human rights record. So also it's worth noting it's not the first time a sitting U.S. House Speaker visited Taiwan. The last time happened, of course, was Newt Gingrich when there in 1997. But what's changed in the past 25 years, of course, is Beijing's calculations of its own strength. Now they have upgraded missile capabilities to strike aircraft carriers. They have their own aircraft carriers. That's why we've been seeing these increasingly frequent incursions into Taiwan's air defense zone, not to mention Beijing's increasingly hardline policy towards Taiwan. So that's why there is a genuine debate going on in Washington, as you mentioned, about maybe it's time to rethink about the U.S. policy on Taiwan, which of course is the so-called one China policy and strategic ambiguity. A lot of people think that worked as long as Beijing believed it was weaker than the U.S. Now it's clearly not a case. It's time for a rethink, and that, of course, could have major implications not only for the region but also for the whole world. Arunima?
Right. So it's a very fluid situation, fast developing. Stephen Jiang, thank you so much for taking time out, joining us live from Beijing. Stephen Jiang there telling us what really is the mood in China. How is the situation that is unfolding in Taiwan being assessed? Now, there are other reactions as well. Russia, for example, has openly condemned Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Russian Foreign Ministry has termed the visit a provocation by the United States.
А сегодня мы имеем возможность практически в прямом эфире видеть,
как осуществляется американская провокация. Поэтому мы рассматриваем возможный, это даже я не знаю, как назвать, возможный, потенциальный, не объявленно реализуемый визит спикера Палаты представителей Конгресса США Пелоси на Тайвань как очередное провокационное действие администрации США, желающее оказать дополнительное давление на Пекин.
We're not going to be saber-rattling, and we're not going to do anything to increase the tensions. We'd like to see the tensions come down. We'd like to see the lines of communication with Beijing stay open. Again, we reiterate, there's no reason, just no justification whatsoever for the tensions to amp up any more than they already are.
So how is India watching this situation? Let me bring in Abhishek Jha into the conversation. Abhishek, China is almost next door to us. We are having a problem with China in Ladakh. We're having problems with them in Arunachal Pradesh. And this is a new front, so to say, in Asia. Reactions from South Bloc?
There has not been any particular reaction from South Bloc, but we know that like any other country who has interest in South China Sea or Indo-Pacific grouping, everybody is closely watching the developments that is happening in that region, specifically the Taiwan Strait. In fact, if you talk about the Quad membership, USA is anyway, Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan, so there has been enough reactions from USA side. Japan has also expressed its concern about the heightened military drills that is happening in and across that East China Sea area. So there's clearly some concern from the global peers in and around South China Sea who have the potential to be impacted from Chinese flexing of muscle. But so far, if you talk about officially, India has not reacted on this issue.
All right, Abhishek Jha, we'll wait for you to get us some reaction, if any, from the Indian government there. Thank you so much for putting that in context. Now, my colleague Maria Shakil spoke to Dr. Chung Lai, a Taiwan-based foreign policy think tank, on what Pelosi's Taiwan visit really means. Listen.
Dr. Chung Lai, what is the risk with this diplomatic visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan?
Well, personally, a lot of people, they was questioning whether the Taiwan Strait crisis will come up precisely due to Chinese reaction against the Nancy Pelosi visit to Taiwan. But as far as we can see right now, the military movement by China against Taiwan, we do not see that many of the actions there. On the other hand, we do see some the Chinese cyber action against Taiwan. We are also asking ourselves, and also with the United States. But I think we understand that the United States, in order to maintain the stability across the Taiwan Strait, and especially not to incur too much Chinese reactions, and they intended to maintain the so-called One China policy and try to maintain the unofficial relationship with Taiwan. But on the other hand, the United States does not recognize that Taiwan is a part of PRC. So this is the kind of the balances they are maintaining. It's ambiguous, but probably from Washington, that is the best formula they can have in terms of the maintaining the stability across the Taiwan Strait.
Dr. Chung Lai, how are these words from China being viewed? Are these saber rattling, or is the threat real?
The Chinese threat to Taiwan is a constant feature that we need to live with. And we have already developed a way to cope with this problem. So the issue is that it's not that how are we able to avoid the Chinese pressure, but how to manage this pressure. And as for this visit from the Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, although the Chinese has a very belligerent verbal attack against both United States and Taiwan, but the military actions, at least for now, we do not see that kind of the big mobilization like Russia's invasion against Ukraine that's happening across the Taiwan Strait.
Our focus continues to be the situation as it is developing. We're pausing for a very quick break, but stay with us. There's much more on the other side.
unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
Starting with news just coming in, even as the country is gearing up to celebrate the 75th year of independence, political war has broken out over the Tiranga Yatra. This after the opposition boycotted the government program, citing it to be a BJP propaganda event. BJP has now fired back at the opposition, accusing them of playing politics over an issue of national pride. Listen in to what the government and the opposition are saying.
अनुराग जी क्या मैसेज देंगे कि ये सिर्फ बीजेपी का या सरकार का तो है, तमाम जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को लोग
सांसद नहीं आए, मैं उनसे कहूंगा अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में जाकर ये कार्यक्रम अवश्य करें। आज वो राजनीति करना चाहते थे तो करें, लेकिन राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए जुड़ते तो शायद एक सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि हमारे उन वीर शहीदों और स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को होती जिन्होंने अपनी जान इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर कर दी। बड़े नेता विपक्ष के हों, वो चिट्ठी सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा क्योंकि देश का नौजवान, देश का नागरिक तिरंगा यात्रा में एक साथ जुड़ा है।
जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे। ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को ख़त्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी। क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं और गांधी जी के जो सपने था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा?
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के आयोजन है। किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
Pallavi Ghosh is joining me live on the broadcast. So Pallavi, after that small break where the price rise debate happened in Parliament, looks like opposition and Treasury are at it once again, taking on each other, and this time it's the Tiranga over which the fight is happening.
And it's a very, very delicate issue and something which has often found the Congress party to be on a back foot because what it denotes, of course, is nationalism, national spirit right ahead of 15th of August celebrations. But if you look at the timeline of Congress leaders, they are putting up the Tiranga as their profile picture, at least some of them, or pictures of the Tiranga and making the point that we do believe in the national flag and it's not a plastic one, it's made of khadi. And the reason why they're doing so is they're referring to the fact of a recent government decision that, you know, you can use plastic national flags to make the point that there goes yet another of India's cultures, convention of using the khadi as far as a national flag goes. But it's a narrative which suits the BJP. It's something which could boomerang on the Congress party. But clearly in the parliament session, yet another issue comes up which is going to create bad blood between both the sides.
Right. Please do hold on, Pallavi. Let me also get in a word from Arun Dhanta. Arun, the criticism from Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was that how are you upholding the Tiranga, how are you upholding the constitution if you have changed the flag code? He alleged that Chinese flags are being brought in. He also alleged that khadi has now been put on the back foot by the change in the flag code. Is BJP responding to these criticisms from the opposition?
Well, see, Arunima, BJP, first of all, is saying that this program, this bike rally which they have organized was not of the BJP's and it was of the Culture Ministry, and they had issued invites to all the political parties. Still, they did not come for this, this bike rally which started from Red Fort to Parliament, and now we are seeing responses coming from the BJP leaders who are targeting the opposition parties and saying that this shows the respect which they have for national flag when there is a program being organized by the government of India and asking all the MPs to present there, sending out the invites to them why they are not coming for this program. And we had seen various senior ministers of Modi government targeting the opposition parties, saying that when it comes for them to show their solidarity with the country, to show their respect to tricolors, they stay away from these programs. And in coming few days, we'll see more and more such Tiranga Yatras will be organized by Bharatiya Janata Party. They have a massive program for a week starting from 9th August to 15th August. And we had seen criticism coming from the opposition parties. They are saying that it's good that if you are asking people to hoist national flag on their houses, but it shouldn't be a forceful one. You should not be forcing anybody to do so, because BJP on the other hand is planning for a 20 crore flag hoisting in the entire country. That's the target which they have given to their MPs, their cadres, their leaders and their ministers, who will go in their constituencies and meet people, ask them or urge them or request them to hoist national flag on their houses, and that was perhaps
Right.
the reason why those changes were made by the government in that flag code, which
Right.
allows flags to hoist day and night without any restriction.
All right. Arun, Pallavi would request you to hold on. Our colleagues have sent us ground reports and reactions on this Tiranga Yatra. Let's dip in.
हर घर तिरंगा देश भर में अभियान चल रहा है और लाल किले पर संस्कृति मंत्रालय का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। लाल किला से तमाम जो सांसद हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इकट्ठा हैं। बाइक रैली में वो अपनी हिस्सेदारी, अपनी भागीदारी दे रहे हैं और तमाम जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं, आम लोग हैं, वो भी इसमें शामिल हैं। तो ये जो बाइक रैली है वो लाल किला से लेकर इंडिया गेट तक पहुंचेगी। केंद्र सरकार की यही कोशिश है कि हर घर में तिरंगा लहराया जाए, इसके लिए अभियान चलाया जा रहा है।
आज जो रैली हुई, बाइक रैली हुई, इसको लेकर जो है आप लोगों ने सबको इनविटेशन दिए थे, लेकिन हमने देखा कि जो अपोजिशन के एमपीज हैं वो इसमें मौजूद नहीं थे। क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस पर?
सबको इनविटेशन था। ये देश के सभी सांसदों को कहा गया था और आप सोचिए इसका शुभारंभ किसने किया? जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी ने नहीं किया, देश के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट उपराष्ट्रपति जी श्री वेंकैया नायडू जी ने किया और वहाँ व्यवस्था में संस्कृति मंत्री थे। तो अगर इसके बाद भी आपको लगता है कि हम इसमें नहीं जाएंगे तो मैं समझता हूँ फिर वो सोच का प्रॉब्लम है, इनविटेशन का नहीं।
What is your take on this whole issue?
Every party is free to organize its own program. But as regards hoisting, that has been done since 1947, even in Kashmir. 1947, without a break, it has been done. It was in Holland and Kashmir. But if political parties have their own programs as regards hoisting of the national flag or taking yatras or taking processions, every party has a right not to get associated with it or to be associated or to have its own program. Every party is free to tailor its own program. So, as regards the fundamental concept of hoisting, there can be no objection.
हर घर के ऊपर तिरंगा लहराना ये हमारा उद्देश्य है। तो इसके लिए एक देशभक्ति जागृत होना, स्वाभिमान जागृत होना, देश के प्रति एक सम्मानजनक भावना सभी देशवासियों के मन में आना चाहिए। ये हम सोच के सद्भावना आना चाहिए, ये सोच के हमने किया है। आज अच्छा भी हुआ है, मैं पूरा उसमें उसके देख के आई एम वेरी वेरी हैप्पी। करे हम सबको लिखा था और बात भी हुआ था। माननीय हमारा अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी सबसे स्वयं, क्योंकि उनके पास कल्चर मंत्रालय भी है, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर्स भी है, इसके कारण सबसे उनका बातचीत हुआ था। फिर भी नहीं आते हैं तो क्या करें? They should understand for everything we should not do politics. That is what my appeal is.
तिरंगा यात्रा ये आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव है, देश का महोत्सव है, किसी एक पार्टी का, सरकार का महोत्सव नहीं है। तो देश के जो महोत्सव होते हैं उसमें विपक्ष को सम्मिलित होना ही चाहिए।
And there's more on the Tiranga. Rahul Gandhi, the Congress Member of Parliament, has now changed his Twitter display picture as well. It's a photo of Tiranga, but the Tiranga with Jawaharlal Nehru. If you recall, the last 24 hours, all government ministers, starting with Prime Minister and then onwards, all other ministers had changed their profile picture as well. Pallavi Ghosh, how do you read this move by Rahul Gandhi?
Well, of course, trying to make the point that it's a Nehru-Gandhi legacy, more specifically a Nehru legacy as far as the Tiranga goes. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Just a short while back, almost every Congress leader had actually precisely put out this picture of Jawaharlal Nehru, our former Prime Minister, with the Tiranga. So there are a couple of political points which are being made. Jairam Ramesh talks about the fact that this is a Tiranga and a Khadi one and not a plastic one. That big as the government's changed flag code. Rahul Gandhi putting up this picture, as is these display pics also, I think, a counter to the BJP's narrative that, you know, their display picture, which the Prime Minister himself has put up, is that of the Tiranga, and that we can do it too. We are equally national. We don't flaunt it the way the BJP makes it a marketing or a political issue, to use the words of the Congress party. You know, we were talking about this a short while back. When it comes to a debate of nationalism, national security, the Congress has often been caught on a back foot. I think they don't want to be caught on a back foot. They want to make the point that, of course, we believe in the Tiranga, but not the way you're talking about. And you cannot do away with the legacy of Jawaharlal Nehru, who was independent India's first Prime Minister, and completely blame him for everything. So these are those political messaging which is going in out from the Congress party, more specifically from Rahul Gandhi himself a short while back.
Right. Arun Dhanta, any reactions from BJP? You can't not talk about Nehru when you're talking about the Tiranga, seems to be the message from Rahul Gandhi's display picture.
Well, as of now, you know, there is no response specifically on Rahul Gandhi from the BJP side. But, you know, as we know, BJP, they are surely going to react to this this tweet of Rahul Gandhi, if not on camera, perhaps on social media. But BJP has been making this point, and in fact they are not losing this opportunity to corner the Congress party, specifically you know, today when they were saying that you know, why Rahul Gandhi was not present for this Tiranga Yatra, why other MPs of the Congress party and other opposition parties were not present here. You know, the nationalism, the national security, national integrity is something which is part of the national flag. And national flag is something which binds everyone together. So this is the opportunity which they have lost, and you know, people of this country are watching this. So BJP is very clear. They are, you know, walking on you know, the path of nationalism, which they have you know, they have been doing, and they know that they augur very good support in this path, and therefore you know, whenever they get the opportunity, you know, they try to actually go on this path. And today, similarly, we had seen you know, this Tiranga Yatra.
Arun, hold on, please. Pallavi, beyond putting up these pictures and you know, and talking about Nehru and talking about you know, the khadi and the flag code, because that is what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said. He has questioned the Tiranga Yatra. A, he said that this was BJP's propaganda. B, he also went on to say that, you know, the way you've changed the flag code, he actually took a direct dig at the Prime Minister, saying that you speak about Gandhi in every sentence, but khadi, which was promoted, which was given its due place by Mahatma Gandhi, that khadi has been, you know, pushed as far as the flag code is concerned. So what we're trying to understand is that while these allegations are being made by the opposition, do they have a plan of their own? I'm hoping Pallavi will join me in just a bit, and I will put that question to her. But coming back to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was accusing the BJP of, Arun Dhanta, you said that, you know, they are focusing on the Tiranga Yatra specifically. But are they also trying to address these questions, these allegations, that it's not just about the pride that we feel in the Tiranga, it's also about the flag code? We are not in any way diluting our respect for khadi? All right, Arun, just give me a moment, because there is more to this Tiranga politics now. News just coming in. Mehbooba Mufti has changed her Twitter display picture as well to flags of both India and Jammu and Kashmir. She tweeted, "Changed my DP since the flag is a matter of joy and pride. For us, our state flag was irreversibly linked to the Indian flag. It was snatched, thus breaking away the link. You may have robbed us of our flag, but can't erase it from our collective conscience," is what Mehbooba Mufti has tweeted. You can see that picture on your screen. She's tweeted a picture which has Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also her father and the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And it has flags of both the erstwhile flag of Jammu and Kashmir and the national flag as well. Mufti Islah with me on the phone line. Mufti, one more attempt to really cater to her constituency, but this won't go down well with those who feel that the Jammu and Kashmir flag along with 370 and 35A are now history.
Absolutely. And, you know, this comes at a particular time because August 5 is coming. I think it's away 2 days and clearly Mehbooba Mufti once again raising the issue that PAGD, the People's Alliance for Good Declaration, has really taken upon itself that they're going to fight for restoration of Article 370 and 35A, which in fact means also that they're going to fight for the restoration of the flag that erstwhile Jammu and Kashmir has. Clearly, you know that initially it was that Jammu and Kashmir, state, by virtue of having special status, had two flags. One, the tricolor which it hoisted, and also the state flag, which is very much in that tweet in front of Mufti Muhammad Saeed, her father. And another flag which you see in that picture is in front of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So clearly, she's raking it again and saying, in fact, that she will continue to fight for the flag. Remember that the BJP is averse to this. They've said that there's one nation, one flag, one constitution. However, Jammu and Kashmir, the erstwhile Jammu and Kashmir state before August 5, 2019, had its own constituency as also its own flag. So Mahbooba Mufti choosing this occasion really to hit at the center, saying that, well, we will continue to fight for the flag as well as constitution, as also the special status.
Right. Mufti, do hold on. There are already reactions coming in to that tweet from Mahbooba Mufti. Ashwini Chaubey has spoken. Let's listen in.
सेंट्रल हॉल में महबूबा मुफ्ती के ट्वीट पर हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए केंद्रीय मंत्री अश्विनी चौबे जी हैं। सर, उन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर के पुराने जो झंडे हैं उसको भी ट्वीट किया है और धारा 370 हटाने का जिक्र किया है।
मुझे लगता है कि धारा 370 ध्वस्त हो चुका है। जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जब हम कहते थे पहले एक निशान, एक विधान, एक प्रधान, तभी होगा देश महान, और आप जब धारा 370 ध्वस्त हो चुका है, समाप्त हो चुका है, तो पुरानी चीज़ों को घसीट करके वो ला करके और तिरंगे का अपमान करना चाहते हैं। तो तिरंगा का मान, शान और अभिमान तभी होगा ये देश महान।
अमित पांडे, दिल्ली, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया।
Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who is on a two-day visit to Karnataka, will be attending senior Congress leader Siddharamaya's 75th birthday celebrations in Devanagari today. This comes in the backdrop of the ongoing crisis within the Karnataka faction of the party over the chief ministerial candidate for the 2023 state polls. While the tussle continues, Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has said that the party has decided to take action against those who will discuss the chief minister's face issue publicly. So amidst that spat that is happening between Siddharamaya and D.K. Shivkumar, as the two factions are openly taking sides, the task is cut out for Rahul Gandhi. He is making that trip to Devanagari. He will be part of the 75th birthday celebration of Siddharamaya. But does that mean he's throwing his weight behind the former chief minister? What about the aspirations of the KPCC president, D.K. Shivkumar there? There have been words against him, words which have come as an embarrassment to the Congress party, because now the joke is that is the Congress vying for more chief ministerial candidates than more MLAs in the upcoming elections. My colleague Harish Upadhyay has sent us this report from the ground. Let's listen in.
Siddharamaya's 75th birthday celebrations here in Davangere has seen a massive crowd turnout. Anywhere around 6 lakh people expected. It has resulted in a huge traffic snarl here on the Bangalore-Mumbai highway. The one you see here, most of these vehicles are headed for the birthday celebration of Mr. Siddharamaya. The general traffic has been diverted. This is a crucial stretch of road connecting Bengaluru to Mumbai, and a lot of people traveling on this road have been inconvenienced. There have been diversions on this stretch of the highway, but the fact that there haven't been too many smooth entry and exit for vehicles heading for the celebration has meant that the traffic snarls extend a good 4 to 5 kilometers from the venue, affecting the nearby residents as well as the general traffic that's going between cities on this stretch of the highway.
Harish Upadhyay is in fact joining us live at the moment. Harish, if this was meant to be a show of strength by Siddaramaiah, would you say he succeeded?
Well, it's an absolute show of strength by Siddaramaiah. Around 6 lakh people expected. You can see a sea of people now. Suggesting that he is the undisputed leader of the Ainda group, that is the Dalits, the backward classes and the minorities, and that is a significant electorate population, and he is sending out a message to the High Command that he is the mass leader that the Congress party has and he should be given an opportunity. The Political Affairs Committee says collective leadership, but a huge show of strength of this sort makes it difficult for the Congress party to still go ahead with the collective leadership. And in many ways, others, political analysts, seeing it as Siddaramaiah pushing his way through and ensuring that he shows his crowd, he sends a clear message to the Congress High Command.
Right, so if this was meant as a show of strength, then like Harish is showing us, looks like Siddaramaiah is succeeding. But Harish, I can't help but draw that comparison between what has happened in Rajasthan and what we are now seeing in Karnataka. There too, Sachin Pilot was emerging as a challenger. He's still in the wings, still waiting. Do you think the same situation will get repeated in Karnataka as well vis-a-vis DK Shivkumar?
Well, you're spot on. Now, you have Siddaramaiah, you have DK Shivkumar, who's the KPCC man. He's the KPCC chief. He's seen as a party's man. Remember, when the Gujarat MLAs were brought to Bengaluru, there was an IT raid on him. Eventually, he had to go to jail once the ED started the probe in that case. So, there's a lot of sympathy for DK Shivkumar within the party, within the High Command, that he's stuck with the party despite going to jail and facing hurdles. And he's also helped the Congress party in various other states whenever there has been a crisis. At the same time, others pointing out that DK Shivkumar's clout is restricted to a few districts in southern Karnataka in the Vokkaliga belt, but that's not the case with Siddaramaiah. He has a pan-Karnataka appeal, especially with the Ainda group, the Dalits, the backward classes, and the minorities, and that should be recognized. And he's given a 5-year tenure, a full successful for the Congress, and he's the popular leader. And in Karnataka as well, there are 2-3 popular leaders, mass leaders, and perhaps someone who can compete with Yediyurappa, Siddaramaiah. That's the argument. And it would be a tightrope walk for the Congress High Command as well to convince either Siddaramaiah or DK Shivkumar to step aside if indeed the Congress party manages to get majority. But with this kind of show of strength, it would be very difficult for the Congress party to ignore this. What it means is right now there might not be any decision on the Chief Minister's face. Indeed, crucial processes like, say, ticket distribution, campaign committee, who will be on it, all those decisions, Siddaramaiah and his say will only get much stronger with the High Command realizing that he is the mass leader for the party here.
All right, Harish Upadhyay, thank you so much for joining us, giving us that sense from the ground in Devnagere, where Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations are on. There are elections around the corner for Karnataka, so significant to see how Rahul Gandhi, who you see on your screen right now, resolves this crisis. Let's move on. There's breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. The matter of freebies is before the Supreme Court right now. The matter is being heard by a bench headed by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, on behalf of the government, has said, and I quote, "I support the principal arguments of the petitioner. Freebies distort the decision of the voter. He does not know that it would be falling on him only later. It might take us to a financial disaster. Let the Election Commission examine the issue," is what the Solicitor General has said. Ananya is with us. Help us understand what the plea of the petitioner is and how the hearing is proceeding.
Well, yes, the matter was being heard by a bench headed by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna, also comprising Justice Seema Kohli. This is a 3-judges bench which was hearing the matter. There are various petitioners who sought, in fact, the declaration of freebies as unconstitutional. The freebies and election promises shall not be there. This is what the petitioners have asked for, and in fact, the government of India has also now come in support of the arguments of the petitioner, because the Solicitor General of India clearly went on to say that this is clearly pushing us to an economical disaster. In fact, he also went on to say that the people don't realize that freebies are something like something is given into your left pocket, but then you realize later on that it is taken from your right pocket after a few years, which clearly means that freebies is nothing but a facade that is made to people. And in fact, in promise of these freebies, it's the people's money that is being used. So the court, after hearing the matter for a while, has now asked various stakeholders, including the opposition parties, the Election Commission of India, the Finance Commission, and others, to in fact give out their suggestions. The matter is likely to be heard next Monday, so we'll have to wait and watch as to how the court proceeds into this. But then, a very, very crucial hearing taking place, the government putting forth its stand and clearly stating that freebies is nothing but a illusion or a facade, and in fact the Solicitor General clearly saying that this is pushing us to an economical disaster. Studios.
All right, Ananya Bhatnagar, they're reporting from the Supreme Court about what the government is proposing. The Supreme Court is also saying that this issue needs to be examined further. Let me go back to Karnataka now, where Rahul Gandhi's visit on the eve of Siddaramaia's birthday has triggered a lot of speculation, because we've seen an all-out war between the DK Shivakumar and the Siddaramaiya faction. Rahul Gandhi there on your screen, a two-day visit to Karnataka, and he's also expected to participate in Siddaramaia's birthday celebration. DK Shivakumar welcoming him, the KPCC president. We will have to really wait and see how Rahul Gandhi, if he manages to call a truce as far as the two warring factions are concerned. The joke, like I was saying, is that ahead of polls, is the Congress aiming for more CM faces than more MLAs? That's where matters stand. Congress party, of course, wants its own government in Karnataka, but this infighting, how is that going to hamper its prospect is the question. And in that backdrop, Rahul Gandhi has reached Karnataka. Those are pictures that we are bringing to you of him being welcomed. He's and in Devnagiri, where the birthday celebrations are scheduled, there's already a huge show of strength that has been undertaken by Siddaramaiah. The highways are blocked. All vehicles, it seems, are leading to Devnagiri, and there's a huge traffic snarl there. Rahul Gandhi there inside a mutt, seeking blessings from religious leaders, DK Shivakumar accompanying him. So a fine balancing act, it seems, by Rahul Gandhi, or an attempt to do, while he is ensuring DK Shivakumar, the KPCC president, is with him at every event. He's also making that attempt to reach the birthday celebrations of Siddaramaiah. So fine balancing act between the two sides by Rahul Gandhi. These are fresh visuals that we have of Rahul Gandhi making a visit to one of the mutts there. Ritu is with me. Ritu, talk to us over these pictures that we are seeing of Rahul Gandhi meeting seers, taking their blessings.
Well, exactly. So that's the main prominence in this South that any leader who visits Karnataka, the main prominence has been to visit earlier.
I'll try and restore that audio with Ritu. There's some problem with the audio line there. But the pictures that we have for you on your screen are of Rahul Gandhi taking blessings from the seers. He's visited a mutt during his two-day trip to Karnataka. Accompanying him is KPCC President DK Shivakumar, who's come up as a principal challenger as far as the chief ministerial chair in the state is concerned. But DK Shivakumar is facing tough resistance from former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, as well, who says there's nothing wrong with laying claim, even if you are 75. Harish Upadhyay is with me. Harish, we're seeing these pictures of Rahul Gandhi. He has touched down and he's now, meeting seers, taking their blessings. The KPCC president there with him. Help us understand what Rahul Gandhi's itinerary from here on is going to be.
Well, meetings that he has. One is the birth event. The Lingayat seers that you see on your screen is from the Muruga Mata here near Chitradurga, and you have multiple seers of the Lingayat community outreach by the Congress party to the Lingayat community. They do understand that Lingayat won't be leaving the BJP, although he'll be actively campaigning for the Congress senses that there is some opportunity to regain a bit of after a very abrupt change of the Chief Minister during Rajiv Gandhi Day. So that's the reason seeing the outreach of sorts. This is happening at a time when you have Siddaramaiah catering to the Ahinda community. There is a fear within the Congress that the Congress might antagonize the other bigger caste, that is Lingayat is the biggest caste and second biggest is Vokaligas. So that's the reason you see this as an outreach of sorts by the.
All right, Harish, I think I lost that line with you, but thank you so much for explaining the dynamics of the pictures that we are seeing, how the Lingayat Mutt is playing a crucial role as far as this Congress's attempt to regain power in Karnataka is concerned. And in that context, Rahul Gandhi's visit to the Chitradurga Mutt there assumes a lot of significance. We're taking a break on that note, but stay right here. There's more on the other side.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
Will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that
A wrap of all the news that we're tracking, starting with the State Disaster Relief Force team's attempt where they rescued 3 people trapped in the middle of a river in Uttarakhand's Dehradun. Incessant rains have lashed various parts of Uttarakhand in the last few days, triggering a number of landslides and overflowing of the rivers. Bad news from Himachal Pradesh as well. An incident of landslide reported near Koti Bridge. This is in the Saluni subdivision of Chamba district, due to which movements of vehicles remained suspended for several hours. The National Highway Division have started work on clearing the rocks from the highway. And rain plays havoc down south as well. The famous Aluva Mahadev temple in Kochi's Ernakulam district has been submerged in water due to the rise of water level in the Periyar River. Temple administration has barred devotees from visiting the temple. Heavy rains lashing Kerala's Kottayam have created flood-like situation in the city. The weather department has issued red alert in 10 districts of the state for today. The department also warned of widespread and isolated heavy and very heavy rainfall in the state till 5th of August. Deputy Commissioner of Karnataka's Kabul district announced holiday to schools and colleges after heavy rains lashed the area. As per the IMD, heavy rainfall is likely to occur in entire coastal and South Karnataka over next 3 days. One person was killed, 4 others injured as a railway underpass bridge collapsed in Jharkhand's Bokaro due to heavy rains. Sports news, India won 4 medals on the 5th day of the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, with women's lawn bowl team and men's table tennis teams clinching gold medals. In weightlifting, Vikas Thakur won silver. In the mixed badminton final as well, India won the silver medal against Malaysia. The Culture Ministry organised a Tiranga bike rally from the Red Fort to Parliament for all the members of Parliament today. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi had earlier made an appeal to all MPs to attend the event. Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu flagged off the bike rally.
हर घर तिरंगा देश भर में अभियान चल रहा है और लाल किले पर संस्कृति मंत्रालय का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। लाल किला से तमाम जो सांसद हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इकट्ठा हैं। बाइक रैली में वो अपनी हिस्सेदारी, अपनी भागीदारी दे रहे हैं और तमाम जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं, आम लोग हैं, वो भी इसमें शामिल हैं। तो ये जो बाइक रैली है वो लाल किला से लेकर इंडिया गेट तक पहुंचेगी। केंद्र सरकार की यही कोशिश है कि हर घर में तिरंगा लहराया जाए, इसके लिए अभियान चलाया जा रहा है।
The stage is set for the 75th birthday celebrations of former Chief Minister and leader of the opposition in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, in Devnagari. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is also scheduled to participate in the celebrations. As per sources, over 1,500 cooks have been hired and around 3 lakh people are estimated to attend Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will carry out a cabinet reshuffle today. The decision comes amidst the party facing heat over arrest of now suspended Minister Partha Chatterjee over a school's job case. Mamata had announced her plans for a rejig on Monday. This will also be the first reshuffle since the TMC returned to power for the 3rd consecutive term last year. Supreme Court of India will hear 2 pleas filed by the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shiv Sena, challenging the disqualification notices issued against 16 rebel MLAs who switched sides. The court will also hear the pleas filed by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, challenging the appointment of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister of the state. Delhi High Court will hear St. Stephen's College's plea challenging the order of Delhi University to grant admission in undergraduate courses through the Common University Entrance Test. The university had earlier directed colleges to withdraw the prospectus issued by CNG and PNG prices have increased in Mumbai. CNG will now be available at 86 rupees a kilo, which is an increase of 6 rupees, whereas PNG will be available for 52.50 per standard cubic meter, which is an increase of 4 rupees. The last hike was on 12th of July. Assam police arrested a gang of poachers who were planning to kill a one-horned rhino in Kaziranga National Park. As per the police carried out the operation along with crime investigation range of the Forest Department in Assam's Biswanath district. Snakes were released in Punjab's Jalandhar on the occasion of Nag Panchami. Snakes are worshipped during this auspicious festival as they hold an important place as far as Hindu mythology is concerned. 108 feet high statue of Lord Ram will be installed in Madhya Pradesh's Guna district. The statue, which took around 6 months to finish, cost around 1 crore and 21 lakh rupees. Forest Department celebrated birthday of an elephant named Sawan in the elephant camp at Corbett National Park. Sawan, who turned 4, cut a fruit cake specially made for him. National capital, a fire broke out in a courier godown on the Desh Bandhu Gupta Road in New Delhi's Karol Bagh on late Tuesday evening. There was, no casualties that was reported. In the incident, around 9 fire tenders were rushed to the spot after the fire broke out. The fire has now been brought under control. The Tibetan community in exile in Shimla organized special prayers after the Tibetan traders shifted to a new market in the city. Prayers were offered for good fortune and better business. The community shifted after over 50 years from the old market to the new Ajivika Bhavan built by the Shimla Municipal Corporation. People in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's Muzaffarabad recently took to streets to protest against the high fuel adjustment charges that has led to sharp rise in the prices of electricity. This is not for the first time when the hefty electricity bills are getting on the nerves of people there. There have been several incidents when locals have to come out on road to protest against the high electricity rates. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed a press meet in Taiwan's capital Taipei and extended America's support to Taiwan. Pelosi said, and I quote, "We want Taiwan to always have freedom with security." China, on the other hand, has summoned the American envoy in Beijing to lodge a stern protest. It warned that Washington will, quote-unquote, pay a price for its mistakes and asked it to stop using the Taiwan issue to contain China in any form. Russia has backed China over an expected visit, and this visit has now happened of Nancy Pelosi. Russia has warned Washington that such provocative trip would put the United States on a collision course with Beijing. Russia's foreign ministry spokeswoman said that Russia confirms the principle of one China and opposes the independence of Taiwan in any form. And not just Russia, even Pakistan has put its behind the One China policy, issuing a statement on Tuesday night that it supported China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It added that interstate relations should be based on mutual respect, non-interference in internal affairs, and peaceful resolution of issues by upholding the principles of UN Charter. Cricket news. India on Tuesday defeated West Indies by 7 wickets in the third T20 International at the Warner Park in Bastare. With the win, India took a 2-1 lead in the 5-match series. Chasing a total of 165, India won the game with an over to spare, thanks largely to Surya Kumar Yadav's knock of 76. That's all that I have, but Toya is back in the studio. Over to you, Toya.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to our audiences. It's noon. We're about to walk you through all of the country's top stories over the next few minutes. All right, our next story for you is a CNN News 18 exclusive. This is about NIA, National Investigative Agency. That's going to be taking place, action on gangsters. The government wants the NIA to take serious action against gangsters. I'm going to read out for you. The government feels gangsters are involved in terror activities, drug smuggling, and weapon supplies in India. Secondly, the gangsters are very much in touch, according to the NIA, with Pakistan-based terror groups and Canada-based Khalistani groups. The government now wants the NIA to carry out a pan-India probe and go internationally wherever necessary and deal these gangsters deals and blows as per. Treat them basically as one would treat terrorists. Now, they've also asked the NIA to not go soft on them. The government is upset with the emerging nexus between operatives of terrorist outfits. It believes this nexus is a serious threat to the government. These are some of the intel inputs that we have. We're going to very quickly show these to you on a screen. We'll break it down for you. Then we'll connect with a reporter for more about this order coming in from the government. So right here, first on your screen, as we've already told you, largely the government wants the NIA and the Delhi police together to lead these operations. Number two, right after this, gangsters are going to be dealt with, as we already told you, at par with terrorists. That means that the ways in which you see terrorists investigated, the ways in which you see their networks investigated, the government wants the NIA to treat gangsters, the government wants the police to treat gangsters in very, very similar ways. Remember, all of this is being seen post the May killing of the Punjab rapper Sidhu Moosewala, after which the government discovered that Lawrence Bishnoi, who was in a jail in Tihar, had a deep network that was very clear on social media. So a lot of this action we're seeing after that. Over here, proof, it seems, that exists that gangsters are and have been in touch with a number of Pakistani groups, a number of Pakistani handlers. Some gangsters have been linked, as we've already told you, to Khalistani outfits. You might remember in the case of Sidhu Moosewala in particular, this was a strong link that was being investigated by agencies. Terror groups and gangsters, that nexus obviously would then represent a particularly fierce threat to the government and to law enforcement agencies. Now, my colleague Anand Narasimhan is with us live this morning to bring us a lot more context on this story. Anand, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. For our audiences, could you give us context? Where is this coming from and what are each of the ordinances we've seen come through from the government? Exactly what is the government asking for here?
Well, good afternoon. The fact of the matter is that even in the 90s, when the issue with the Khalistanis happened, when the issue with the Hindu exodus in Jammu and Kashmir happened, across the country where there were issues of social unrest, it was always the network of gangsters that was used. Dawood Ibrahim, even with the 1993 serial blasts and thereafter, even with 2008, the involvement of gangsters or those who are criminals involved in extortion, money laundering, etc., their involvement in smuggling arms into the country and also providing cadre and also ferrying sharpshooters or bomb experts is very clear. It's writ large. So we have to learn from history. The government seems to be wanting to learn from history because it is similar acts that are playing out now, right from Jammu and Kashmir downwards and also from Gujarat to all across the way towards Assam and Manipur and Meghalaya. The story is very clear that these are criminals and gangs which are operating as far as the drugs network is concerned, as far as the arms smuggling cases network is concerned, or even with the hawala and money laundering is concerned. All of these then become active breeding areas for terrorists to combine ranks with or use these networks for getting whatever they want to perpetrate absolute unrest and mayhem and anarchy in society. Gangsters are also involved in creating acts of social unrest. The entire dynamics of terror is also changing. The arrest of 4 or 5 gangsters with IEDs, tiffin box IEDs, with cash and with drugs in Punjab, the entire Sidhu Moosewala murder, the entire nexus of those who are involved or who are being caught in Jammu and Kashmir with short arm fire, who are aiming at security personnel and civilians, all involved with certain nefarious gangs or having criminal antecedents. How Lawrence Bishnoi was operating from Tihar jail, the fact that huge amounts of ganja and charas was caught from gangsters who were smuggling it, and they crashed into a yatra party or a religious procession in Chhattisgarh. Similar instances emerging from Jharkhand. All of this is testimony that criminals, those who are anti-socials, these are involved in these kind of activities. The smuggling of arms also happens because these are criminals who want to carry and who want to possess these arms and these weapons, and with them drugs come in, with them the terrorist network gets activated. So at various levels, gangsters need to be treated at par with terrorists. That's the diktat that's coming from the Home Ministry, and they want the NIA to take serious cognizance and leave no stone unturned in trying to quell, quash and eliminate all sorts of gangster networks. The moment these gangster networks pipe down or they are neutralized, automatically the level of social unrest, level of lawlessness, anarchy and support to terrorist modules also comes down. There seems to be a direct correlation, and this has also been proven with some countermeasures that have been taken in some of the states in our country.
All right, Anand, if you could also provide our audiences with more context on one particular feature of what we've just discussed, that possible nexus between terror groups and gangsters. I think that's a particular point of interest for audiences watching right now. Could you explain?
Well, what happens is, let's look at the history. Dawood Ibrahim, Indian national who got sheltered in Pakistan, and he was the one who's orchestrated and is responsible for providing drugs, providing ammunition, providing cash and also providing cadre for perpetrating attacks on Indian soil against the Indian state and against the Indian people. Now this is a gangster turned a criminal gangster who's then turned rogue and also turned terrorist. A similar network currently exists with gangsters operating out of Canada, openly in cahoots with Khalistani bent of people and individuals who are using these networks in India. The same networks are also being harbored and favored by the Pakistanis who are once again trying to reactivate the K2 principle. K2 is Kashmir and Khalistan. And it is evident for us to see. If you look at the drugs network, Lakshadweep, where huge amounts of off Lakshadweep, of the coast, where huge amounts of drugs or narcotics were caught. Those were again gangsters who were operating, and they were using Lakshadweep as a hub, but also to percolate and to send in drugs into the Indian territory. And these drugs were entering which place? The coastal areas of Kerala and Karnataka, and also some of them going all the way around and even into Tamil Nadu. Once again, what are we seeing? Anarchy, social unrest, funding which is happening, with the Kerala Christian forums coming out and claiming that there is narco jihad that is happening. So drugs are being used to lure impressionable young women and by those who have a pan-Islamist bent, or with the intent to radicalize them or to force them into doing acts which are against the interest of society. So this is a pattern which you can see from Jammu and Kashmir, like I said, downwards till Kerala, from Gujarat and all the way up across on the northeast up to Manipur, Meghalaya and Mizoram. So it is very clearly evident, and that's why this has been taken so seriously, that anybody who's involved in a drug network, in an arms smuggling network, in a hawala or money laundering network, they are all supposed to be treated as criminals, as gangsters. Any group of gangsters who are coordinating with each other, they need to be treated as terrorists, at par with terrorists, because they are all against the interest of society, against the interest of India, and they can cause huge dent and damage to the internal security of India. A guy like Lawrence Bishnoi and a Goldie Brar, one sitting in Canada, Lawrence Bishnoi sitting in Tayar, and they had a network of nearly 300 to 500 gangsters. They were connected with more than 60 of the gangs which are operating in Punjab. More than 77 gangs are operating currently in just one state, that is Punjab. So imagine the kind of mayhem and anarchy they can unleash. They can walk around as civilians and they can go ahead and perpetrate. They have also perfected their modus operandi. They don't commit acts of crime in the areas where they reside. They go to the neighboring districts, neighboring states, commit acts of crime, and then come back to the area that they reside. So they seem to have perfected all of this, and that's the reason why the government is wanting to take this very, very seriously and telling the NIA, go ahead and crack down and deal with them as terrorists.
Okay. Anand, stay with us. Thank you so much for providing us with that context. For our audiences, we're also joined right now by Arvind Kumar Jain. He's the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, we'd like you to bring in your own expertise here. One of the key points we're talking about is that these changes are taking place because of a historical change in the way that gangs function. As someone who's been the DGP in Uttar Pradesh, can you bring your own expertise on this topic? Could you tell our audiences more about how you've seen gangs function over the last few decades and how you're witnessing that change in the current scenario?
I think MHA has taken the right step in the right direction, but it's a very mammoth task. All the states will have to cooperate, all the STFs, ATS units of the districts, of the states will have to cooperate in this operation. It's a very, very bold step taken by MHA, and it was required for quite some time, because these gangsters, they scare people, they are in touch with each other. It has been happening for a very long time. In UP context, I can say that Mukhtar Ansari and Atiq, all these were connected to Shahabuddin also, Bihar gangster, and through him they were involved with the operations in Bangladesh, Myanmar, other places. So this has been going on for quite some time. And if these criminals, who at times they are in jail, and they continue to work with impunity from there also. So this is very, very necessary that very stern action is taken against these gangsters. But I have my doubts whether NIA has the resources and the manpower to carry out such operations throughout the country, because NIA's hands are already full with Amravati, Udaipur type incidents and serious communal incidents having ramifications of terrorism also. But if resources will be given to NIA, I am sure that it will make a big dent on the nexus of these criminals.
All right. So, sir, I'd like to kind of almost double click on what you've just said there. You started your answer by saying that for this to carry out successfully, you will need the coordination of state governments. And I think towards the end of your answer, you were saying that part of this is the fact that you doubt whether or not right now the NIA has the resources, because they're such a stretched out organization as we speak. Could you walk us through what it will look like to potentially equip the NIA to be able to make these investigations?
They will have to open lots of offices in various states, especially in states like Kerala, Gujarat, West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, so many in J&K. They will have to open the offices with at least IG level officers and with the supplementary staff, and they should be given resources to conduct raids throughout the state or in the neighboring states, because it's not a small task. India is full of gangsters. India is full of gangsters. Jails are full of gangsters. So mammoth operations are required for this. But I congratulate MHA for giving a thought to this, and it's a very, very bold step. And I think states should also cooperate. States like Punjab, Gujarat, Bihar, J&K, they should also cooperate with NIA, with MHA on this, keeping aside the petty politics. And it will have very good impact. It will have a very salutary impact throughout the country.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on CNN News 18. That's Arvind Kumar Jain, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. We're going to shift focus now from this story, though, back to the capital, to developments that took place earlier this morning. Politics erupted over a Tiranga rally of MPs, members of parliament, that was organized by the Culture Ministry. Remember, this is all to commemorate, to celebrate August 15th. Remember, August 15th is the 75th anniversary of independence for India. It's being celebrated by the government as Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav. The bike rally from Red Fort to the parliament was boycotted by members of the opposition. You had Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. He led the charge. He dubbed it as BJP agenda. He said the opposition will celebrate the 75th anniversary of India's independence on its own. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the BJP slammed the opposition. They've accused them of petty politics over I-Day celebrations. We're going to walk you through each of these sides. First, Union Minister Anurag Thakur. Take a look at what he had to say.
अनुराग जी, क्या मैसेज देंगे कि ये सिर्फ बीजेपी का या सरकार का तो है, तमाम जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को लोग
सांसद नहीं आए, मैं उनसे कहूंगा अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में जाकर ये कार्यक्रम अवश्य करें। आज वो राजनीति करना चाहते थे तो करें, लेकिन राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए जुड़ते तो शायद एक सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि हमारे उन वीर शहीदों और स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को होती जिन्होंने अपनी जान इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर कर दी। बड़े नेता विपक्ष के हों, वो चिट्ठी सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा क्योंकि देश का नौजवान, देश का नागरिक तिरंगा यात्रा में एक साथ जुड़ा है।
जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे। ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को खत्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी। क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा?
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के आयोजन है। किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
Two colleagues with us on this story this afternoon to give us more context. Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, and Arun Danta, they're both with us live. Pallavi, if we could come over to you first. Is this kind of action where you're seeing the opposition not participate in a rally for independence, is that unprecedented or is this something we've seen before?
Well, I mean, the last instance I remember when the opposition decided to boycott a so-called government event was also, if you remember, the Bhumi Pujan for the new parliament building. But having said that, I think the Congress party is also trying to do a certain amount of damage control, which is moments after this criticism came in. The Congress's counter to that is putting up a profile picture of Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of independent India, with the national flag. And in fact, Jairam Ramesh going so far ahead to say that, you know, what we are carrying is a Khadi flag, because Khadi denotes what India's sovereignty is all about. It's an indigenous product, and not going in for a Chinese flag because that's the flag code which has been changed. So the flag has now become the flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress, and a test case, I would also say, for nationalism, national spirit, and the Congress certainly doesn't want to be caught on a back foot on this.
All right, Pallavi, thank you for the context. Let's go over now to, I believe we actually need to move focus very quickly. Nancy Pelosi, as we speak, in Taiwan. She's visiting the White Terror Memorial Park in Taiwan. These are live shots of that visit. We're playing it out for you as we speak. Remember, the U.S. Speaker, she's the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's paying a visit as we speak to the Jingmei White Terror Memorial Park. As we speak, those are the visuals that you can see on your screen right now. Now, remember, Pelosi is the third in charge in line for succession in the United States. So if anything were to happen to the US President, Joe Biden, after Kamala Harris, it is Nancy Pelosi that is in charge. What that means is that her visit right now is the most important or the highest ranking US official visit that the country's seen in more than 2 decades. The last such visit they saw was in the 1990s. Also, a member from the government there, it was Newt Gingrich, who's visited at that time in the 1990s. Now, we'll bring you more details about the visit that you're seeing on your screens as we speak in just a few minutes from now. Remember, Pelosi had given a number of comments about her visit over there. She's spoken also to the Taiwan president. She said that American support, particularly when it comes to investments in the chip-making industry, will remain strong. But as we speak, my colleague Abhishek is with us right now to bring us more context. Abhishek, just for our audiences, could you bring us more context here? Why is this visit to the White Terror Memorial Park? Why is it important? Also, why is the park called such? Give us context, please.
So we know that Nancy Pelosi's visit in Taiwan has been watched very cautiously from various nations, especially those who are falling in the coastal line of South China Sea. And the visit and various memorials that Nancy Pelosi is visiting are in order to express solidarity to the fallen heroes of war in Taiwan. And we know that Taiwan has a history with China, and most of the martyrs that Taiwan celebrates them as martyrs have been the victim of war that it had fought with the mainland China, which we know currently as People's Republic of China, and Taiwan calls itself as Republic of China. So in a way, both sides have always maintained that they have a right claim over the mainland China, which is currently being ruled by the Communist Party of China. And the tussle has been there for almost more than 7 decades now. We have seen wars happening in late 40s and in early 50s. Also, there had been skirmishes going on between mainland China and the forces in Taiwan when the ruler or the elected rulers of the Chinese party had to take shelter back in Taiwan. So visit of Nancy Pelosi to this war memorial and paying her respect to the fallen heroes is certainly something that Chinese side will not like to see. U.S. Expressing its solidarity with Taiwan and its defense personnel who have been part of war against China.
Okay, so let's just give our audiences a little bit of context here. The center is a human rights memorial, and as my colleague Abhishek was seeing, it is a museum that features Taiwan's democracy movement in particular. Abhishek, I think a pertinent question here is, who was aware of Nancy Pelosi's itinerary? Are we to believe, and is it correct to assume here that the US government is very much on board with the entire itinerary?
Especially in the context of the security establishment that are being mobilized around Taiwan Strait from the US side, it will be hard to believe that US government and the military were not in know-how or in not support of US visit of Nancy Pelosi. Initially, there were reports that US establishment or the military were trying to convince Nancy Pelosi to
not to go.
Put out abeyance her visit of Taiwan. But when she actually decided to go, now it was clearly the responsibility of US establishment not only protect her but to facilitate her as well. And this is what we have seen, lifting of several fighter jets from near Japan and movement of US warships in and around those Taiwan Strait. So this was all happening. So we have to also believe that US government has been backing the visit of Nancy Pelosi as well.
Fully. All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for that context. For our audiences, it's a 2-day visit. We're going to keep a keen eye on Nancy Pelosi's movements And obviously, we're tracking their possible repercussions. Right now, though, we're switching focus from an international story to a story down south in Karnataka. Elections, as you might remember, are set to take place in Karnataka next year, on or before May. Big questions remain on who the Congress's chief ministerial face will be. With that context, we're tracking developments right now. The mega birthday batch of the Congress leader and the former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Devnagari as we speak. Now, in attendance are some big names, including perhaps the biggest Congress heavyweight, that is Rahul Gandhi. He's expected to broker a peace deal between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar. You might remember, over the last few months, we've been witnessing a power struggle of sorts with both senior leaders of the Congress party in Karnataka wanting their name and wanting their face to be that of the next chief ministerial nominee from the state. Thousands of Congress workers have arrived as we speak in Devnagari to join the celebrations. It's also being seen as a show of strength by political pundits for Siddaramaiah. Meanwhile, taking a tough stand, on one side you've also got the Congress High Command. They've asked all state leaders to not indulge in any public discussion over who the Congress's chief ministerial face is going to be. Now, my colleague Harish is present on the ground. He's been bringing us reports. This is a report of the traffic situation in the area right now. Take a look.
Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday celebrations here in Davangere has seen a massive crowd turnout. Anywhere around 6 lakh people expected. It has resulted in a huge traffic snarl here on the Bangalore-Mumbai highway. The one you see here, most of these vehicles are headed for the birthday celebration of Mr. Siddaramaiah. The general traffic has been diverted. This is a crucial stretch of road connecting Bengaluru to Mumbai, and a lot of people traveling on this road have been inconvenienced. There have been diversions on this stretch of the highway, but the fact that there haven't been too many smooth entry and exit for vehicles heading for the celebration has meant that the traffic snarls extend a good 4 to 5 kilometers from the venue, affecting the nearby residents as well as the general traffic that's going between cities on this stretch of the highway.
All right, my colleague Ritu is with us right now to bring us more context on this story. Ritu, particularly for our audiences who are tuning in from around the country, could you give us more context here? Geographically speaking, where exactly is the former Chief Minister's bastion in Karnataka? What is the kind of support that he commands? Tell us also about D.K. Shivkumar. Is he expected to join the celebrations today?
Yes. So Siddaramaiah, in fact, the former CM and the opposition leader, is seen as the mass leader and is a very well-known leader among the Congress workers, the top leaders for that matter, as well as in the public domain as we see. But of course, D.K. Shivkumar as well as another top leader that we have got to see. So there are two top leaders from the Congress party, which seems to be just like similar as what we get to see often from the Rajasthan between Ashok Gehlot as well as the Sachin Pilot. It's very much similar situation in the Karnataka as well. So, this Cold War has always been seen among these, between these two leaders. In fact, where you see about the CM face conversations coming up time and again within the leaders, and the leaders getting divided on the name of the top leaders as well. So that has been the situation in the Karnataka as well. But now this being the 75th birthday celebration of the former CM Siddaramaiah, is a big bash that is happening in the Davangere, and you see this is clearly has been seen as in the show strength, as he has been seen as a mass leader. But on the opposition side, your D.K. Shivkumar, who is also the part of the birthday celebration, who had come along with Rahul Gandhi as he was in the Delhi and then reached Hubballi, and you now see Rahul Gandhi as well as D.K. Shivkumar and almost all the leaders of the Congress party being part of this big celebration in the Davangere now. But of course, this has been the time and again the controversy that the Karnataka has witnessed from these two top leaders of the chief minister's post, and the top leaders have also made it clear to these two leaders, especially that Rahul Gandhi also held a meeting a political affair committee meeting that was yesterday at around 9 o'clock, and had also spoken to both the leaders that this the upcoming assembly polls in fact has to go in a collective leadership, and it has to be fought in a united manner. But as you see, whether it's the Chintan Shivar or for that matter the PSC, the meeting that we have seen right now that was held from the Rahul Gandhi with all the senior leaders, but you see right after a couple of days, you again get to see this kind of a controversy from the Karnataka.
Ritu, a little bit more context required here for our audiences. After this high command order has come in, that the Congress needs to fight the next few months together, only after elections possibly will this question of the next chief ministerial face actually be addressed. Have we seen that order be obeyed by lower members in the Congress cadre? Are we seeing the party state unit unite over the last few hours at all? Do we have indications?
Yes. So as I see in the Chintan Shivar too, this was the main discussion that the topmost leaders of the Congress party had with the Karnataka's Congress unit, and had clearly given an indication saying that there shouldn't be any kind of a discussion on the CM face, because Karnataka is going to see the assembly polls shortly, and thus it has to be fought unitedly, because it's the opposition party, that's the BJP, who's getting benefited because of this Congress infighting that is only intensifying time and again. But that is what the High Command had clearly told to the Karnataka's Congress unit, and especially to the top leaders like former CM Siddharamaiah and the KPCC President DK Shivakumar. Now, but of course, when we see this, the DK Shivakumar in fact had been quiet for a very long time, but this time, just couple of weeks back, we saw how he had also been vocal about this particular CM-related issue, and he also openly stated saying that he can't be someone's spokesperson, and he's not a sannyasi that he can be seen wearing a saffron robe, and thus he has all the democratic right, as he mentioned, saying what is wrong in that if he has to. If he is that CM candidate, and which he actually believes that he is a candidate that for a CM post. So then you see most of these leaders as well, whether it is Zamir Ahmed Khan or MB Patil or G Parmeshwar for that matter, all the Congress leaders coming up and then giving again open in statements saying that they too want to be the Karnataka's next CM. But you see these supporters who are divided on the name of the leaders, they say that it's a democratic right of any leader if they want to be the CM of the Karnataka. And in fact, what is wrong if someone says that they want to be the CM? But now the top leaders of the top brass, in fact, of Congress, is somewhere can be seen of a sick because of the Karnataka's Congress unit, that just couple of weeks and the same issue raises up, and this has somewhere become a laughing stocker for the opposition party, for the BJP, where BJP had clearly stated out saying that if this is the kind of infighting that the Congress is witnessing, then in the upcoming assembly polls, the Congress party will have more number of MLAs than more number of CM candidates, in fact, than the MLA candidates in the assembly. So this is how it is benefiting the BJP party, but Congress party is again can be seen, lowering its own standard in the state. But we'll have to again see now that the Rahul Gandhi had visited Davangere and has also in fact been part of the PSA meeting and had spoken to both the leaders, because the crucial point is also that DK Shivakumar, in fact, who had traveled along with the Rahul Gandhi from the Delhi, had almost like more than 1.5 hours to speak with Rahul Gandhi on this particular point. So now, but this will be interesting to see whether in just a few days we will get to see again such statements from the Congress leaders.
All right, Ritu, thank you so much for that context. For our audiences, we're going to move very quickly from developments taking place in Karnataka back to visuals that we were bringing you from Taiwan. This is from Taipei in Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi, the U.S. Speaker of the House, visiting White Terror Memorial Park. This is a memorial park that is present. It's called the Jingmei White Terror Memorial Park. It's present in Taipei. A little bit of context on it and why this visit is so important is because it's been turned into a human rights memorial over the last few decades. And it's a museum and memorial primarily built and devoted to Taiwan's democracy movement, which is why her visit to it is being seen very much as a pronounced, important, bold message to Chinese authorities. This visit taking place, I'll try to connect in a second with a colleague, Abhishek Jha, to bring you more context. Abhishek, a little while ago, we came to you to understand with you the significance of this visit. One of the things you were saying is that United States authorities were possibly highly aware that she was going to make this visit before she made it. If you could just also tell our audiences, Pelosi is slated to be there for 2 days. Do we have any inkling as to what her agenda, what her itinerary might look like?
So there are 2-3 important aspects of her visit. First was that Nancy Pelosi, she has always been known as an anti-China crusader. In USA, she has always had she has been very vocal about USA's anti-China policies in past also. So in a way, now she is at, we have talked also that she is at the hierarchy number 3 in USA, and her visit to Taiwan would certainly send a very strong signal of solidarity and support to Taiwan's current establishment, which is democratically elected. Now we have also seen that Nancy Pelosi has visited that memorial park, which also celebrates democracy and human rights values. And this is where the Chinese have always expressed their concerns, that they have also always maintained that visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan would embolden the democratic value and the rule, the kind of rule that Taiwan is having, that will get more strong support from the USA, and probably this will also create a further movement when other countries and their delegations would like to visit Taiwan on their own without having go through the Chinese establishment. This is what the Chinese fear has always been, and this is where the insecurity of China comes in. This has happened, but also there are other aspects of this relation about the bilateral trade that the USA has with Taiwan, and the kind of global supply chain disruption that has happened in the wake of COVID pandemic, and how semiconductor and the chips have become very crucial part of manufacturing industries, especially automobile industry and other industry wherever there is an automation is needed. Taiwan is one of the key producer of semiconductor. It has got the expertise, the technical hands and know-how to make semiconductor. Recently, we have seen that the USA has also passed CHIPS Act. Almost $52 billion have been sanctioned for this act, where US government is going to promote and aid and support all the companies who will be in the area of the semiconductor manufacturing. We are getting reports that Nancy Pelosi has also met the company leaders from TSMC, that is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, and probably this visit was more productive in the sense that there could be some collaboration between USA and Taiwanese side in terms of manufacturing these semiconductor chips, and how can this collaboration can be strengthened. So apart from the political rhetorics that both sides have been playing, USA and China, there is substantial economic trade talks are also there, which are on the agenda of Nancy Pelosi when she is in Taiwan.
All right, Abhishek Jha, thank you so much for providing us with that context. For our audiences, we're actually joined on the show right now by guests, and we're going to go over to them for their expertise on this topic. First, we have Major General retired A.K. Sivash. He's a defense expert. We're going to go over to him to understand more right now. General, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on CNN News 18. General, over the last few hours, we've watched China undertake a number of activities, one of which, for example, is live drills. Experts analyze the situation, the actions from China. What they've said is that this is not the launching of any kind of offensive. This is very much just a show of strength from China. Firstly, sir, I'd like to ask you if that's an analysis that you agree with. And then, sir, another question. Do you see possible further escalation coming from China in the next few hours or the next few days?
Absolutely. See, the 2-3 factors are there. Whatever China is doing, it is just a rhetoric and offensive maneuver which is trying to show off its strength. Nothing more than that. The China do not have a capability and capacity to do anything more than that as on today, because America has already taken defensive measure. America has put 2 aircraft carrier group, USS Nimitz and USS Ronald Reagan. It has about 20 to 30 submarines which are there in Indo-Pacific. And so is as far as Taiwan is concerned, their air defense system has been also boost up. So I don't think China will do anything which will amount to going for a war as on today, until unless the things go from bad to worse in time to come. So the point today is whatever China is doing, these military deals, these are only offensive maneuver just to put pressure as a psychological pressure on Taiwan as well as on America. Nothing more than that. And second thing is why they are doing it. It is for the domestic consumption. What is happening is that after Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taipei, it has dented the image of Xi Jinping in China. You know, as it is, China is not doing economically well. The inflation rate is double figure. The BRI is almost defunct. And the election which has to take place in November, where the fate of Xi Jinping will be decided for third term, is also very crucial for it. So the point which is coming is that the prestige of Xi Jinping has taken a dent by Nancy Pelosi coming and challenging China. So something he has to counter it, something he has to do it to show to its own domestic population that the China is strong enough. So all this, whatever military action, military exercise, trying to surround Taiwan is a step in that direction, that there will be no, the airspace will be also closed for almost about 7 to 8 days. So this is all into that line. But having said so, one must not underestimate the capability and capacity of China, and especially China can be unpredictable. China can do something after Nancy Pelosi has gone, maybe after 5 days, 7 days. So that point has to be very, very well understood even by Americans. Now, another issue which can come is that China may not able to do anything in South China Sea or against Taiwan. Will it do anything else? Can it be India that it is trying to now put pressure on India on line of actual control? It is doing the airspace violation very frequently. It has built certain villages and it is trying to build more roads. G695 highway is also coming. So there is a possibility of China doing something in Ladakh also, just to divert the attention and to gain the sympathy of its own countrymen. So that possibility also remains. And India is well prepared. India knows it, that up till this winter it is going to be very crucial, especially from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. So we are very alert and live. As far as Taiwan is concerned, things will remain hot, things will remain active, things will remain tense. But I don't think China will go to that extent of going for a war, because economically don't permit. The economy of China, USA and Taiwan is all been embedded together. Remember, Taiwan is a superpower for semiconductor and chips. There is a lot of trade between Taiwan and US, also between China and US, and also from Taiwan to China. So having said so, I don't think China will make a mistake of now going all out against Taiwan, because it knows that America will come for help. America is already deployed there, but it will keep on doing posturing, it will keep on putting indirect pressure.
All right, General, thank you for that context. Stay with us. We also have another guest with us that I'd like to introduce to our audiences. We have former diplomat Manju Seth. She's also with us here on the show to bring us a lot more context. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on CNN News 18. Ma'am, I'd like to ask you a question more concerned with the economic aspects of this entire story. Our audiences might already know that Taiwan's economy remains heavily reliant on trade with China. China is the island's largest trading partner, in fact. Could you explain to our audiences why then would a country like Taiwan take the risk of welcoming Pelosi with open arms? We did see Pelosi talk about the chip industry, talk about possible future initiatives with the United States. Still, could the United States ever become the country's largest trading partner?
It may not become the largest partner, trading partner, but you know, it is a very strong supporter of Taiwan's independence and Taiwan's current status. Though it says there's a one China policy, the US believes that the democracy, as well as its, you know, what China had earlier promised, one country, two systems, etc. So they want to emphasize that Taiwan remains in their sphere of influence and in US's sphere of influence. But increasingly, as a rising China and a stronger China feels that now it can do what it wants. All these years, it had not not, many visits have taken place before from the US as well, at lower level maybe, but they have been ongoing. Now it has changed China. In the last 25 years, the US and China are both at different points of their sort of power play or strength. US is, of course, numero uno at the moment, but China has caught up quite a bit. And it says, this is my sphere of influence in my backyard, and you cannot put pressure on us. And so Pelosi's visit, as far as China is concerned, as the general said, it is direct sort of, it hurts the image of President Xi Jinping of China, and he would not to be seen as being weak in this moment, at this point of time. And I think they will, as the general mentioned, we should not expect that it will go into an all-out war, but yes, economically, it will put pressure. Already it has, introduced some economic sanctions, you can say.
Against, yeah.
It has stopped export of sand to Taiwan, and it has stopped imports of various fish products and other things from citrus fruits from Taiwan. So it is trying to put pressure, and it knows that it can only put pressure on Taiwan and cannot directly at the moment do anything with the US. But it is also sending a message to Taiwan that better remain within your limits, and you better not start welcoming people from the US or increasing your friendship. But on the other hand, or your trade relations. But on the other hand, Taiwan feels that it needs to be connected with the US because it's democracy, and the people over there want the democratic tradition to carry on, do not want to become majority of the people. There are many people who do want to become part of China, but a lot of people in Taiwan do not want to become part of mainland China or of their system. They wish to maintain their democratic credentials and their democracy. And
ma'am, stay with us, please, just for a second. I believe the Chinese Foreign Ministry is actually conducting a press conference as we speak.
我们也从美军在伊拉克、叙利亚所作所为以及喀布尔大撤退当中，看到了这种民主的承诺和带引号的强大。作为美国政府的3号人物，面对自己国内积重难返的民主问题，佩洛西花着纳税人的钱，坐着美国的军机串台作秀。干着违反国际法和国际关系基本准则、损害他国内政、主权、领土完整的勾当，只能让世人更加看清美国的虚伪丑陋，使美国的国家信誉进一步破产。连美国共和党的议员格林他都说，佩洛西没有留在国内来解决困扰美国人民的问题，他掌握了几十年的权力，而整个国家却在崩溃。这种捍卫民主的假勇气已经够多了，所以我们呢还想提醒佩洛西，他面对的是占全人类1/5人口的中国，挑衅的是14亿多中国人民，民意不可欺，民意不可违。佩洛西想凭借此秀到底流芳百世呢，还是遗臭万年？相信历史会做出公正的答案。
All right. My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us, bringing us coverage as the Chinese Foreign Ministry makes that address as we speak. Let's go over to Abhishek to understand more. Abhishek, over to you. Abhishek, are you able to hear me?
Yes, just to
Abhishek, I didn't ask you a question. I was simply asking if you could give us more context to the address we've just seen the Chinese Foreign Ministry deliver.
Okay, so the Chinese MOFA's spokesperson's remarks are in context of Taiwan. The recent visit of Pelosi to Taiwan, this is where the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been regularly updating media. In fact, yesterday only, back to back, they issued 3 to 4 press releases. This was quite unprecedented. So, in terms of media communication, they have been very aggressive to tell and put across their point of view about Nancy Pelosi's visit, and they have said that this is in clear violation of past commitments to USA, to China, and also the encouragement of the kind of ruling that Taiwan has, or any possible independence that Taiwan wants to have will certainly be met with a countermeasure from Chinese side. China also sees Nancy Pelosi's visit as something that will encourage Taiwan to have more sovereignty, because China still claims that Taiwan falls under its sovereignty of mainland China. Both of it, Taiwan and China, were part of the same ruling dispensation decades ago, but ever since People's Republic of China was formed, the erstwhile government in China under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek that got sheltered in Taiwan, and since then for almost 7 decades now, China and Taiwan have been at differences. There have been skirmishes in past also between the two nations.
Okay.
But
Abhishek,
globally,
I'm so sorry. We do actually now have a translation of what the Chinese Foreign Ministry just announced. We'll go over to that. We'll come back to you for more expertise on it. I'm going to read out to you what we just heard. The issue is about China and China's sovereignty and integrity. It is a probation and an infringement upon China's sovereignty. That's a statement we've heard them repeating again in a form of warning China to the United States. Let's go over back to my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, the Chinese Foreign Ministry making the announcement. We're going to go over to hear them once again. Then Abhishek will come to you.
Pelosi's visit, U.S. officials now try to justify and even ship blame. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said China tries to turn what is in the historical norm into a crisis, and is the one that's escalating. National Security Council Coordinator John Kirby said this visit doesn't violate One China principle, One China policy. What's your comment?
I think you actually captured the essence of their remarks, and you see how hard the U.S. officials have been trying to explain it away and even putting the blame on us. So I think it reflects the absence of credibility, the lack of knowledge of history, and the lack of reflection on the part of the U.S. government. In China, we have an ancient saying that is, a man will be facing his problems and the troubles because of the lack of reading about history. So I think it's time that the U.S. officials catch up with the history lessons on the Taiwan question. So I think it's important for me to give you some historical facts about the Taiwan question, and I hope that you will reflect them in your reports. There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is part of China. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the entire China. This is at the heart of the One China principle and also a shared understanding and a basic norm in international relations. In October 1971, the 26th session of the UNGA adopted Resolution 2758, deciding to restore all its rights to the PRC and to recognize the representatives of its government as the only legitimate representatives of China to the UN, and to expel forthwith the representatives of Chiang Kai-shek from the place which they unlawfully occupy at the UN and in all the organizations related to it. Right now, including the United States, there are already 181 countries who have established diplomatic ties with China on the basis of recognizing the One China principle. Historically, the Taiwan question used to be the biggest obstacle to the normalization of China-U.S. relations. China was firmly committed to the One China principle and wouldn't budge on this question. So in 1971, when the U.S. affirmed to China the new principles that it would follow with regard to the Taiwan question, and they include the U.S. would acknowledge that there is only one China in the world and Taiwan is a part of China. The U.S. would not repeat the phrase that the status of Taiwan is undetermined. The U.S. had not supported and would not support movements for Taiwan independence. When President Nixon visited China in 1972, he reaffirmed those principles to Premier Zhou Enlai, and hence the Shanghai Communique. And in that communique, the U.S. made it very clear that the U.S. acknowledges that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China, and that Taiwan is a part of China. The U.S. government does not challenge that position. And this is what kick-started the normalization process of Sino-U.S. ties. And in the joint communique in 1978 on establishment of diplomatic ties, the U.S. said, and I quote, "The U.S. recognizes the government of the PRC as the sole legal government of China and acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China," end of quote. And in the August 17th joint communique of 1982, the U.S. said, and I quote, "The U.S. recognizes the government of the PRC as the sole legal government of China and acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China." And also it reiterates that the U.S. government has no intention of infringing on Chinese sovereignty.
All right, Abhishek Jha with us right now to bring us more context on these statements. Abhishek, we heard statements coming in there from security officials in the Chinese government. Now, our audiences might know President Xi Jinping is possibly on the precipice of coming in for a third term, and his emphasis on Taiwan has been huge over the last few months in particular. The messaging we just heard, does that come along expected lines?
Of course, this is all on the very much on the expected lines, because the kind of conversation that the spokesperson from Ministry of Foreign Affairs from China was telling reporters were the facts that has already been repeated so many times in the past few days, that the sovereignty of China has been infringed upon by the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. Taiwan is part of Chinese sovereignty. There is one China only in the world, and any attempt to secede or any attempt to encourage independence of any part or small island of China will be dealt with countermeasures from the Chinese side. This time, Taiwan has a very different set of ruling. It is a democratically elected government that works there, and Chinese side have a communist setup of governance, and they have never liked the way democratically elected governments in Taiwan functions, and as they want to reunite China, and they have probably been talking about reunification of China, where the mainland China will have the rights and all the responsibility also of all the small island nation, including Hong Kong. If you talk about Taiwan, there are other parts also, including Tibet. So all the autonomous regions will be part of reunified China. So this is the larger ambitious goal of Chinese Communist Party, which has not been practically possible for over 7 decades now. So this is in that context only that China is very furious about this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, that will in a way embolden other smaller parts or smaller islands of Chinese who actually fall under the Chinese sovereignty. Apparently, they will also be encouraged to have more diplomatic contacts and engagement with other parts of the globe. The statements that the MOFA spokesperson was telling about, she was mentioning 1971 United Nations General Assembly's commitment that there is only one China and China will have the sovereignty over these areas. There have also been commitments from USA side to China that they will also respect Chinese sovereignty over these islands, especially over Taiwan, and USA will have relations with Taiwan in terms of commerce, culture, and no diplomatic engagement will be there. But the kind of the travel that we are currently seeing, Nancy Pelosi is third in the rank of hierarchy in US government. She is an elected official, and now she is meeting elected official of Taiwan, president in there. So this is quite a this comes very much under the high level diplomatic engagement between United States and Taiwan. So this is something that China is trying to call a violation of communique and agreement between China and USA in the past, that has always helped to keep balance the relationship of USA with Taiwan, USA with China, and Chinese relation with the other global peers across, not only in South China Sea, but across globe also.
Thank you for that context. For our audiences, diplomat Manju Seth remains with us. Let's go over to her to understand more. Ma'am, thank you so much for staying with us. Ma'am, I'd like to come to you here for more context. Obviously, right now, we're looking at the short-term consequences of the Speaker's visit. But could you walk our audiences, obviously you'll have to be a bit of a future teller here, but could you walk our audiences through what the possible long-term consequences for the United States, for China and for Taiwan, the three stakeholders here, could be?
Of course, as you mentioned, it's a futuristic projection, very difficult to say. But I think in the short term, whatever saber rattling to some extent, or some kind of Chinese reaction is there, and they're saying they're going to conduct exercises, live fire exercises, etc. But I think in the long term, it should, through diplomatic channels, I feel, come to a little more balanced balance. But we have to remember that China, as I mentioned earlier, is a rising power, the second most powerful now in terms of economy. And because of that, it feels its time has come. And it's already built these bases, armed bases in the South China Sea. And if you look at the way the aircraft of Nancy Pelosi had to take a circuitous
We're going to have to go to breaking
Taiwan.
news that we're getting as we speak right now. This is breaking news coming in from the same story. The PLA Eastern Theatre Command has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercises are in response to Pelosi's visit in the Taiwan Island area. The visuals we're showing you on your screens are from those trips. Now, my colleague Abhishek Jha is with us to bring us more coverage. Abhishek, when you speak to analysts about what expected actions China was going to take over the last 2 days, sending warplanes in this manner was very much one of them. Tell us then, is there any kind of alarm to these developments?
In fact, there has been enough of alarms bells that Chinese side have repeatedly, tried to ring. Over the last 72 hours, there have been military drills going on across the Taiwan Strait. The Fujian is a part of Chinese mainland that is closer to Taiwan, so there is a serious military establishment that is operating from there, and they are trying to create an airspace which is not operable for any commercial plane. China has, in fact, last night China has announced that the airspace in and around Taiwan Strait will not be open for any commercial plane. But then Nancy Pelosi was traveling in the U.S. Air Force plane, and this is how that plane got permission, and it was it allowed to be entered in those airspace, and this is how she landed. So all the maneuvering, the naval assets that are operating in Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea and the East China Sea are part of that mega drill that China is trying to posture as a show of military strength in the eye of Nancy Pelosi's visit. These reports that we are seeing that the fighter jets are flying over those airspace which is Taiwan's identified defense zone, and also we have reports from other USA side that USA had also lifted some of its fighter jets from Japan. And there had been movement of USS Ronald Reagan and their other warships in and around Taiwanese Strait of South China Sea. So there is a lot of military maneuvering is going on in and around Taiwan in the context of Nancy Pelosi's visit. But so far, practically both sides have been very patient, and no fireworks have been reported. And it looks like the show of strength that China wanted to express, it has been able to express, but there has not been any contact or any any engagement that has been reported so far. Situation is highly tense, but it looks like it will dissipate sooner.
Abhishek, I'd like to request that you stay with us right now. For now, I am signing off. Next, my colleague Shivani Gupta takes on the entire show at 1 p.m. Shivani, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Toya, and good afternoon to you and all of our viewers. I'm Shivani Gupta. Our top story at 1 p.m. There is politics that has erupted even over the Tiranga rally of the parliamentarians held today by the Culture Ministry. Now, this bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament was majorly boycotted by the Indian opposition, while Congress dubbed it as a BJP agenda, with MP Rahul Gandhi posting picture of India's first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru with the tricolour. On the other hand, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti reignited the Jammu and Kashmir flag debate by blaming the centre of robbing the previous state of its identity. Hitting back at the opposition, BJP has slammed the opposition parties of playing petty politics over Independence Day celebrations.
अनुराग जी, क्या मैसेज देंगे कि ये सिर्फ बीजेपी का या सरकार का तो है, तमाम जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को लोग
सांसद नहीं आए, मैं उनसे कहूंगा अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में जाकर ये कार्यक्रम अवश्य करें। आज वो राजनीति करना चाहते थे तो करें, लेकिन राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए जुड़ते तो शायद एक सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि हमारे उन वीर शहीदों और स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को होती जिन्होंने अपनी जान इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर कर दी। बड़े नेता विपक्ष के हों, वो चिट्ठी सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा क्योंकि देश का नौजवान, देश का नागरिक तिरंगा यात्रा में एक साथ जुड़ा है।
जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं ये भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे। ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को खत्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी। क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा?
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय का आयोजन है। किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
My colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Arun Dhata are tracking more of the politics that has erupted. Pallavi, is the Congress feeling a little bit on the back foot because of the allegation that even an event like Independence Day celebration of the tricolor, they're not to be seen and it has become bipartisan, partisan instead of remaining bipartisan?
Yes, absolutely. I would say, Shivani, because see, look at the sequence of events. You have the Tiranga Yatra by the MPs, and just after that, the Congress party changes its DP, and even that by Rahul Gandhi. But what they do is, which is now also snowballed into another controversy, they put up a picture of our first Prime Minister of independent India, Jawaharlal Nehru, along with the national flag. This has invited criticism that it's usually always about the family. You're pushing a dynasty. But having said that, the points which Congress is quickly wanting to make is what Aditya Thackeray also referred to. You are using Chinese plastic flags. You are replacing Khadi, which in a sense symbolizes what India's sovereignty has been all about. The genesis of Khadi was essentially to make the point against the Britishers that we believe in Swadeshi and we boycott the foreign goods. That point is being compromised by the BJP according to a Congress party. But also very quickly, Shivani, when it comes to issues of nationalism and national security, Congress has often been found to be on a back foot, and I think they don't want it this time round, which is why that had it damage control and also trying to capture the narrative as much as the BJP has.
Before I go to Arun, very quickly, Pallavi, the BJP is also levelling the charge that we invited everybody, and then for the opposition to not show up for what is a parliamentarian rally shows poorly on them.
Yes, I mean, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary again makes a reference to the point that you are making it an event, you're making it a function. And, it's all about BJP and the Congress. If the BJP wants to do theirs, then we do ours. But see, at the core of this is again something which is going to invite this criticism of the Congress party, that the flag does not belong to any one political party. It was an event, invitations were given by the government. There was no reason why the Congress couldn't have turned up. Pretty much the same criticism it faced when no one from the opposition, and certainly not the Congress, turned up at the Bhumi Puja of the Central Vista, or actually the new Parliament building.
Yes. Arun, just give us a sense of, exactly what is the BJP saying, especially parliamentarians, union ministers who were part of that event. And were there members of the opposition who were part of this rally today, or was it just the BJP?
Well, see, Shivani, first of all, BJP and the government have made it very clear yesterday, when their minister was speaking and when their spokesperson was speaking, that this program is completely of a government program. This program, is organized by the Ministry of Culture, and there is no relation with the BJP. And in fact, when we spoke to the member of parliaments who were participating in this Tiranga rally, in which only ND MPs were participating, they were saying that the flag off was done by Venkaiah Naidu, the vice president of the country, not by JP Nadda, who is the BJP chief. That's one. So it was something which has been organized for all the members of parliament.
Right.
There was no specific party was involved in this, and therefore when these opposition MPs did not appear for this road, bike rally, it shows their mindset that for them national security, national interest and nationalism is something which is not important. That's what BJP is saying for these allegations. Now, secondly, when we are hearing from the Congress side, especially the Aditya Chaudhary, who's talking about the original flag, Khadi flag, and the changes being made in the flag code. On that, BJP is saying that, first of all, there is no Chinese angle involved in it. All these options which have been given, which includes, of course, polyester, cotton, khadi, is something which will help the Indian economy, and the MSME sector will get benefit out of it.
In fact,
So
Aditya Chaudhary, Arun is speaking once again. Let's listen to what he's saying.
किसे एक जांच एजेंसी ईडी को दुरुपयोग करते हुए, बेजा इस्तेमाल करते हुए हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की जंग में अहम भूमिका जिस पत्रिका ने निभाई थी, आप सब पत्रकार हैं, आप जानते हैं नेशनल हेराल्ड उस पत्रिका की नाम भी है, और जवाहरलाल नेहरू से लेकर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, रफ़ी अहमद किदवाई, नरेंद्र देव सब मिलके ये नेशनल हेराल्ड और इसके साथ साथ का हिंदी और उर्दू भाषण हिंदुस्तान के लोगों को आज़ादी की जंग में शामिल करने के लिए शुरू किए थे पहल। और आज जो आज़ादी की समय में वॉइस ऑफ फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल थे, हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की जो स्वर थी, आज उस नेशनल हेराल्ड को और उनकी छवि को धूमिल करने के लिए, और साथ साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी की छवि को धूमिल करने के लिए
आप लोगों ने सबको इनविटेशन दिए थे, लेकिन हमने देखा कि जो ऑपोजिशन के एमपीज हैं वो इसमें मौजूद नहीं थे। क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस पर?
सबको इनविटेशन था। ये देश के सभी सांसदों को कहा गया था, और आप सोचिए इसका शुभारंभ किसने किया? जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी ने नहीं किया, देश के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट उपराष्ट्रपति जी श्री वेंकैया नायडू जी ने किया, और वहाँ व्यवस्था में संस्कृति मंत्री थे। तो अगर इसके बाद भी आपको लगता है कि हम इसमें नहीं जाएंगे, तो मैं समझता हूँ फिर वो सोच का प्रॉब्लम है, इनविटेशन का नहीं।
What is your take on this whole issue?
Every party is free to organize its own program, but as regards hoisting, that has been done since 1947, even in Kashmir. 1947, without a break, it has been done. It was in Holland and Kashmir. But if political parties have their own programs as regards hoisting of the national flag, or taking yatras, or taking processions, every party has a right not to get associated with it, or to be associated, or to have its own program. Every party is free to tailor its own program. So, as regards the fundamental concept of hoisting, there can be no objection.
सर, उन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर के पुराने जो झंडे हैं उसको भी ट्वीट किया है और धारा 370 हटाने का जिक्र किया है।
मुझे लगता है कि धारा 370 ध्वस्त हो चुका है। जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जब हम कहते थे पहले एक निशान, एक विधान, एक प्रधान, तभी होगा देश महान, और आप जब धारा 370 ध्वस्त हो चुका है, समाप्त हो चुका है, तो पुरानी चीज़ों को घसीट करके वो ला करके और तिरंगे का अपमान करना चाहिए। तो तिरंगा का मान, शान और अभिमान तभी होगा ये देश में।
सर ये बताइए अब कांग्रेस के इस मूव को कैसे देखते हैं आप?
देखिए, जहाँ तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रश्न है, हर घर तिरंगा ये कोई घटना या कोई उपक्रम नहीं, ये एक अभियान है कि देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक के हृदय में राष्ट्रध्वज के प्रति, इस देश के प्रति, इस देश के माटी के प्रति सम्मान बढ़े, मान बढ़े, प्रत्येक नागरिक का
ये
मान
तो
बढ़े।
अपनी बात आपने बताई जाए। अब वो कह रहे हैं कि 52 साल तक आरएसएस ने अपने हेडक्वार्टर में झंडा नहीं फहराया और आज उन्होंने कार्यक्रम में हिस्सा नहीं लिया। अब नेहरू जी की तस्वीर के साथ, तिरंगे के साथ वो अपनी डीपी लगा रहे हैं।
देखिए, मेरा कहना ये है, कम से कम तिरंगा तो उन्होंने हाथ में उठाया। आज तक जो कांग्रेस का जो ज़्यादातर हो रहा, उन लोगों को जो है राष्ट्रीय ध्वज का उससे सम्मान करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि अगर वो भी अगर राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को प्रणाम कर रहे हैं, उसको अपने डीपी पर लगा रहे हैं, मैं उसका स्वागत करता हूँ। पंडित नेहरू जी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे, हमारे भी सम्माननीय हैं वो, लेकिन ये पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर का मामला है। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज सबके लिए है, इसमें कोई पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होना चाहिए।
Today, the Cultural Affairs Ministry had organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament, in which all MPs of all parties had been invited. Not once but time and again they were told that they must participate because the Tiranga, our tricolor, is a symbol of the collective consciousness of 135 crore Indians. But unfortunately, as per media reports, only the BJP NDA MPs participated. Is the Tiranga only of one party or is it of the entire nation? Many people are asking that does the flag of Parivar Tantra mean more to them than the flag of Lok Tantra and the flag of India?
हर घर तिरंगा देश भर में अभियान चल रहा है और लाल किले पर संस्कृति मंत्रालय का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। लाल किला से तमाम जो सांसद हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इकट्ठा हैं। बाइक रैली में वो अपनी हिस्सेदारी, अपनी भागीदारी दे रहे हैं और तमाम जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं, आम लोग हैं, वो भी इसमें शामिल हैं। तो ये जो बाइक रैली है वो लाल किला से लेकर इंडिया गेट तक पहुंचेगी। केंद्र सरकार की यही कोशिश है कि हर घर में तिरंगा लहराया जाए, इसके लिए अभियान चलाया जा रहा है।
Let's go across to some guests also joining us. Professor Gargi Nandi Roy is a political analyst joining us. Sujata Paul is leader of the Congress party. Sujata, let me start with you. Why do this? Why does the Congress party want to even invite the narrative that it doesn't want to celebrate wholeheartedly? What is a government function? And there are precedents to them, skipping such functions. Why not become a part of it?
Today, the democracy of this country is under threat. The constitution is under threat. And this means that the government has not been able to take the opposition parties on board. That's as simple as that. Because according to me, for all of us, Vijay Vishwa Tiranga Hamara, Jhanda Ucha Rahe Hamara. And my Tiranga, my pride is the hashtag that the Congress party is running at the moment. And nobody is going to tell us, at least of all those people who hoisted the national flag in 1948 after Golwalkar was released from jail after he had been arrested for the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. He promised Sardar Patel that the national flag would be hoisted on the RSS headquarters. But after the death of Sardar Patel in December 1948, they stopped doing it. And for 52 years, they did not have the national flag there. Today, we are seeing that even the headquarters, the Twitter handle of the RSS organization, and also Mr. Mohan Bhagwat's Twitter handle, I think he has remained untouched by the message. But
why are you mixing
the
the politics over RSS over what is the government's function?
The government's function is to keep people together. And all these are mere excuses about changing khadi to polyester. Khadi is a symbol of the national freedom struggle, and khadi is what we will stick to. So the Congress people are using the khadi flags, and our Tiranga will be with us in our hearts, in our hands, and the government is not going to tell us. And Shivani, very interestingly, one of your BJP spokespersons said in the bite that everybody must participate. No, you will not force anybody to participate.
Of course, they're not forcing. That's why you're not there. let's not be childish about this, but let's go across to Professor Gargi Nandi Roy also. The Congress says that, we don't agree with the government's policies and the way they treat the opposition, and therefore we don't want to be part of this. We'll celebrate it in our own way.
Yes, I think, the opposition in our country, especially Congress, they're becoming compulsive contrarians. And being compulsive contrarians, they don't realize that for the sake of opposing Modi ji or for the sake of BJP, when they start opposing the country itself. See, this flag is a symbol of pride. Can we forget when people were stuck in Ukraine, how the students came? They were holding the national flag. Even people from Pakistan and Bangladesh were holding our national flag, Indian flag. So that is the prestige of Indian national flag, and it is the manifestation of our emotions, our feelings, our sentiments when we hoist the national flag, and as a nation we come together. I think today they should not have done this. They should have shown bipartisan attitude and reason above petty politics. Sometimes the Congress party needs to rise above petty partisan politics and come together as a nation, because it was
the other charge, Sujata, you can respond to what Professor Gargi is saying, but the other charge the Congress party is also facing is that why are you celebrating the national flag, for example, with one second Sujata, I'll give you an opportunity. The addition to what Professor Gargi said is also the question that is arising is the pictures we're running. Rahul Gandhi has posted a DP, a display picture of Jawaharlal Nehru with the national flag. Why bring in your party leaders? Yes, former president, prime minister of the country, but the national flag is enough, no, on a day like today?
Right.
What are you talking? He was the first prime minister of this country.
Right.
It is let me complete. The first prime minister of the country. He introduced the national flag to the Constituent Assembly. And today you might talk about dynasty, but at that time, how can you talk about dynasty at that time, about family at that time? He was the first prime minister of the company. So the BJP should be ashamed if they are bringing this up, because the flag was introduced to the Constituent Assembly at a time when the Sangees used to say that this is Tiranga, teen color ka, teen tigada, kam bigada hai. So they did not believe in the national flag. They trampled it under their feet. Do you even remember?
Is this not furthering the narrative, Sujata, that you believe that the Congress party alone is the party that can be credited for the freedom of this country? The Congress party alone can own up to the symbols of an independent India? What is the message that's sending?
The message is very clear that the Modi government is out to destroy every symbol of the national freedom. The national freedom struggle was for what? For a country that would be free, that would be patriotic, that would love its country, and for every person who did not believe in the ideology of the Congress also would get that freedom. But today, Mr. Modi expects everybody to be enslaved by an ideology that he does not have.
All right, let Professor Gargi come in.
No, I don't think. See, you are playing the same record, ma'am, on today. Or on the occasion of the 75th Independence Day, I don't think you should bring this kind of topics. No, Modi ji has not brought. If you said, see, the Congress was the party which has brought emergency in our country. So let's not go to that history and bring party politics. If you say Modi ji, most number of people abuse Modi ji. What has he done? What has he done? What has been done to those people? So you have been criticizing Modi. Criticize Modi. It is your right as an opposition party. Criticize the BJP, but do not, while criticizing the party on Modi, don't go against your country. Today, you people should have come together in this kind of time. It's a time of national pride. Suppose there is a war or anything like that. As opposition party, you should join the government and come together, because as a nation, sometimes we need to come together. Ma'am, today don't raise these petty political issues, because today is not the day for these petty political issues. And let's not forget that the RSS used to go to schools to raise the flag.
Talk about the Tiranga. Talk about the country. If you love your country.
We love our country. See my DP, ma'am. My WhatsApp DP is the flag. My Facebook DP also we have given the flag.
About Mr. Modi because
no, I'm not talking about Mr. Modi. I'm telling you, oppose Mr. Modi if you wish to. But for the sake of opposing Modi, you do not know when you cross the line and you start opposing the country and the very fall of its pride, ma'am. That is the problem. You, for the sake of opposing Modi, oppose Modi because it is your right as an opposition party. This country needs a strong opposition. But for the sake of opposing, don't oppose the country and the greatest symbol of its pride.
Because you can talk about nothing else.
Okay.
I am not talking about Modi, ma'am. You are possessed. You people are obsessed about Mr. Modi. That is the Congress's problem.
All right, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. I think both of you have made your points. Ugly politics really erupting over what should have been a bipartisan event. I have to thank both our guests for joining us. Let's shift our focus to the other big political development that we're tracking, and that's coming in from Karnataka. So, mega birthday celebrations of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah are being held today in Devangere. In attendance are big names including Congress former President Rahul Gandhi, who is expected to broker a peace deal between Siddaramaiah and party rival for the CM post, D.K. Shivkumar. Thousands of Congress workers have arrived in Devangere to join the celebrations, which is also seen as a show of strength by political pundits from Siddaramaiah faction. Meanwhile, taking a tough stand, Congress High Command has asked its state leaders to not indulge in any public discussion over Congress's chief ministerial phase for the upcoming elections.
Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday celebrations here in Davangere has seen a massive crowd turnout. Anywhere around 6 lakh people expected. It has resulted in a huge traffic snarl here on the Bangalore-Mumbai highway. The one you see here, most of these vehicles are headed for the birthday celebration of Mr. Siddaramaiah. The general traffic has been diverted. This is a crucial stretch of road connecting Bengaluru to Mumbai, and a lot of people traveling on this road have been inconvenienced. There have been diversions on this stretch of the highway, but the fact that there haven't been too many smooth entry and exit for vehicles heading for the celebration has meant that the traffic snarls extend a good 4 to 5 kilometers from the venue, affecting the nearby residents as well as the general traffic that's going between cities on this stretch of the highway.
Let's go across to my colleague Ritu also, who's joining us. Ritu, the messaging from the Congress party amidst these celebrations is also very clear. They're telling all sides not to indulge in any public bickering over who will be the chief ministerial phase. What are the kind of responses you're getting on ground from Congress leaders today on the infighting especially?
Yes, so one line is very commonly being repeated by all the Congress leaders is that they are fighting this upcoming assembly polls, that they have planned it to fight as in the collective leadership. But this does not seem to be the reality on ground. You know, there are set of Congress leaders who are saying this to us, and there are other set of Congress leaders who are saying that it is the democratic right of any Congress leader who is aspiring to be the Karnataka's next CM, and thus it's a democratic right. And what is wrong in one leader, one leader coming up and saying that he wants to be the Karnataka's next CM. Now with all this, the infighting within the Congress party has only intensified, but is not benefiting the party itself, but it is the beneficiary of this whole controversy is the BJP party. In fact, you see, the BJP party is saying that this is in a way, in a Congress party, the fight is somewhere that is not benefiting the party, but it is a benefit for the BJP party, as they say that there will be a lot of CM candidates in the Congress party rather than the MLAs in the assembly polls. So now this is the kind of the mixed reactions that we are getting to see from the Congress leaders. But on the opposite side, that's the BJP party, which seems to be benefited. But with all this, you see the top Congress brass, in fact, being very much clear about it and often stating this out, reiterating it to their leaders, saying that none of them should discuss the CM face openly and has to ensure that we are fighting this assembly polls in a collective leadership. Now,
well, whether that happens or not, we'll wait and see what is the messaging or any tough talk at all that Rahul Gandhi will be able to do with the leaders together face to face, always better than otherwise. But even as all of that is playing out, Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai spoke exclusively to managing editor Zakir Jacob about the Congress wanting to be a tough contender for the upcoming state polls. Listen into what he had to say.
The opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shiv Kumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on to say that you are the weakest Chief Minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See, Siddaramaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me. And if they say it is zero, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress. And they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried many of them, including Siddaramaiah, and the credibility of Shiv Kumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
Meanwhile, full-blown politics has erupted over the attack on Shinde faction Sena MLA Uday Samant's vehicle yesterday. While Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has termed the attack as an act of cowardice and directed police to investigate the matter, MLA Uday Samant has said that the possibility that this attack allegedly by Uddhav Sainik's was meant for the Chief Minister himself cannot be ruled out. Remember, Samant was accompanying Chief Minister Shinde at a program in Katraj area in Pune. Aditya Thackeray also held a meeting in the area earlier in the day.
उनके हाथ में कुछ पत्थर थे, स्टिक था और उन्होंने गाड़ी पे हमला किया और गाड़ी भी फोड़ डाली है। लेकिन ये बहुत निंदनीय है। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति ऐसी नहीं होती। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति को कोई संस्कार है, उस संस्कार से ही होना चाहिए। मेरी तो दूसरी एक शंका इसमें है कि वो मेरा कॉन्वॉय का फॉलो कर रहे थे या सीएम साहब का कर रहे थे। अभी पुलिस को मैं बोलने वाला हूँ, उसमें जो कुछ है वो मैं बोलने वाला हूँ। लेकिन ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, अच्छी संस्कृति नहीं है। जो संस्कृति हमने सीखी है वही संस्कृति से, लोकशाही से पॉलिटिक्स होना चाहिए, मेरा मत है। लेकिन ये किसके लिए थी? वो मेरे कॉन्वॉय को फॉलो कर रहे थे या सीएम साहब के कॉन्वॉय को फॉलो कर रहे थे?
Aditya Thackeray, you have been on a whirlwind tour of Maharashtra, specifically focusing on the constituencies of rebel MLAs. We have seen an untoward incident that has happened. Charged up Shiv Sainiks attacked the vehicle of one of your MLAs. How do you see it?
No, in fact, I just heard about it through the media. I obviously appeal for peace because the people will teach these traitors a lesson in the elections. Most importantly, if you see, the emotions are running high. Actually, nobody has liked the treachery that has happened with a good man, with a good government. And it may be someone in the crowd, but I will appeal for peace, and I think that is what all of us want.
My colleague Mihir is joining us for the latest from Mumbai. Mihir, what's the latest as far as the investigation in this matter is concerned? Uday Samant is saying that this attack could well have been meant for the Chief Minister himself.
Absolutely. What we know at this point, and we can tell you, is that the police has started its investigation and they have in fact arrested 5 people, including Sanjay More, who is a loyalist of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and also the head of the Sena in Pune area. Remember, this incident happened in Pune when Mr. Uday Samant along with Eknath Shinde had visited Pune for their particular tour in order to ensure they get that kind of attention and response from the people. Incidentally, it is also a place where Aditya Thackeray was carrying a rally and Mr. Uday Samant's car passed through that area. At a signal, this incident took place where certain protesters gathered around this, out the car. There was sloganeering, there were words used like traitors and other slogans against Uday Samant. And there was this attack on his car window pane, which clearly led to escalating of this incident. But what Uday Samant is saying is that those people came prepared. They had certain weapons with him like iron rods, stones and other things that he noticed, and that's what he said in his statement to the police. Now police has started action. In fact, they are using a section of attempt to murder in this particular case. They have made 5 arrests, including Mr. Sanjay More, who is a close loyalist. So clearly this is more tension between the Shiv Sainiks, one can say. However, Aditya Thackeray has refrained from really saying that it is his party men who have taken this.
Yes, interestingly, he's saying that there is anger on the street, but can that justify what is happening against elected MLAs or anybody for that matter? We leave it at that, Mihir. But speaking of Aditya Thackeray, exactly a month ago, Uddhav Thackeray's father had stepped down as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Out of 40 of his Shiv Sena, 54 MLAs rebelled against him and moved towards Eknath Shinde and his camp. As Supreme Court today continues to hear a bunch of petitions related to the formation of the Shinde government, disqualification of the rebel MLAs and the bow and arrow symbol fight, CNN News 18's Vinay Deshpande spoke to the former Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray himself. Listen in.
A lot of jibe is being taken on the current government as well. A lot of jokes about how it's just the 2 persons and the cabinet is only of 2 members, the CM as well as the DCM. It's been almost a month and the Maharashtra government has not yet, there's been no cabinet expansion. How do you see that?
I heard someone had gone to a furniture store looking for a cabinet. But I mean, there are 2 aspects of looking at this. One is there cannot be a cabinet because the whole swearing in of this government is unconstitutional. The other part is, of course, without a cabinet and with only 2 people running to Delhi all the time, they have no time for the people. Now you see multiple issues, but these 2 people are actually only indulging in politics of a low level.
But do you see that the power center in the state has moved to Delhi?
I think that is another question after all. The first question is, who is the real chief minister?
There has been a lot of debate about all the MLAs who have gone away from you. Do you think that it is the fear of the Supreme Court hearing that is keeping them from cabinet expansion?
See, the government is absolutely unconstitutional. It is illegal. It's formed by a treacherous means, and most importantly, you'll see justice will be done.
What do you have to say about the 40 MLAs and the 12 MPs who have left you and who have joined the Shinde camp, since this is the first time you're speaking to CNN News 18 after the incident?
I have been wondering very often that what less did we give them? Did we give them anything less? They were after all with us in power. Some of them enjoyed great ministries. Some of them also enjoyed departments which have never been left by the chief minister of any state for the last 30-40 years. So what was wrong that we did with them? Maybe we gave them too much, maybe we trusted them too much, and I think that is where we faulted.
You've also said just a few days ago that there are 2 groups, even among those who have left.
Yes, absolutely. One is the group that is treacherous, one is the group that went by their own means for their monstrous hunger for power, or maybe to save themselves. There is another group which has been misled. I think for them, as I said, the doors will be always open.
A lot of turbulence for the Sena. So many MLAs, MPs have left. Sanjay Raut has been arrested. Is this one of the lowest points for the party?
I think more than the party, lowest points for a democracy. After 75 years of independence, we're looking at our democracy struggle. We're looking at independent voices struggle. Today they're coming after political parties. Tomorrow they'll go after the common man.
One last question. After Uddhav Thackeray spoke with Samna, it was the turn of the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has in fact challenged Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he shouldn't make him open his mouth. How do you see that kind of a threat?
Oh, we'd be happy if he does. But once again, who's the real Chief Minister?
Now, moving on to the top international story we're tracking, Taiwan has emerged as the front line in a geopolitical showdown as amidst threats and warnings from China. United States House Representative and leader Nancy Pelosi met the president of the island country. Now, Pelosi assured and extended support to the country on all fronts, be it security, economy and governance. She urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. Taiwan President lauded Pelosi for her stand and termed U.S. as a devoted friend. Meanwhile, irked by this visit, China has initiated trade sanctions against Taiwan.
Advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. It's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. But you really know more about that than I do.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration to strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development, talent cultivation, and supply chains, so as to further elevate Taiwan-U.S. relations.
Now, Nancy Pelosi has been a long-time China hawk and a critic of the CCP, but she's also been a long-time supporter of Taiwan's struggle. Now, here is what she has said, and these are statements that will irk the Chinese Communist Party no end. We are proud of our enduring friendship. She is, of course, taking the message of America-Taiwan friendship, which is important to note here, even as American government has been wanting to distance itself from this visit. The U.S. will not abandon its commitment to Taiwan, that Taiwan is an inspiration for all those who love freedom. These are all messages that will irk China no end. She has congratulated Taiwan on their successful tackling of the COVID pandemic and has gone on to say that the U.S. will cooperate on security, economy, and governance. Now, these are assurances that will, of course, be music to the ears of the Taiwanese leadership, that has often been attacked by China. But will it be enough as far as the global messaging is concerned is a big question. Now, CNN News 18 spoke to CNN's Beijing bureau chief, Steve Jiang, on the Chinese reaction to these recent developments.
What is the reaction from the Chinese general public that you gauge on social media, within the Chinese civil society?
It's interesting that the Chinese reactions, especially on social media platforms, seem to have been even stronger than the official response. Probably not surprising after nationalistic sentiment has been stoked by state media for so long before this visit. Now, it's interesting to note that as soon as Pelosi's plane landed in Taiwan, the Chinese government announced a series of live-fire military drills around the island. But they were supposed to start on Thursday after Pelosi's expected departure from Taiwan. But amid this growing online backlash against their government's perceived lackluster response, the Chinese military seems to have now pushed the drills starting time forward by having a second announcement saying those drills would now start immediately on Tuesday. So, this kind of drills involved not only firing conventional missiles, but also shooting down hypothetical air and land targets, as well as practicing a blockade. That's why we've been seeing these increasingly frequent incursions into Taiwan's air defense zone, not to mention Beijing's increasingly hardline policy towards Taiwan. So that's why there is a genuine debate going on in Washington, as you mentioned, about maybe it's time to rethink about the U.S. policy on Taiwan, which of course is the so-called one China policy and strategic ambiguity. A lot of people think that worked as long as Beijing believed it was weaker than the U.S. Now it's clearly not a case. It's time for a rethink, and that of course could have major implications not only for the region but also for the whole world.
And those implications are very likely to play on the long term as well, not just immediately as those military drills by China play out, but of course over the next few months as well. But let me highlight the difference in which the American government and the Chinese, of course, are looking at this visit and what has really caused this friction between them. So America, of course, and Joe Biden's administration is kind of trying to distance itself from Nancy Pelosi's visit. He's been on record to say that I don't think the military wants this visit right now, but they're playing the statesman role by saying that this is a visit to celebrate the essence of democracy, not a message that China will really like. But the Chinese side is saying, and they are continuing to be very upset, that this visit will have an egregious political impact. Now, the US has also said that visit is from a House leader, not from Biden governments. So China must maintain that difference. But frankly, that will not really cut ice, because she is number 3 as far as the American political system is concerned. The China, in response to that, has only maintained that the consequences must be borne by US and Taiwan. What else has the US said? That there is no change in the official US policy vis-a-vis Taiwan as a measure of reassurance to China. But China says that provisions of Sino-US communiques have been violated, that they believe that America has gone back on the assurances that they have given to China in the past. Well, as far as international updates are concerned, we're getting a big one. Rishi Sunak, who's one of the top contenders for the next UK Prime Minister post, is saying that I will crack down on Islamist extremism. He has set out an ambitious plan to tackle Islamist extremism and protect Britain from terrorism. He says he will refocus the failing PREVENT program to Islamist extremism, the UK's most significant terror threat. And he will widen the government's definition of extremism to encompass those who vilify the country, to weed out and cut off organizations that are promoting extremism in the UK, strengthen their existing terrorism legislation to crack down on the dangers of extremism in prison as well. So, big declaration coming in from Indian origin Rishi Sunak, who's one of the 2 top contenders as far as the big post at 10 Downing Street is concerned. My colleague Sanjay Suri is joining us over the phone line. Sanjay, how is this message being received?
Well, it is a very firm message. It is a kind of message people need to hear. he has said very clearly that there is no greater duty for a prime minister than to keep his people safe. Islamist extremism is one of the most serious threats to Britain. There have been several cases of terrorist attacks. The reason that we do not hear of even more such is because the intelligence services have been very active and they have tracked groups sufficiently to prevent a number of terrorist attacks. That clearly is the kind of effort and exercise that does not make news for the best of reasons. But the threat continues to be pervasive. He has said that there is a government program called Prevent that is intended to prevent terrorist, violent and disruptive activities, that he will refocus that on Islamist extremism and radicalization towards that end, and that he will put resources into that. But what is even more significant is that he has said that he will extend the laws to cover those who vilify the country. Clearly, there will be issues there about freedom of expression, but clearly this is a very firm message that he's sending out, and the kind of message people would very definitely want to hear.
So, Sanjay, is this a message that was expected from somebody like Rishi Sunak? Is this something that has been discussed within his party or the polity of UK for some time? Or is this something that is erupting or coming out as his personal stamp as he fights for the top post?
So it is the latter. It is his personal position that has been taken, no doubt, in consultation with experts, with people in government, with other leaders of the Conservative Party who are backing him, because he is coming up with a package and he is revealing and announcing aspects of it as the campaign goes along on what he stands for and what he would do were he to be elected. And this has arisen out of those consultations. What is quite telling is that he has taken a position on three aspects so far that are not going to please a number of Pakistanis. First, he has, as we know, taken a very firm line on China. Clearly, that's a statement that China itself has reacted to. Second, he said that he would crack down on grooming gangs that target underage girls for sexual exploitation. The fact is that almost all members of all such gangs who have been arrested so far have been of Pakistani origin. And third, what we see now, it is again a fact that much of the Islamist extremism we have seen in Britain has arisen from the Pakistan origin community. So it is not the case that, he's of Indian origin and tackling and targeting Pakistanis, but as it happens, he has a program in place for Britain, and there are certain people and certain sections that will be more unhappy than others.
Right. Sanjay, I request you to just hold on with me. Let me just take a quick reaction also from a senior fellow of ORF Strategic expert Sushant Sareen, who's joining us. Sushant, this is a very President Macron kind of a message, who's also someone who was criticized around the world for the very tough stance that he took against quote-unquote Islamic extremism. Do you believe that is a message and that's a political step that is actually gaining ground in Europe and more?
Look, whether it's gaining ground in mainland Europe, it probably is. But I don't know about Britain. I believe Sanjay is in a better position to describe Britain, because already, people say London is not London anymore, it's Londonistan. Now, the thing is that the message or the statement of Rishi Sunak, I think, is unexceptionable. And it's a correct position. But given his background, I think this could end up ruling him out of the race for the Prime Minister.
So you feel this is a big gamble for him?
Well, it is a kind of a gamble. Perhaps he feels this very strongly, as do many people, even within the Conservative Party. But I suspect that, there is such level of wokeness and political correctness in Britain these days that anybody who makes a statement like this, especially somebody like a Rishi Sunak, who has an Indian, who comes from an Indian heritage, a Hindu heritage, incidentally, I think for somebody to say this as openly and as publicly as he has done, I think he might have just killed his candidature. I could be wrong.
Sushant, just request you to hold on. Let me take that to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, what do you make of that? Is this too much of a gamble for him? Will it upset too many people?
I doubt that it will kill his candidature. The fact is that he is speaking to the wider constituency of Conservative Party members. And clearly, there is a very high level of concern among Conservative Party members about this kind of threat. It has been their politics, and it has been the statement and the view expressed by many members and senior leaders of the Conservative Party that more needs to be done to tackle extremism of an Islamist kind. And therefore, this message is consistent with what is an overwhelmingly, and not just majority, conservative view. And therefore, he is speaking for that. No doubt it is true that there will be people who will discount this or seek to attribute this to his Indian origins. We will certainly hear that kind of criticism coming from the Pakistani camp. But again, that is not the fear of such criticism from a small section cannot be a reason not to take a stand that appears in line with the majority view.
Okay. Sushant, coming back to you, having said what you have said, I think it is still a very important message coming in from a prime ministerial post hopeful that something like this is being mentioned and emphasized by him. That in itself is a departure from previous times where nobody wanted to talk about it.
No, I entirely agree with what you are saying. I think it's a very important message. I think it is very important to say that, you know, the kind of stuff which has been happening, especially in Britain, needs to be curbed and to not mince your words about it. The only thought which comes to my mind is that, you know, given the kind of liberal lynch mobs and woke lynch mobs which are there in the West these days, Mr. Sunak might have opened himself to charges of Islamophobia and rather hysterical charges of Islamophobia. Now, the moment you mention about Islamic extremism, the moment you talk about Islamic radicalism and some of these terror groups which operate and which is receive some degree of support from the larger community in many of the Western countries, the first reaction is you are Islamophobic. And then that becomes, you know, the liberal media takes it on, and then they create this entire, this entire climate around this particular statement.
No, I get what you're saying, which is why I also mentioned the example of the French President Macron, because he was also criticized within and outside for the very tough stance that France took under his leadership. And possibly Rishi Sunak is also taking a leaf out of his book, because this is something which may not still be politically correct, but on ground a lot of people are feeling frustrated over these issues. Maybe he's wanting to tap into that.
No, maybe he does. And so, look, this could very well work in his favor, right? But my own sense is that it could very easily backfire.
Okay.
You know, if it was somebody else saying this, he might have got away with it. But Rishi Sunak, I'd be pleasantly surprised if, this does not kill his candidature, number one. Number two, don't compare France with Britain or France with any of the other countries. I think the French have shown far greater degree of clarity on this issue than any other European or Western country. So
true, they are different and they have had different stances too. Britain is a very different society as well and has had different politics. One issue that Sanjay Suri, my colleague, mentioned from London was the issue of grooming gangs. Now, that has been a very festering issue in London and England predominantly, and the charges in the past have been, including right down to the police on ground, is that they don't do anything because of the fear of the label of Islamophobia.
Precisely. And frankly, something like the grooming gangs, had it happened in any other country, there would have been a huge furor. But in Britain, what we have seen is that there has been a kind of a cover-up. And I don't blame who don't want to go whole hog after these grooming gangs, simply because, as you correctly say, that they are accused of Islamophobia. So there is this kind of Islamic exceptionalism which is coming in Western societies. I don't know whether this is guilt-driven or something else which is at play, but the moment anybody takes any resolute action against this kind of behavior, the first charge and the first line of offense from the other side is Islamophobia. And everybody else kind of just, gets so bogged down by it and gets so, is so fearful of being labeled as such that they prefer to let it pass. Why should I put my neck on the block? That's the kind of attitude. Because of the kind of environment which has been created.
Right. We'll leave it at that. We'll have to see how this message is received and how this plays as far as the prime ministerial candidature is concerned. But speaking of that, Liz Truss, who is being seen as a front-runner to replace the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, has a small lead over her rival Rishi Sunak as it stands. That lead is, of course, changing day by day. My colleague Sanjay Suri reports from a community kitchen started by UK Prime Ministerial candidate Rishi Sunak.
I'm here in Archie's kitchen of plenty, and there are samosas and mattis. I can smell them. But the conversation is all about Rishi Sunak. Lord Rami Ranger has created a bit of a storm when he says that Rishi Sunak clearly has the caliber, and if he's not elected, it will be because of racism. What do we think?
There's a possibility of that being there. Also, there's a possibility, because the Conservative Party consists of quite an old age members, that it might be that they will look at it as they know the colonial and looking, India being under British Raj and all that. Maybe that would go against him also. But mostly, I think the race card could play in it.
Let's hope it is not racism, because he certainly has the caliber. He's got the figures in his head. He's been a chancellor before. And I certainly believe if he works with a fresh chancellor, whoever's going to be, that together they could get this country back up what it needs.
Integrity of actually opting out when he did, because he could see that the ship was sinking, yeah? So why are you going to back somebody who is actually got the completely wrong policies? He doesn't know what he's doing. And I think Rishi actually opted out and got out of it at the right time. He did the right thing.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're getting some updates coming in. Global tremors over Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Iranian Foreign Minister spokesperson has condemned the United States, saying recent tensions are caused by U.S. politicians interfering in China's internal affairs and violating China's territorial integrity. Meanwhile, the European Union has done a balancing act by saying that they have a clear one China policy and recognize the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China, while also pursue friendly relations and close cooperation with Taiwan. So multiple reactions there now coming in after you had Nancy Pelosi landing in Taiwan late last evening yesterday. My colleague Abhishek Jha now joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, so this is now turning out not just to be a balancing act for the United States, where already reactions are split, but world at large as well. What are some of the reactions that we've already seen?
So, Ridhima, most likely we were expecting that now when the visit has been confirmed, she has already met with the people, senior leadership in Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi is about to depart Taiwan, and now the responses from global partners have started pouring in. Initially, we had reactions from Russian foreign ministry, which said that they still believe in one China policy, and the Nancy Pelosi's visit is sort of a violation of that. Now we have also response from Iranian spokesperson who have condemned the U.S. following Pelosi's visit, saying that recent tensions are caused by U.S. politicians interfering in China's internal affairs and violating China's territorial integrity. Not only that, we also have reactions from Pakistan. The government in Pakistan, they have also said that something on the very similar line. Pakistan has said that they are deeply concerned over the evolving situation in Taiwan Strait, which has serious implications for regional peace and stability. So while these commentaries are coming in globally globally. They have been continuously repeating one fact, that they all believe in one China policy, and whatever the visit has been from U.S. Congress House Speaker, is in clear violation of one China policy. We have also had reaction from UK, who have said that they support Nancy Pelosi's visit, and they would probably like to have something on the similar line in the days to come. Japanese side has expressed their concern regarding the heightened tension in the Taiwanese Strait, which have security implications for their own, defense, things. So these are the reactions coming in from all across the globe on the Nancy Pelosi's latest visit in Taiwan.
Abhishek, I also want to talk to you specifically as far as where this is put the United States itself. Before Nancy Pelosi's landing in Taiwan, we'd seen split reaction from the United States. On one hand, you had the likes of Antony Blinken, who had actually quoted past presidents saying there's nothing wrong with it, vis-a-vis Joe Biden, who had actually said that the military thinks it's a bad idea. Post the landing, what are the reactions that we are seeing, or the damage control that is being done by the United States?
So initially, it was believed that USA government was not very much in support of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. In fact, there were reports that the military establishment had tried to convince Nancy Pelosi about the implications that it will have diplomatically between USA and China. And after that, we also had this conversation going on between US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping just ahead of Nancy Pelosi's visit, because she has landed in Taiwan on Tuesday night, and the conversation between the two presidents happened on Thursday. So everything was going on well, and Chinese president has repeatedly told Joe Biden that the concerns of China regarding Taiwan, and China still wants that any country or any democratically elected government, if they engage with the Taiwanese establishment, it will be in clear violation of one China policy. So this is the background. This is why USA would not like to have Nancy Pelosi visit Taiwan, but then Nancy Pelosi has, in her own right, decided that she will pursue with her journey, which was shelved after she was tested with COVID in April. And so after these many months, when she was well, and globally the pandemic has eased, so she decided to go ahead with her visit to Indo-Pacific nations. And once she has decided that she will take the call, then probably U.S. government also, backed her, and all the defense establishment were moved around Taiwan to ensure her safety and security. And this is the context in which Nancy Pelosi had finally been able to visit Taiwan safely, and she's departing from there very soon.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll continue to come back to you. Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this afternoon. We have Foreign Affairs expert Rubinder Sachdev, and we also have former diplomat Ambassador Jitendra Nath Mishra. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Ambassador, let me begin with you first, and I want to keep the focus on what this essentially means for Taiwan. For China, the minute Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan, according to them, the damage has already been done. So I want to begin the discussion by understanding this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. Will this actually be a shot in the arm for Taiwan, or will Taiwan become collateral damage?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me for the show. Well, there will be obviously a shot in the arm for Taiwan. Collateral damage hasn't happened yet, except for the fact that Chinese warplanes and the Chinese Navy have come even closer to the mainland Taiwan, the land of Taiwan, closer, and I read about 20 miles off the coast of Taiwan. So that is escalatory, but it hasn't happened yet. Now, the former editor, Hu Xijin of the Global Times, said that Nancy Pelosi's plane should be disabled before it lands in Taiwan. It did not happen. And that's very important. So there is a lot of saber rattling. But while China is trying to normalize incremental movement forward closer to the land of Taiwan, closer from the sea to the land, while that is happening in this particular instance, we do not see signs of an invasion actually taking place. And in diplomacy, this is saber rattling, and this is, of course, brinkmanship. we have a standoff with China ourselves in India. So I'm not very surprised by all this. And I don't think we need to get too excited about collateral damage. If that happens, so be it. Now, Xi Jinping is going to have the party congress very soon. And, this is an awkward time for China also in that respect, because it's not easy to invade and to hold Taiwan.
So you think as of now, possibly it will be restricted to mind games and flexing of muscles and optics by China, and invasion is not a possibility that we're looking at this point. I'll just request our guest to stay on with us. We're getting some other information also coming in. China's foreign ministry has attacked United States, saying every time the US provoked China, the result has been shame on themselves. The latest example was Nancy Pelosi instigating the Black Cat riots in Hong Kong and touting the so-called beautiful site, which just accelerated the latest transition of the city from chaos to stability. So hitting out once again at the visit of Nancy Pelosi, which they have seen against their territorial integrity and sovereignty, and also again the One China policy. My colleague Abhishek is now back with us. Abhishek, there is no denying the fact that Nancy Pelosi has had a rough relationship as far as China is concerned. She has been a staunch critic. There is no denying the fact. Talk to us about the latest reaction that we're now seeing from China.
So, as a congresswoman, Nancy Pelosi had in past visited China. In fact, in 1991, she also visited Tiananmen Square, and she gave her respect to the victims who were protesters during the democratic, movement in China. In the past also, she has been there, but today she is quite senior in terms of hierarchy in U.S. government. So her visit cannot be taken as a one member's visit. It is a visit that is properly backed by U.S. government and authorities, and any diplomatic engagement at this level was anyway predicted to have caused furor in Chinese establishment, which has been there. And the spokesperson's remark that you have just mentioned has also mentioned the 1971 United General Assembly's commitment, and also 1979 U.S. China commitment over the One China policy, and how USA would not engage diplomatically with Taiwan, and it will have relations with Taiwan limited to commercial and cultural activity. So in that context, China is reminding USA and the world over that this visit of Nancy Pelosi as a Speaker of House of Representatives in USA is in clear violation of the earlier commitments that USA had given to China.
Okay, Abhishek, we leave the conversation there. Multiple updates continue to come in. Remember, we're also counting down to possibly get some visuals of Nancy Pelosi eventually leaving Taiwan in a short while from now as well. But Rubinder, let me come back to you and continuing the discussion of where does this currently leave Taiwan. Now, before the landing of Nancy Pelosi yesterday, we saw warships being flouted by China. There was flexing of muscles saying this is against the One China policy. So do you agree with Ambassador that as of now this will only be restricted to mind games and optics, and a real invasion or a war is very unlikely?
Sorry, I'm coming in. I didn't say that it's restricted to mind games. I'm saying that there is incremental escalation by China and by the United States, but everybody is doing a little bit of pretense, but we don't know where it will go.
Okay, fair enough. Rubinder?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let's work backwards, right? Definitely, yes, invasion or a full-scale as we conceptualize a war, away. But yes, temperatures have risen, and the boiling point has gone up. In a way, I'm reminded of something, as children, all of us study chemistry, and we have reactions of one chemical and another, and then we add a catalyst sometime to speeden up the reaction, right? Now, what's happening on the overall U.S.-China front is that the U.S.-China relations are deteriorating. Okay, they're rising more and more in conflict. What Pelosi's visit has done, it's in a way added a catalyst that whenever an invasion or whenever a physical conflict were to happen in the future, that timeline has been shifted closer, I would say. That's one. Secondly, it's ironic in a way, if you look the discussions and you were reading statements from various world leaders or whatever coming, the idea of a One China policy seems to be getting more, established. America is re-emphasizing, no, officially we still believe in that. Other countries, whosoever is saying, I think it's becoming a kind of, it's ironic, not an oxymoron, but ironic, that it's something like when Russia set out to attack Ukraine, saying it wants to stop NATO expansion, it ended up solidifying NATO and NATO becoming stronger, right? So similarly here, what could be happening in some senses is that definitely battle lines are getting hardened, right? But at the same time, the overall overarching idea of a one China policy, even India says, yeah, we believe in it, I think, right? So that's becoming more the norm, actually. So that's one. The core thing is that, see, what China thinks that given, again, the one China policy, America's commitment in 79, China is seeing it over the years that America is maybe moving away from it, and America may come down to actually physically supporting Taiwan. That's what China is upset about, absolutely, totally. And that in a bigger picture, what China is also saying, if you look,
that's exactly the reason, sir, I asked this question, and I'm glad you pointed that out, because as per the treaty, they will have to support Taiwan in case a war breaks out. So in that circumstance, do you still think China would want to take a risk? Because as we pointed out, a lot of comparisons are being drawn to the miscalculation that Russia had in the initial weeks as far as its invasion into Ukraine was concerned.
Yeah, brilliant points. 2 points. You see, as per the treaty or the Taiwan Relations Act, which the US has, the US, see, pay attention to the words, exact words, right? The verbiage. The US is bound to help defend Taiwan. Now, defend means, okay, supply all weapons and all, etc. Whatever Taiwan wants, America will give. But will America bring its own firepower? Will America fire missiles at China if China drops a missile at Taiwan? That is open to question. And that was the strategic ambiguity which America was playing upon so far. And that is what it has been playing upon. Now, what China sees happening, US is world's #1 empire, right? China is an emerging empire #2. America has decided, for good or worse, that it will never let China become the #1. And #2, China itself is saying, I will be the #1. So that's the tectonic, shift which is happening out there. So military-wise, economy-wise, and most importantly, technology-wise, America is out to now constrain and push back China on all of that, and China is refusing. And one last point, and China sees what America is encouraging, or as you're saying, pumped up. Taiwan has much more energy if you see now, right? China sees that America is maybe using Taiwan as a pawn also in order to create hurdles in its growth.
Okay. We're also now getting some visuals coming in, and this is coming in from the airport as far as Taiwan is concerned, where we're understanding Nancy Pelosi is all set to leave Taiwan shortly. We stay with those visuals, but Ambassador, let me come back to you. I want to talk to you specifically as far as the US's position is concerned. As I was discussing with my colleague as well, before the landing, there were split voices. There was past precedent that was quoted by likes of Antony Blinken, while the president said that the military feels this is not a great idea. Even post the landing, there has been some sort of damage control that has been done by the United States. The question is, will that be enough?
Well, President Biden has also said on more than one occasion, when asked, I just heard from my colleague, the Taiwan Relations Act states that the United States will come to the help of Taiwan. But the question is, will it intervene militarily with boots on the ground or assets in a war between China and Taiwan? US assets directly? That's a huge question. And President Biden has upped the ante. Let's go back. He has made 3 or 4 statements in the last 1 year, very clearly stating that, yes, if China invades Taiwan, we will intervene militarily, which is not explicitly what the act says. So if he said that, then others in the US establishment said, oh no, why has the president said this? It complicates things. And the Department of State immediately had a rejoinder by way of a clarification that we stand by the one China policy. But one China policy is different from coming to the aid of Taiwan in one sense. That is that if Taiwan is invaded, what does the US do? So this is, as I stated earlier, this is brinkmanship. This is deliberate ambiguity, and I would even speculate. I have no information to back this up, but I'll still speculate that Nancy Pelosi's visit which has publicly perhaps been opposed by the president. That also is a game that's being played out, a kabuki. There is an internal understanding. Look, you will go there. I will say it's not a good idea. The military will say we have doubts, but go there. Let's see what the Chinese do. Are they going to blink first? Now, China seems to have blinked so far, as I stated, for two reasons. One is that they have, of course, rattled the saber, come closer to Taiwan.
Okay.
And they have had economic sanctions. What does it indicate? As a diplomat, I will say that if you are not taking immediate military countermeasures on the ground and you are taking sanctions, it means that you are probably okay with sanctions. That means you will probably not intervene, probably. But I'm not sure. I'm not a crystal gazer, and I'm not going to make any predictions whatsoever. But U.S. policy is very smart, very clear, and I think there is a complete unanimity within the U.S. Let's speak in different voices, but we know what we want, and let's test China to its very limits.
Interesting point that you are saying, that publicly have a different stand, let the different voices go, publicly, but we know what our stand is. Rupinder, I want to come back to you specifically as far as where does this leave Taiwan. As I said, at the cost of sounding repetitive, the minute Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan, the damage, according to Beijing, was already done. You can have whatever damage control is happening as far as the United States is concerned. Look at the sanctions that have already been announced by Beijing. They rolled out curbs on the import of fruit and fish from Taiwan. They also halted shipments of sand to the island in the wake of Nancy Pelosi's visit. Do you see this stopping just right here, or do you think this is going to only escalate in the weeks and months to come?
In a sense, thank you. In a sense, this is a new normal. So what Pelosi's visit has done has kind of raised the temperatures, and these new temperatures are the new normal, be it, of course, non-military confrontations right now, but it's a new normal that we are entering now. Quickly, I'll say one thing, working backwards again. See, by 2049, China wants Taiwan within itself. 100 years of Communist Party, it has to. Xi Jinping has also said that it is the responsibility of our generation to finish the Taiwan issue. We should not leave this issue to the next generation. That means Xi Jinping or Chinese leaderships think that, okay, not even 49, in the next 10, 20 years, we have to integrate Taiwan. Now, China was simultaneously preparing, apparently, according to reports, that by 25 or 2030, it will be militarily enough, powerful to subjugate Taiwan. Okay. Nancy Pelosi trip, what it has done, working backwards, and why I was saying that maybe it has accelerated the impending clash. There are reports that the Chinese leadership is now planning or contemplating that 18 months should be the time in which we should now go and do whatever we have to do with Taiwan. So in a way, that's some kind of a notional perhaps, and none of us, of course, know what's happening. We are not flies inside the room. But that means China is looking at an accelerated time frame to kind of achieve what it wants to achieve with Taiwan. Now, very interesting you mentioned about the import or the sanctions, right? The fruits and veggies, fine. I mean, that's nothing but sand is a very interesting thing and a very surprising thing, I think. Sand has two important components. Taiwan imports about 6 million tons of sand from China every year, about 90% of the sand. Out of this, and most of it goes into construction, right? Infrastructure and all. About 10% of the sand is what is known as natural sand, which is, sand grains the size of 5 millimeter and smaller. So out of the 6 million tons, 600,000 tons are natural sand, which goes into the making of glass and silicon chips, the semiconductor industry, right? So, I mean, that's a very, very interesting, product or item on which China has put an export ban on Taiwan. So does it mean that it will hinder or hamper Taiwan's semiconductor industry? It could, definitely. But then on the other hand, Taiwan and China are linked at the hip with respect to semiconductors also. So that's a huge issue between China and Taiwan. But whatever it be, this whole episode has raised or has, I think, brought nearer, like, you have the nuclear arm clock reaching midnight, reaching midnight. It has accelerated that clock to maybe, sooner than otherwise it would have happened.
Okay.
But with Taiwan, definitely a conflict would be there with China.
Okay. Good points that you're making. Ambassador, I quickly want to come back to you, and this is just an afterthought that I've had. All the warnings that we saw before the landing of Nancy Pelosi, with Beijing saying that there will be dire consequences, that entire parade of warships, there was some sort of activity in the airspace as well. Do you think Beijing was still working with the calculation that if these warnings are sent out, maybe Nancy Pelosi even will not land in Taiwan, because that's a larger message that's being sent, that the superpower is still China?
Oh, absolutely. This is a classical Chinese strategy. You bombard your opponent, your adversary, with psychological warfare. They abuse us all the time, as Indians. And they've been playing this game ever since the founding of the communist state in China. And we have seen through that game. We saw it in Doklam, for example. Great abuse. Now, abusing the United States is another matter. It's a much more powerful country. But here, it is the United States that decided to escalate, not China. China has been doing the drills, but they have been carefully calibrating those drills over the last several years. Of course, there is speculation that President Xi Jinping wants a legacy. He wants to take Taiwan and end the story. But, it's a kind of kabuki, because China pretends that Taiwan is a part of China. Taiwan has its own parliament. It has many attributes of sovereignty. It is virtually de facto sovereign. And the United States pretends that it's not treating Taiwan as an independent country. We believe in one China policy. If you believe in a one China policy, why are you doing all this? So it is definitely, clearly a political signal, a strategic signal to China to undermine Chinese aggressive behavior in the larger Indo-Pacific. And we in India have to look at it in terms of a much larger game that the United States is playing. We are back in the Indo-Pacific. We haven't taken our eyes off the ball because of the Ukraine war, is what the United States is saying. And I, as an Indian former diplomat, would greatly welcome that.
Sir, I'll come back to you on the larger issue of the impact on the Indo-Pacific and for other countries involved. But Rubinder, I quickly want to understand another aspect from you, going back to the position that we've seen of the United States so far. Look at the comments that we've heard post the landing of Nancy Pelosi, where the United States has said that don't read too much into it. This is essentially a visit to celebrate the essence of democracy. And also look at the demarcation that they're making. They're saying that this visit is from a House leader, not the Biden government. Is this damage control going to be enough to ensure that China doesn't go in terms of a long-term plan or attack either militarily or otherwise?
No, it will not be enough. I mean, Chinese are no fools and Americans are no fools. Okay, technically, both are right. America is right in the sense that, we still abide by the one China policy. This is a visit by one of our leaders. Things have happened in the past. Okay, she happens to be the senior most, but we still believe in the one China policy. So America is right in that way. That's why I was saying earlier on, let's go with the exact verbiage, the words which are there on the agreement. Okay. On the other hand, China is also right. It feels that America is flouting its policy, as Ambassador very clearly pointed out right now, right? So both sides are right in a way. But on the other hand, this whole thing has escalated. And one. Secondly, as far as Taiwan is concerned, you see, before Pelosi landing, okay, threats. Now, China has to do something more than the normal, what it had already been doing over the past months or years, flying aircrafts near the air zones, doing some live Navy drills and all. Now, Pelosi landed, Pelosi gone. What has China been able to do to counter signal an equal or a newer response? So China would have to raise up and do something unusual, which it has not done so far, right, to signal its displeasure with the Pelosi visit. Now, with respect to that, what China seems to be doing right now is a practice of encircling the island. Okay, for the first time, it's laid out those 5 zones where it's going to have sea and air trials and drills and missile tests and all of that. So effectively, what China is practicing these 2-3 days would be how to blockade Taiwan from the sea and in the air if and when we start a quote-unquote invasion. By the way, the first step of any such, final calamity, to my mind, will not be China dropping missiles in Taiwan, may not be necessarily.
Okay.
It may be much more effective for China to start off with a blockade.
Okay.
Because China doesn't want to also, shatter all the infrastructure out there,
True.
including industry, which again links to China. So China would be much happier to, enforce a blockade maybe 6 months sometime when the time is right. Just, break the backbone and break the spirit of Taiwanese and starve them to death or whatever through the blockade, and then bring them into China. That may not be possible, of course, but that would be the ideal for China. So China is now practicing that right now, by setting out its warships and air and missile systems all around the island of Taiwan. So that's the big thing, which it had never done before. Okay, it has flown aircrafts into the zones or, fired missiles, but this thing, this encircling, it has never done before. So this, to the Chinese mind, is not only a signaling, it's actually prepping. You're preparing your army and military to interoperate, and if in real tomorrow we need to really encircle Taiwan, how will we do it? All our communication protocols and missiles and radars and defense and all.
This is interesting because, a couple of days before the Nancy Pelosi's visit and before we even had a confirmation that she in fact will be landing in Taiwan, the mouthpiece in China had put out an article where the headline said preparing for war. And at that time, many had questioned war against whom. But Ambassador Mishra, I want to bring you back in the conversation. We've just seen a tweet that has come in from Nancy Pelosi, and this is just minutes before she is all set to officially depart from Taiwan. This is what it says. It says, our delegation had the great privilege of meeting with the Vice President of the Legislative. We reiterated our ironclad support for Taiwan's democracy, including on matters of security and stability, economic growth and governance. How do you read the message that is being sent out by the end of this visit?
Well, it's a very clear message. There is no word called independence. She's using every other word. And earlier she used quote-unquote freedom with security. Freedom doesn't mean necessarily independence. So she has achieved her objectives, which was symbolic. I will go there, the Chinese will blink, I'll go back. The crisis will therefore slowly dissipate because the Chinese have not taken military action. In fact, Nancy Pelosi, using humor, said something else. She said, look, 4 senators came earlier. There was no Chinese fuss about that because they are men and I am a woman. So there is a bit of humor in that also. As I said, it's all kabuki. And yes, there is a case for China having a blockade of Taiwan, perhaps as a long-term, more successful strategy, because a war and its outcome would be very, very uncertain. You can never be sure about the outcome of any war anywhere.
Okay. Ambassador, I also want to now understand from you, though this visit is now wrapping up minutes before we actually see Nancy Pelosi, get on that plane and depart Taiwan. As I said when I started the discussion, for Beijing, the damage is already done. Do you think because this was a short visit and there has been some sort of damage control that has been done, will we see the anger of Beijing ending here, or will this just be the beginning of something worse to come?
Beijing's anger is circular. It's always going in circles. There is no beginning and no end. It's like the Indian conception of time. Kal is yesterday and kal is tomorrow. So the anger is a continuous thing. There is a spectrum. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it comes down, goes up, comes down, and that will very much continue. But as I said, the crisis, immediate crisis that is, not the long-term strategic crisis, is dissipating because she is leaving Taiwan. So it's over, the game over. And the Chinese haven't sent their planes to take her out in the air.
Ravinder, same question to you. Do you also agree with what Ambassador is saying, that the anger is circular, so it's difficult to assess whether the damage control that is being done by the United States at this point will help allay concerns of Beijing?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with Ambassador. Maybe I'll just add a twist to it, a physical twist in a way. It's a spiral. It's a circular and it's a spiral. So it's a new normal, right, which is happening out there, and it's, to my mind, all it's doing is it's precipitating a climax sooner than would have been otherwise. There would be a climax sometime, right? The question is when. So this visit of Nancy Pelosi, I think, has kind of accelerated that impending, confrontation whenever that would happen. By the way, as to the rest of her trip, as you were just mentioning, going to Japan, let's just watch out when she goes to South Korea. Because South Korea also, she's going to say the same thing, and there our dear old friend dictator Kim is sitting, and he'll not be happy with her visit and her statements out there. So we could be looking out for something, something's coming out there also. But back to China, see, essentially, again, to my mind, in an overall sense, it's a matter of race to be the most dominating empire economy in the world. China looks at itself as the middle kingdom, not only in terms of multiple things, but as the middle kingdom between the heavens and the earth. Right, so the earth is here, the heavens are up there, between the two is China, and it controls and exercises its influence and thought on planet Earth. That's where China thinks its manifest destiny is. Now, that's why all their emphasis on, you see, the space and satellite, I mean, those are the frontiers of war, and that's where America is racing to deny China the leads in technology and R&D. The world of tomorrow, will it run on the Android system or will it run on the Apple system, right? The artificial intelligence standards, drones, what standards, okay, satellites, communication. Satellite is uncharted, nobody has any space. I mean, space, there are no rules and regulations. Who's going to set the rules and regulations of the space? China has created a space force. America has also created a space force other than air force, right? So that's where these two nations are racing away. And in this race, for America to garner more support in the global community is, of course, the idea of freedom and democracy. That's why America goes around and says democracy and freedom versus autocracy, the system of autocracy overall, and China represents one such autocracy. And that's why what Nancy Pelosi said when she landed in Taiwan.
Okay. We'll really have to see how the the other leg of her visit really turns out. I'm going to slip into a very short break, requesting our guests to stay on with us. We'll continue this conversation on the other side.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
But it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, It has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We continue to stay with some visuals coming in from Taiwan, where Nancy Pelosi is all set to depart from the Taipei airport in Taiwan. Those visuals on your screens. Our guests also continue to be with us. Foreign Affairs expert Rupinder Sachdev and former diplomat Ambassador Jitendra Nath Mishra. Ambassador, let me come to you first. Now, the aspect that I want to talk to you about is why is this angering China so much? Specifically speaking, for Xi Jinping, what is the message that is being sent out? Fair to say that this is a very critical window from the time that we're seeing now till the 20th Party Congress, and the message that Xi Jinping would be wanting to send out is that things are under control.
Well, Taiwan is a core interest for China, self-defined core interest, along with Tibet, for example, and the South China Sea. And God forbid, Ladakh is not a core interest yet, but Tibet is. And therefore, the U.S. is trying to undermine Chinese interests in an area of Chinese core interest at a time when China has been flexing its muscles, taking extremely aggressive actions in the South China Sea, and of course rattling the saber in Taiwan, as we discussed earlier, and of course with countries like India buzzing Australian maritime aircraft, for example, and also encounters with ships of different countries in the South China Sea and beyond. And we have also faced some of that even in the maritime domain. So you are seeing an aggressive China all around. So Taiwan is the core of the core interest because it is a territorial interest where China claims sovereignty over territory that it does not control yet, and claims that will control one day the territory of China and reunify, Taiwan, and reunify Taiwan with the motherland. That's the legacy of the Chinese Communist Revolution. So it is the most important of the core interests of China, and you are hitting back at that. And your message is, as I said earlier, we are involved in the Ukraine war, but we haven't taken the eyes of the ball as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned, and Taiwan is located in the Indo-Pacific. So therefore, this is a very, very clear message from the Americans, and as I said, it is an escalatory message but it is a restrained and controlled escalation. It is not an uncontrolled escalation, and therefore the Chinese have, they have not responded militarily so far.
True.
But who knows? Who knows what might happen tomorrow? If, but it seems to be calibrated on all sides. And as far as India is concerned, if I might bring in India here, because we are directly concerned. Even if we are not directly affected, we are also affected. Well, we have a one China policy, but remember, since 2010 or roundabouts, we have not put in any joint statement with China our adherence to the one China policy, because they do not adhere to the one India policy, which is Jammu and Kashmir and Arunachal Pradesh.
If I could just interrupt you here, and I apologize for that, we'll just come back to the issue of India. We're also now getting some other updates also coming in. Now, this is Taiwan's message to China. Taiwan's armed forces are saying this to China, and I'm quoting, "We are not eager for a fight, but we will not shy away from one either." That's the big message that's coming in from Taiwan. We're not eager for a fight, nor will we shy away from one. Rupinder, how do you read this message? And this is exactly why I started the discussion saying that will this just be flexing of muscles, or will we actually see some sort of military action by China? And more importantly, then where does it then leave the preparedness as far as Taiwan is concerned?
See, as far as Taiwan is concerned, they are apparently looking at a strategy which some folks call as a porcupine strategy. You know that little porcupine thing with the needly things on its body, that little animal? So that's the strategy for Taiwan's defense. They want to load up Taiwan with mines, landmines, mines on sea beaches, missiles, etc., that it's totally bristling with, explosives if China or Chinese army tries to set foot on the beaches and into mainland China. So that's the core of the Taiwanese defense thing. So they're ready, and of course they're also readying the offensive weapons, two parts, defense, porcupine, and offensive, of course, their aircrafts and missiles. In fact, they were asking the US for some helicopters which have, missiles for anti-submarine, right, which America has denied them presently, actually, for some odd reason. So defense and then offense on both these sides. I'll quickly go back to the Xi Jinping question which you asked, and America. See, one more outcome of this whole visit of Pelosi is that what America is trying, in addition, is that it is nudging and pushing its partners in the Indo-Pacific to increase their defense budgets. Okay, it's pushing Japan, South Korea, and others, whosoever listen, including India maybe, to increase, and these countries are realizing that they need to push up their defense budgets, right? So this heightened tensions would obviously lead to more defense preparedness of America's allies in this region, including Australia, as Ambassador was mentioning, the AUKUS deal, $12 billion odd of nuclear submarines, right? So America is shoring up its partners for the confrontation with China. Now, as far as Xi Jinping is concerned, absolutely. The Congress, the Communist Congress may be happening in October, but the preparations of that Congress have started actually this week. Because for that larger conference, which is, once a 5 years, you have many working committees, what topics, what discussions, what resolutions, etc. So that is happening right now in Beijing amongst the Communist Party leaders. So Xi Jinping doesn't want to be seen at this point, of course, as being weak on the Taiwanese question, because he may be, the supremo and the de facto big boss, but within the party he may have, and he does have opponents who may question the way he's leading the party. He may still end up being the, with the third term, but with reduced powers or enhanced powers. He wants enhanced powers. Now, one quick point with respect to India last. So he does not want to be seen as backing off against the nationalists, and Chinese social media is actually bubbling over. What are we doing? Why are we not kind of hitting back? So what Xi Jinping could do with Taiwan and America, the timing is not ready. There are too many complications. Xi Jinping may decide to launch some side adventure with India. Something like a Galwan, or little more than a Galwan, not a bigger one, but something like or little bigger than Galwan, which would satisfy his domestic nationalist patriotic constituency and will keep up the fervor for him till he assumes the full leadership once again.
Okay.
So that's a worry for India.
Okay, that is a worry for India. On that note, I'll request our guests once again to continue staying with us. This continues to be our top focus. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back and continuing this conversation.
Established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. We're now getting some visuals coming in from the airport at Taipei in Taiwan. This is Nancy Pelosi leaving after her visit to Taiwan, and then she'll continue with the other leg of her visit. Remember, this is a visit that has raised eyebrows, not just from China, but globally also mixed reactions coming in. China has seen this as against their territorial sovereignty and integrity, and they feel this is against the One China policy. Multiple reactions that we've seen. The United States has also done some sort of damage control. We've also seen reactions from Iran and the European Union as well. The European Union for now has done a balancing act by saying that they have a clear One China policy and they recognize the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China, while they also continue to pursue friendly relations and close cooperation with Taiwan. So those visuals now coming in there from the tarmac at the Taipei airport in Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi, minutes from now, you'll see her actually getting on that plane and departing from Taiwan and then continuing the other leg of her visit. Before that, she had already visited Singapore and Malaysia and then eventually to Taiwan, which interestingly wasn't mentioned officially as part of her itinerary. Our guests continue to be with us. Rubinder, let me come to you first, and before we talk about the larger aspect of what this means for India, so on and so forth, because we're getting these visuals now coming in from the airport where we are going to see Nancy Pelosi get on that plane and then depart from Taiwan. Right from the minute these rumors started, this entire visit had been shrouded in suspense and secrecy. No mention on the official itinerary. There was no confirmation that was coming in from Taiwan as well. Do you think this was the right way to go?
I'm sorry, I just missed the question. With respect to India?
No. So with respect to India, I said we'll just discuss in a bit. But because we're getting these visuals coming in, I want to understand, what did you make of the approach of keeping this entire visit in suspense? No confirmation as part of the official itinerary, no confirmation from Taiwan. What did you make of this approach?
Well, on the one hand, it shows and affirms America's one China policy that it does not have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, so that's why it's not in the official itinerary. Okay, the quote unquote countries are, but Taiwan was just a side trip. So that's that nuance which America is playing upon, or which Nancy Pelosi herself is playing upon, right? Had it been put in her official itinerary, then it would have equated it as a co-equal to a Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, South Korea, right? It is not in the list of those four countries or destinations, so it is not, being recognized as an independent or a sovereign nation on its own. So that's one. But secondly, what definitely Pelosi's trip has done, it has raised Taiwan's profile worldwide hugely, no doubt. It has absolutely, raised the profile, raised the question of Taiwan worldwide. But on the other hand, as we were discussing, it has maybe also reinforced the one China policy for many nations, right? So the one China policy, which was not often mentioned or was known, but all nations were kind of dancing around it, right? So now suddenly one China policy is a clear-cut, terminology, paradigm in global geopolitics that has become out there. And the issue of Taiwan and Taiwan's autonomy, or autonomy, essentially, in a way you can say. So ideally, I mean, this is what the everyone could want, maybe other than the Chinese, that Taiwan stays on as is and relations remain the same. I mean, Taiwan operates as a semi-nation, semi-sovereign state, but does all it does as such. But the point of fact that since it's the core interest of China, that cannot be allowed to happen as per China. And if China will not allow that, then America. See, the other thing is, of course, signals in the Pacific or Indo-Pacific. Not only the budgets of South Korea and Japan and Philippines, they have to, spend more on their defense and offense. These countries are also looking at as to how, the Pelosi visit goes. Had America cancelled the visit, it would have had a huge other impact on these nations.
Okay.
Because always there's that question that how committed America is. But I think the mistake people often make is that we go for the rhetoric rather than for the exact words, right?
Okay.
So America may raise the rhetoric like Nancy Pelosi is saying, we'll stand with Taiwan, we are for all its democracy and all. But where is the word that we will shoot missiles at China if China shoots a missile at Taiwan?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point that even Ambassador was making at the beginning of the show. So even the word that we're seeing from United States as of now is very, very interesting. We continue to stay with those visuals coming in from the Taipei airport, where you can see Nancy Pelosi now meeting other dignitaries. This is minutes before she actually departs with her team from Taiwan. This was a historic visit, one of the biggest visits that we've seen in the last 25 years, I believe. But Ambassador, I quickly want to go back to the point that we were making before we slipped into a break, which was what is going to be the next action as far as China and Beijing is concerned. If we are saying that a formal invasion or a full-blown war is not on the cards, at least as of now, could there be smaller signals that could be sent? For example, wanting to seize smaller islands. And the reason that I'm saying this is because we've seen this with China in the past, whether it was the Cold War or even as early as 2012, where they've done something similar with Philippines.
Well, yes, I cannot predict the future. I'm not a crystal gazer. But what I will say is that it seems more than likely that China will take calibrated, incremental, and restrained action, which is more than the sum total of what has happened right now, which means perhaps seize an island or take some action. They already have, because they have sent their ships 20 miles off the shore of Taiwan already, which is not what they had done earlier. You see, their exercises and their presence was much further away from Taiwan in the past. So they have already escalated. But whether they will escalate further will also depend on how the Americans deal with this going forward after Nancy Pelosi leaves Taiwan. As I said, the crisis is dissipating. Now here, I'll go back to the conversation between President Xi Jinping and President Biden that took place before her visit to Taiwan. And I have some kind of a hunch, and this is pure speculation.
Sure.
But as a practitioner, I hope I understand the game. There might have already been a deal between them. Look, we are going to send Nancy Pelosi there. This is how far we'll go. Okay, you are going to do this. You're not going to go beyond that, and everybody lives the day after. Well, at least for one day. After the second day, we don't know what will happen. This is typical in diplomacy. This happened in the Cuban military crisis. This has happened in the past standoffs, not the present one, between India and China. There have been quid pro quo actions. Now, I would love to come to India because I wanted to say something, but I'll leave it there.
Okay. Quickly going back to Rubinder, and then I'll try and take a final word from Ambassador Ozo as well. But Rubinder, there was another very interesting reaction that came from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which said that United States is behaving like a bully, is a peace breaker. Isn't this ironic considering the fact the criticism against China has been exactly of that, of being a bully?
But honestly speaking, America is a bully also. China is a bully also. That's a reality. Okay, America is a bully. See, each nation watches its self-interest and whatever its imagined self-interests are, and America being what it is right now, as of now in the world for the last 100-odd years, is a bully. There is no doubt in that also. I mean, but yes, China is a bully, and for us, I mean, it's better that the Chinese bully be subjugated to the extent possible, and for us, as long as we can have a working relationship with the United States. We don't want the US bullying us also. At times, we've also faced that, right?
True.
So, I mean, that said, the issue with America is again, I mean, it's a confrontation. It's a confrontation, and this will go on. This will go on. China has to go on. The race is now between the two in terms of their standards, technologies, economic strengths, partnerships out there that can be put together. And for that, America needs support of its Indo-Pacific partners. It can. See, on the one hand, America is trying to be a superpower, not only trying, it is now. You see, Europe and NATO growing, dominating Russia so far, right, overall. Here, Indo-Pacific, America looking to put together the architecture. The AUKUS deal was one important deal in that, right? And of course, Quad. Quad is not a military, but Quad is a very strategic of supply chains and etc., right? And these countries, Japan and Korea, especially these two countries, to be, they should beef up their defense and offense to push back the Chinese growth. So that's the kind of an architecture which America is attempting towards, and which China is absolutely not, as you're saying, and as America is saying, China is being a bully because it doesn't want those constraints set up upon itself. It would rather deal with one-on-one with each nation and bully it down, rather than all of these nations come together and their combined strength then beats China. It doesn't want that.
But no denying the fact that a clear message has been sent to China as far as the position of the United States is concerned, and even Taiwan at this point taking a very nuanced position, saying we don't want a war, but if there is one, we will not shy away from defending ourselves. I'll want to thank our guests at this point as well. It's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Arunima, who takes the news forward.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Arunima. We're continuing to keep our focus on the Taipei airport, where the visuals that you're seeing are of U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi leaving from Taipei, and this has created a furor from China. They've taken strong objections to the United States' decision to send the speaker there. The aircraft is ready. She's ready to depart, but the fallout of this visit is still being analyzed. And to take that further, I'm welcoming once again Ravinder Sajde, foreign affairs expert, also ambassador, former diplomat Jitendranath Mishra. Would request both of you gentlemen to hold on. I want to cross live to my colleague Abhishek for once. Abhishek, these pictures that we are seeing of the Speaker of the United States just leaving Taiwan, the big takeaway, of course, has been the message to China, the message to Asia Pacific region. But anything else that you would want to add to that obvious message that is coming in from this visit?
So the message is clearly that the USA would be standing in solidarity with Taiwan and its values of democracy and human rights. That is kind of very opposite to what China stands for. And this is also clearly a message that no matter how militarily strong China would like to present itself, USA is able to get away with the fact that if it wanted to send a senior high-level official to Taiwan, it has been able to do that despite all the threatening. So, in a way, this is clearly a strong message to not only Chinese government here in Indo-Pacific region, but also to the domestic audience. If we talk about USA's domestic politics, it will surely embolden the personality or the image of President Biden in the last 1 year that he has been there. There has been at least 2 occasions where he has been not able to pursue his strong image. What was that Afghan crisis where USA had a very chaotic pullout. So after that, these type of posturing is certainly going to have a long-term impact on the relationship also bilaterally, but at the same time a stronger USA signaling in Indo-Pacific.
All right, Abhishek Jha, thank you so much for getting us that perspective. Ravinder Sachdev, just want to understand from you, we are seeing these pictures of Nancy Pelosi just about to board the aircraft and leave from Taiwan. Of course, these pictures are very significant, but is this only optics? Is United States going to go the full line? Okay, I think I've lost that line with Mr. Sachdev. I'll try and reconnect. Ambassador Jitendra Nath Mishra, I know you wanted to make a point about India. And as we see these pictures, I had a question as well. We have our own set of problems with China. How do you see this unfolding situation in our neighborhood, in Asia, really impacting our relationship with China or the problems that we are seeing in Ladakh, Arunachal, Sikkim?
Well, for us, the core of the core issue is Tibet and not Taiwan. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Yes, for us, the core, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Sir, please go ahead. I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello?
Okay, I think we've lost that audio line as well. So we will reconnect with our guests even as we see these pictures of Nancy Pelosi getting into the aircraft, ready to say bye to Taiwan after this historic visit in which she said all the right things that the people in Taiwan perhaps wanted to hear. She's spoken about how United States will stand by Taiwan. She's praised Taiwan for its handling of COVID. She's also said that this is a time to stand up for democracies. That's the note on which she's saying goodbye, waving goodbye to the people of Taiwan and flying away. Ashok Sanjnar is also here with me. So we're seeing these pictures of Nancy Pelosi just getting into the aircraft and departing from Taiwan. But what is the message that United States wanted to give other than the obvious? Is there, the timing of it and the way this entire visit was undertaken, what is it that you think went behind it when United States decided to ask Nancy Pelosi to visit Taiwan?
Well, President Joe Biden has said that the White House would not have liked this visit to take place at this juncture. He's, of course, in support that, the Speaker of the House of Representatives should visit, but not at this juncture. But then he also said that there is an equal division of rights and obligations amongst the different institutions, and she is fully within her right. But that having been said, I think this definitely is sending out a very clear message to China, because China also might have been thinking that, the United States is, so to say, a little down and out after Afghanistan, after what is happening as far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned, because Russia, notwithstanding all the support that has been provided to Ukraine by the NATO forces, appears to be, at least in recent weeks, unstoppable, so to say. So China might have wanted to sort of, raise the hype and raise the ante to test the waters also. And the United States wants to send out a very clear message that it continues to be very strongly engaged as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned, and wants to push back against the intimidating tactics, the belligerent tactics of China. So I think the message is very clear. It is as much a support for the Taiwanese democracy or democracy in general, but I think it is equally, if not more so, a message to China that the United States will continue to stand against its, increasing belligerence and its increasing aggressiveness So I think that is definitely something that would have gone home, because China tried its very best. Even Xi Jinping going to the extent of saying, don't play with fire. If you play with fire, you will get burnt by it. And, all the very extremist commentary coming from Beijing at different levels. But that having been said, the visit has taken place. And whatever China has been able to do, it has been able to do a little bit of muscle flexing and, issuing these long, detailed statements. It has really not been, at least so far, not been able to do anything much beyond that. We'll have to wait and see as to what happens after Nancy Pelosi has gone, and what are the economic actions or cyber actions that China takes against Taiwan.
Right, and we're just waiting for that aircraft to take Nancy Pelosi away from the Taiwanese airspace. The last minute formalities are still being completed. But Alok Bansal, Director of India Foundation, is also with us this afternoon. Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for joining us. From the India perspective, we have our own set of problems with China. Now that this new development is happening, perhaps a new front for China in Taiwan with United States intervention, how should India assess the situation?
See, firstly, as far as India is concerned, we know that China keeps giving this sort of threats. And what this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has shown is that if you actually stand up to China, it's invariably in this game of brinkmanship, it's often the Chinese who bring first. So we need to be strong as far as our posture is concerned. We need not be unnecessarily belligerent. But what is most reassuring by this visit is that this has proved, after the fiascos in Kabul and Kiev, that United States is a reliable ally. Because after their pathetic withdrawal from Kabul and their standalone tactics in Kiev, there was a serious doubt internationally whether United States is a reliable ally and can countries of the world depend on United States. So that factor of reliability has come in. Another important factor from our point of view is that in foreseeable future now, Chinese focus will be more on the eastern side. It will be focused on Taiwan. They are trying to do exercises on 6 regions surrounding in the vicinity of Taiwan. So their focus from the West will be reduced, and they may be more amenable for a compromise or a solution onto the West. So maybe at this time, if we actually go in for an aggressive diplomacy to resolve some of the outstanding disputes that we have with respect to the line of actual control, which have cropped up by recent ingresses by Chinese, we may be more successful than we could have been at other times. So that's another plus that we have.
Right.
And I think one thing which we have got very clearly is that China respects strength. So we need to be strong. Our armed forces need to be strong. And that factor needs to be reiterated time and again.
Right. Ashok Sanchanar, would you say that this entire development that has happened, it would kind of push Xi Jinping ahead of his quest for a third term to give an answer with which he can prove to the people that he's strong, the image that he's created for himself? He would have to come up with an answer which is in sync with that image?
Well, in a manner of speaking, he will have to sort of, take some measures so that he's able to have a face-saving end to this, to this whole bullying and muscle flexing exercise that he has engaged in. Because you would have seen right from the very beginning, whether it is the White House, whether it's Mr. Biden, or it is Ms. Nancy Pelosi, they have said that this visit should be seen in the context of the other congressional delegations that have come to Taiwan, and there is nothing special about it. So there is no need of escalating tensions as China has done. But now that China has gone down this path, there will have to be sort of.
Sir, if you give me a moment, we have the first reaction from the Chinese Foreign Minister. We want to play that out. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has spoken out on the visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and he says those who offend China will be punished. So that's a clear line coming in from Chinese Foreign Minister. Let's listen in.
这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义。这些倒行逆施啊，根本改变不了一个中国的国际共识，也根本改变不了台湾必将回归祖国的历史大势。玩火者绝对没有好下场，犯我中华者必将受到惩处。谢谢。
Abhishek Jha is with me on the phone line. Abhishek, just give us the details. What the Chinese foreign minister said was that those who offend China will be punished, but it was a pretty detailed conversation he had with the press there.
Okay, of course, the Chinese side has been reiterating the fact that any such high official visit from USA side would be clearly an infringement on the Chinese sovereignty, which China claims that it has over Taiwan. And Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is also reiterating the same fact that the visit is in clear violation of the earlier commitments by USA that it will always abide and respect by the values and the establishment of Chinese government, and it will always respect the sovereignty of China over many smaller islands, those who are governed by different set of ruling establishment, but they will be considered as part of one China. So Wang Yi has also said that the action that USA has taken will not go unpunished. In fact, he has said that those who would violate such sovereignty of China and territorial integrity, they will be punished. So clearly in this case, U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi would be the violator in the eyes of Chinese government. So we'll have to see how far China will take its claim or its threat against USA and its government, because we have seen so much of military establishment, military maneuvering in and around Taiwan Sea, Taiwan Strait. We'll have to see how far Chinese actions will go.
Right, Abhishek there. Thank you so much for getting us that detail. But Ashok Chandran, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you there. I don't know if you managed to see how Wang Yi was speaking. It was not just the words, but the body language also, the hand gestures, the finger pointing. He wanted to portray a very aggressive posture, and that's exactly what Xi Jinping wants to do to the world, isn't it?
No, absolutely. You're very right. I think by every subsequent word, action, China is painting itself even more into a corner. You know, I think I mentioned on your program that, you know, this reminds me of what they started doing during the Doklam, you know, eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation. That confrontation lasted for about 73 days. And you would recall that every successive day, there would be, you know, from different sources, whether it is the Foreign Office spokesperson or the People's Daily or the Xinhua or even Wang Yi himself, they would come out with statements which were more rhetorical, more extreme. And I think this really paints China into a corner. And it'll be that much increasingly difficult for China to get out of it, because you know, if they have to maintain their credibility, whether it is in the neighborhood in Southeast Asia and equally, if not more importantly, amongst its own people, they would have to show some action that has been taken by them in to substantiate all these threatening comments and threatening warnings that they have been making. So yes, you are very right. I think I couldn't see his, you know, this what you have shown on the system, but I can well imagine that there would be menace both in word as well as in the body language as far as China is concerned.
Right.
Because I think China today feels that it is in that position that it can threaten anyone you know, to toe its own line.
Right.
But this, I don't think beyond a point it is going to serve its end. You know, we have seen as far as India is concerned that it makes all these threatening noises and postures whenever our leaders visit Tawang or visit Arunachal Pradesh. But of course, that has not dissuaded us from going there. And I'm extremely happy that the United States Nancy Pelosi, with or without the concurrence of the White House, has gone there and sent out a very clear message.
Right.
Of course, Southeast Asia wants cordial relations, want peaceful relations between China and the United States. They don't want that there should be any conflict. They don't want that there should be any confrontation, because then they would be the ones who would suffer. They have excellent relations with the United States, and they are engaged very substantively also politically and economically with China. So they don't want any this balance to be disrupted or to be disturbed. But China, having unilaterally taken these steps to build up this crisis at this level, to escalated the tensions to this level, I think they are the ones who have to prove that the threats were not just plain words, but they do have some greater significance in action also.
All right. Alok Bansal, coming back to the India question, you know, Pakistan has clearly taken a stance. They have spoken in favor of China, even though United States and Pakistan's equations, we all know. Moscow, clearly, no surprise there, has come out and taken a stance. What do you think should be India's role if they're drawn into this conflict, if they're forced to take sides? Should it be like the Ukraine war, where they ask both sides to resolve it?
I think that's the right stance. Indian government stance has been very clear that we believe in one China policy. But Taiwan has been a self-administering region. We have economic relations with the Republic of China, and the United States for decades have recognized the government in Taipei. So I think on this issue, India would not be forced to take a stance, I think so. But Chinese aggressiveness cannot be condoned, and we need to support, I think, the Taiwanese, because we have always said that the unification, if at all it has to take place, with the concurrence and in a peaceful manner, with the concurrence of the people of Taiwan.
Right.
So I think that is the correct stance that we maintain. United States is a close ally. We have differences on the borders with China, and I think we must, utilize this opportunity to get something out of it as far as our border dispute is concerned, especially the recent aggression by Chinese, which we have been asking them to vacate. Probably we could get a more favorable response from them at this point of time.
Right. Ashok Chandra, once again to the Ukraine analogy, would you say Pelosi has called off Xi's bluff, or can he do what Putin did to Ukraine?
No, I don't think that the situation is ripe for doing Ukraine on Taiwan, by China. I don't think so. There are a number of reasons. One is that the Congress of the Communist Party of China takes place in November, and for Xi to engage in such a major conflict, the consequence, the final end result of which would still be very, very uncertain. I don't think it would want to engage in that. And after all, she is looking at another third term, going into a third term. So I don't think he will want to risk it, because if he were to start anything today or next month or whatever, I think it's not very likely that he will be able to get a decisive result, a decisive conclusion of this by November, when the CPC Congress takes place. So I don't think he will go there that way. Also, Taiwan has been very well prepared over the last 70 years. It has been preparing for any eventuality of this nature. One might say that it is heavily outmanned and outgunned by China, but still, I don't think it will be a walkover as far as China is concerned. And what Ukraine has shown, what everyone had expected when the offensive started on the 24th of February, that it is all going to be over within a matter of a week or 10 days. And you see how more than 100 days have elapsed, and still Russia, with all its might, second largest military might in the world, it has been able to make only modest progress, to put it gently, and it has also faced its own reverses. So I think there are a number of lessons that are to be drawn, and also the sort of sanctions that have been imposed upon Russia by the Western world. Of course, one can say that the engagement in the trade economic field of China with the West is much more intense and much more robust than it is with Russia. Russia is a merely $1.5 trillion economy, while China is about a $15 trillion economy. So in that sense, it might not be all that simple, all that easy. But I think it cuts both ways, because China is also invested that much in strong relations, in peaceful relations with the United States and the world.
Okay.
And so, that would also definitely be a part of its calculations, that if it were to go out in a conflict and if there would be these sort of repercussions, it's going to have a huge major impact on its own people, and the economy has not been doing well. I think we should be mindful of that. The zero COVID policy of Xi Jinping, that has boomeranged all the actions that he has taken, the restrictive actions that Xi Jinping has taken on the education sector, on the high technology sector, on the real estate sector. We have seen that all these have played havoc as far as the economic performance of China is concerned. So I don't think Xi Jinping would be willing to risk an all-out conflict, an all-out war, even if the United States were not to step in physically and personally in support of Taiwan. But I think Japan will definitely have to take a measure. And I think if it is the credibility of the United States is called to question, it definitely would not, be sitting idly by. It would definitely be, somewhere midway between, even if it is not directly engaged in putting its boots on the ground, it would definitely be engaged in a very significant manner in pushing back against the Chinese aggression.
Okay.
So I think there are very many imponderables. There are very many balls up in the air which we are not clear about.
Okay.
And Xi Jinping, being a cool, cold strategist that he is, I don't think he is going to let himself go up a path where the end is not very clear and it is not very favorable as far as China is concerned.
So, Alok Bansal, presuming that Xi Jinping's response to this developing situation is more economic than military, we have seen how, again, Ukraine-Russia crisis has brought Europe, economic crisis and worries in terms of their gas supply, worries in terms of other economic parameters. Would Taiwan and this crisis translate into similar economic, factors for Indo-Pacific region, for India specifically? What does that mean?
See, firstly, we need to understand that this is quite different from Russia-Ukraine. And I tend to agree with Ambassador Sajjan Har that the military option, to my mind, for Xi Jinping is not an option. Firstly, because Taiwan is an island and Chinese Navy is still not strong enough to take on it with US support for Taiwan. The second factor, which, as he brought out, that with the Chinese Communist Party conference scheduled in November, a quick war is out of question and a war's outcome is always uncertain. More importantly, People's Liberation Army is an untested entity. So I personally feel that primarily the offensive will be economic. Already China has imposed some economic sanctions on Taiwan. It could also take some economic actions against United States. But most of the economic actions, if it takes, that is trade sanctions, if it takes against United States, will be counterproductive for China and Chinese economy as well. Because please understand, Chinese economy has slowed down. It has reached the slowest level in quite a number of years. So now at this stage, if they were to clamp down on some exports to United States or to the West, it would have an adverse impact on Chinese economy. The other thing which they could do is that the bulk of the foreign exchange reserves of China are in US securities, which they could sell. And if they sell that, it could affect the price of dollars, but it would also erode China's foreign exchange reserves themselves, because the value of those bonds falling down will also erode China's foreign exchange reserves. So whatever economic action that China takes, it will also have a huge pain for itself. So China will have to think it over. I think the statement of the US president indicates that US is still not very keen to confront China head on, because they have said that they would not have wanted this visit to take place at this point of time. So they have made a nice statement. They've given China a face-saving mechanism in case they want to. But if they want to go ahead and indulge in some sort of an economic sanctions or economic action, it may hurt United States to some extent, but it will definitely also hurt the China. So that is an action which they'll have to think about it. And if cross-strait movement of personnel and trade reduces, again, while it may affect Taiwan, it will also affect China. We need to understand that a large amount of Chinese growth in last few decades have come about initially because of huge investment from Taiwanese businesses in mainland, apart from Japan and other Western countries which invested in China in a big way. So whatever action that China takes, it will cut both ways, and it will have an impact on Chinese economy as well, besides having an impact on the targeted country.
Right. So as we see these pictures, I think the aircraft is all set to leave from Taiwan. Everything, all protocols have now been completed, and yes, the wheels of the aircraft have started rolling. Nancy Pelosi, after that historic visit to Taiwan, is making her way to Seoul. Ambassador Sajanar, as she's flying out of Taiwan and making her way to Seoul, already North Korea has denounced her visit and called it impudent interference by Washington into another nation's internal affairs.
Yes, indeed, nothing else could have really have been expected. You have mentioned about what Pakistan has said, you mentioned about what Russia has said. I'm sure going down, maybe Iran is also going to come out with a similar statement, and nothing different could have been expected from DPRK. So the fact that it has come, I think it was expected, but Nancy Pelosi and her delegation must be going off from Taiwan with a feeling of satisfaction that they have been able to do it, that they've been able to, and all that Nancy Pelosi has said on the territory of Taiwan. This is, she said all the right things with the right emphasis, focused on democracy, focused on the conflict of the time that is between democracy and autocracy. And I think this is a great reassurance for the people of Taiwan. But of course, we'll now have to see what lies in store. I agree that, there is going to be no kinetic reaction from China. But of course, if it is to do with some cyber attacks here and there with some trade sanctions, etc. But I think this is, par for the course, and Taiwan should be able to handle all these such threats and such muscle threats.
Right. As we're speaking, the flight is just taking off. I mean, Nancy Pelosi, historic pictures they will be spoken about for a long time now. Because, Ambassador, without taking the name of China, without mentioning the C word, she said everything possible to ensure that the message is loud and clear.
No, absolutely. I think this has been the policy of the United States. This has been the policy of India. I think when we are talking about the whole raison d'etre of the Quad coming together in November 2017 was the belligerence and the aggressiveness of China. But you would have seen that right from the first declaration that was issued, when Mr. Biden took over March of last year after the virtual summit, the first Quad declaration came out. And after that, in all the meetings, declarations have been issued, even after the foreign ministers meeting. The C word has not been mentioned. But everyone knows what is, driving the Quad, and what is driving, why Nancy Pelosi also decided to make this visit to Taiwan at this particular juncture. Very obviously, a very strong message that this intimidating and belligerent behavior of China will not go unchallenged.
Right. So if that was the message, I think that message has been given in the most effective way possible by United States Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as she's making her way to Seoul from Taiwan. Her aircraft is at the Taipei airport. There you can see on your screen, it's now just taking off towards the runway. Any moment now you will see Nancy Pelosi leave after her power-packed Taiwan visit, in which she ticked all the right boxes, spoke about democracy, spoke about Taiwan's handling of the COVID situation, something which has a link to China as well. COVID itself originated there, so that link. She's also spoken about democracy versus autocracies and said that United States is a friend of Taiwan and stands for it, said also that the political leadership of Taiwan must be recognized. So all the right things have been said by Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan has now said goodbye to the Speaker for United States, the second in line to the White House. That is the hierarchy which we are talking about as far as the Speaker's role here is concerned. After Joe Biden and the Vice President of United States, she is the senior most ranking official, so to say, who has made this mark by her comments, by just her presence in Taiwan. As we see these pictures, Alok Bansal, final words as far as this region is concerned. It is in a flux right now. Like Ambassador was saying, there are a lot of balls up in the air. We don't really know what really they hold. But in your assessment, once Pelosi leaves from this region, after the initial, whatever action, economic or sanction or cyber attack wise China wants to take, your assessment that things will calm down after these initial optics?
I think this visit has reinforced the fact that the free world is not willing to be intimidated by China's tactics or threats. And I feel there is bound to be certain repercussions of this particular visit in the immediate future. Maybe China could take some limited actions against Kinmen Islands, Matsu Island, which are very close to Chinese coast, which are actually much farther from Taiwanese mainland and very close to Chinese coast, which were attacked in 50s also. So those are islands which may be easy prey in case if they decide to go for a limited military action against these islands or something like that. That could be taken. Or economic actions, as I said, they could go on for a cyber attack. But there is bound to be some turbulence in the region for some time. How it shapes, how the future shapes up, it's difficult to say. I'll keep my fingers crossed because it depends on US commitment to the defense of Taiwan. How much is US committed to Taiwan? How much is US willing to break its economic linkages with China? All these factors will shape how the future emerges. Also, it will also shape on how Russia-Ukraine war continues or it ends, because if this war ends, things we could see newer alignments. But as of now, as long as the war continues, it is actually dividing the world into two camps to some extent. And that will be a problematic thing. I think in near future, Asia-Pacific will have some amount of turbulence. It may be military, it may be economic, but we will see some turbulence. And hopefully things will stabilize.
Right. So the final run of the aircraft carrying Nancy Pelosi has begun. It's just the final run on the runway before it leaves the Taipei airport, and we have been discussing how significant this visit was, the importance of these pictures that we're seeing on our screen and the ones that we've seen in the past 24 hours or so. As she leaves Taiwan, and our final word to you, in terms of how far United States would go. Yes, optics-wise, they have given a message. All the right words have been said. But what is the level of commitment towards Taiwan that you gauge from United States? How far will they go if China pushes the envelope?
Let me put it this way, Maria, that over the recent weeks and months, particularly since Joe Biden came, or even for that matter, even before that, I think even Mike Pompeo, he had made the statement. The United States has been very slowly, gradually, they've been pushing the envelope, and they have been creating what I would call constructive ambiguity as far as their own approach, as far as their own response to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan could entail. And I think they have been expanding the space for their own action, so to say. So, at the moment, it will all really depend upon how things pan out in the future. But in my view, with this visit and some of the other comments that have come from President Biden himself, I think they have been expanding the space, expanding the flexibility and the maneuverability that the United States has in responding to what China has been doing, both in the region in general, but as far as Taiwan in particular is concerned.
All right. So that's the assessment of this historic visit, which has now concluded. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of United States' House of Representatives, has left from Taiwan after completing a historic visit, which has created a furor in the region. China has taken strong objections. Their foreign minister has come out and said that if you harm Chinese interests, you will have to pay for it. There's also been all kinds of other words coming in from China saying that this was this is something which is not acceptable to them. But even after all those protests from China, Nancy Pelosi has stood her ground. She's met the Taiwanese. She's taken their hospitality, praised them for standing up for democracy. And like we said, these pictures are historical. On that note, let me thank my two guests, Alok Bansal, Director, India Foundation, and former diplomat Ashok Sanjana. Thank you so much for joining us, helping us understand the significance of the pictures that we have on our screen. We're taking a break, but stay with us. There's more news on the other side.
Establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region, and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty, and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan, and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
News just coming in from Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi is addressing a mega event at Davanagere where the 75th birthday celebration of Siddaramaiah, the senior Congress leader and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, is on. Congress has put up a show of unity amidst tussle for the Chief Minister's face. Rahul Gandhi is there on the stage where Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations are on. He's speaking there. Let's listen.
And the 3 farm laws that the BJP came up with were designed to steal from the farmers.
ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಈಗಿರುವಂತ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ 3 ಕೃಷಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳನ್ನು ಏನು ತಂತು ಅದು ರೈತರನ್ನ ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವೇ ಹೊರತು ರೈತರನ್ನ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲ.
And to hand what belongs to the farmers to those same 3 or 4 businessmen.
ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ಅದೇ 3-4 ಜನ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರಿಗೆ ವರ್ಗಾಯಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ಕೃಷಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಫಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿತು.
Look at what the Manrega scheme does.
ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ದೃಢೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ.
It distributes India's wealth to its poor.
ಅದು ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
Look at what farm loan waiver does. It distributes India's wealth to its farmers.
ನಾವು ಮನ್ರೇಗಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ರೈತರಿಗೆ, ಕೃಷಿಕರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
And look at every single scheme of the Congress party. Look at the Indira Canteen. You will see that it is distributing India's wealth to poor people.
ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಅಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ಬಡವರಿಗೆ, ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
While the Congress party distributes wealth, the BJP RSS takes away your wealth.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ರೈತರಿಗೆ, ಕೃಷಿಕರಿಗೆ, ಬಡವರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ರೈತರಿಂದ, ಕೃಷಿಕರಿಂದ, ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಂದ ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡೆಯುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ.
They take your wealth and give it to the richest people of the land.
ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲವು ಉದ್ಯಮಪತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು.
We take the wealth of the nation and distribute it to the poor people of the land.
ನಾವು ದೇಶದ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಒಳಿತಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಳಸತಕ್ಕಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
On one side Manrega, right to food, farm loan waiver. On the other side demonetization, GST, farm bills.
ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ದೃಢೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ, ರೈತರ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು GST ನೋಟಿನ ಅಮಾನ್ಯೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಕೃಷಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
Today I was very happy to see Siddaramaiah ji and DK Shivkumar hugging each other on the stage.
ಇವತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಮತ್ತು DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಆಲಿಂಗನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು.
Rahul Gandhi there making a pitch for unity between the two warring factions, but how far is it cutting as far as the cadre and supporters of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are concerned? Ritu is joining me live from Bengaluru. Ritu, optics only, or is this attempt at showcasing unity succeeding on the ground?
United to defeat the RSS BJP in Karnataka.
The KPCC president as well as in the former CM Siddaramaiah. But now you see the Rahul Gandhi's presence in the Karnataka, in fact, is trying to do this control, the damage control, in fact, that has been made in the Karnataka. Because previously in the Chintan Shiva too, this is the same point that was been discussed, and the leaders were clearly been told that none of them should discuss about the CM phase. But then again it came into the forefront, and that we saw how many, not one, two leaders, but slowly most of the top Congress leaders coming out and openly declaring to be the aspiring to be the CM. And then openly you see the supporters as well sloganing about the former CM being the Karnataka's next CM. Now for which for quite a long time that KPCC President DK Shivkumar maintained silence, had to broke that silence and had been vocal about it as well, where he had also clearly said that he can't be someone's spokesperson. Now when he said that he cannot be someone's spokesperson, he clearly indicated this towards the former CM Siddaramaiah. Now but well, in the presence of the Rahul Gandhi and the meeting, that is the political affair committee meeting as well, which took place this last late night, in that meeting too this was the crucial point that was been discussed among the Congress leaders, where Rahul Gandhi had in fact made it very much clear to all the leaders, saying that none of them must be divided on the name of the top leaders as well as for the supporters. The Congress party in fact must ensure that they are going to fight the upcoming assembly polls in a collective leadership and in a unity. But what happens right after the Chintan Shiva? We got to see so many leaders coming out and being vocal about it, and then later point as well when this controversy rose, we got to see this controversy raising each day. There as well they had the conversation with the top brass, and then over phone calls or by the meetings as well, this was been told to this Congress leaders to not speak about the CM phase. Now again this PAC meeting has been taken over by the Congress leader, but now you see this whole controversy is so much in the front line, and that everyone is aware about this controversy that is emerging from Karnataka between the two top leaders of the Congress, that is Siddaramaiah and KPCC president, for which the Rahul Gandhi is also well aware about it. He takes this controversy directly onto the stage and says that he is very much happy to see both the top leaders Siddaramaiah and KPCC president DK Shivkumar hugging each other. Now where you see this damage control that has been made from the Rahul Gandhi, where he is giving that message out to the public, saying that there is nothing, no kind of a rift that is between both the leaders. This is all that is been misunderstood by the public. But you see these leaders themselves being very much vocal about it.
All right, Ritu, thank you so much for getting us those details. We saw similar attempts by Rahul Gandhi in Punjab also. Then it was Sunil Jharkhand and Navjot Singh Sidhu, and we all know how things turned out for Congress in Punjab. Will Rahul Gandhi manage to stem the rot this time in Karnataka? Wait and see. We're taking a break. More news on the other side. Do watch and continue to be here. We're getting you more updates on the other side of this very quick break.
But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
Kangana Ranaut, the Bollywood actor, has taken on Amir Khan on the Lal Singh Chaddha campaign that is going on social media. Actor Kangana Ranaut jumped in the controversy around Amir Khan's upcoming film. She says all the negativity around the upcoming release is skillfully curated by the mastermind Amir Khan ji himself. She goes on to say that a Hollywood remake would have not worked anyway, but now that this will not work, they are going to call India intolerant. So that's what Kangana Ranaut has now said. Shilpa Ratnam joining me live. Shilpa, for the uninitiated, what exactly is the controversy and what is it that Kangana said?
Well, there is a trend that is going around on social media saying boycott Lal Singh Chaddha, but to be fair, that's been happening for every film ever since Sushant Singh Rajput's demise. They are so-called warriors and others who feel there's a lot of nepotism in the industry. So a lot of these big budget tentpole releases do have these trends, coming when they're about to hit theaters. And Kangna, on her part, has said, in fact, alleged that it's Amir Khan who has orchestrated this particular trend. She's suggesting, so that's her conspiracy theory, that Amir Khan has done this trend so that if and when the film doesn't do well at the box office, he can, fall back upon this trend and say it is because of the fact that people wanted to boycott it for various reasons. But to be fair, even before Gangubai Kathiawadi released, she famously posted that today Papa's movie mafia daughter Papa Ki Pari, because of her 200 crores is going to be burnt at the box office, and that film really went on to do well. So Kangna, no stranger to controversy, always weighs in on every film that releases. This is just her having her opinion once again.
And when is the film releasing and what is it about?
Well, Lal Singh Chaddha is releasing in the first week of August, and it's a remake of Forrest Gump. They say it's a Desi adaptation. In fact, though the film released close to 25 years ago, Forrest Gump, they say it's been updated for the times and for our milieu, and also with the local flavor. It stars Amir Khan as Forrest Gump, as that runner who spans the entire country, and it stars Kareena Kapoor Khan, the female lead, opposite him. And here, for the first time, or most prominently, they've used a lot of de-aging in the film to show that 25-year-long journey.
Right. So Shilpa, this controversy you've put into context, that this trend began on Twitter. Have the two lead actors, Amir Khan and Kareena Kapoor, reacted?
Well, no, I had spoken to Kareena last week and asked her about this controversy. Once she had said that, the people who make these star kids as stars. So, why say, have a hue and cry about nepotism? Just don't go and watch their films. I asked her about that. And she said, that one cannot be clarifying every statement, and that if a film is good, then people are going to go and watch it. As for Amir Khan, he hasn't given any clarifications of any sort, and he never does. But there is that whole Hindu-phobic sentiment that's been haunting him ever since that remark of Kiran Rao's, or his, where he said Kiran Rao felt unsafe to live in the country.
Right.
So that's controversy that's been following him since then, and it's just perhaps something that snowballed even more with the Sushant Singh demise.
All right, Shilpa Ratnam, thank you so much for joining us. Shilpa there telling us about what the controversy is around this film and why Kangna Ranaut is now weighing in it. That's all that I have. Ridhima is here in the studio with more. Thanks for staying on, Ridhima. Over to you.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Arunima. Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're beginning this broadcast with some updates coming in. This is as far as the tussle to be Congress's Chief Minister face in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi attended former Chief Minister Siddaramaia's 75th birthday bash, and he went on to say that he is happy to see both Siddaramaiah and the KPCC chief D.K. Shivakumar hug it out. Rahul Gandhi says the party is united to defeat the BJP. Let's listen in. Okay, we'll just try and play that soundbite of Rahul Gandhi, but this is what we heard from him when he attended the 75th birthday bash of the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And remember this ongoing tussle between Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar. He said he's actually happy to see both of them together sharing a stage and also hug it out. Before we play that bite for you, let me bring in my colleague Ritu, who is joining us with more details. Ritu, will this entire comment of Rahul Gandhi saying that we are one united front, will that be enough? Will the real problems actually be solved?
Yes, you see the top leader, in fact, the Rahul Gandhi, just making out clear on the stage itself that there is nothing wrong between both Siddharamaya's and DK Shikumar's relationship. They are doing good and there is no power tussle that can be seen with these two leaders. But you see, again, it's the same that has been continuing on the stage, whether off the stage as well. You see the leaders coming out and making big statement again on the CM face. Now, the Congress top brass has been reiterating this continuously from couple of months. Since then, the infighting has intensified from the Congress party, especially from these two big leaders, that's Siddharamaya and DK Shikumar. But you see these leaders, the MLAs, in fact, the supporters themselves, being very much vocal about it and making these kind of statement, openly saying that Siddharamaya will be the next Karnataka's CM. But meanwhile, the upset supporters and the MLAs of DK Shikumar are also, been on toes to say that DK Shikumar deserves to be the Karnataka's next CM because he has given enough for the party. He's been working hard since his young age that he joined the Congress party, and till date that he has given a lot to the public as well, and he also deserves to be the Karnataka's next CM. Now, not just that, DK Shikumar himself also being vocal about it. Now, whether it's about the organizing committee members, someone like the former MLA Azil Rajanna, or for that matter Deshpande as well. So you see the Siddharamaya, when this whole the plan was going on about the 75th birthday celebration of Siddharamaya, he said that it's the supporters, in fact, who are planning for this big bash. But what happens in just couple of days, you see that big leaders being involved in this big celebration, and then they making big statements like this.
Ritu, Ritu, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's just play out what we heard from Rahul Gandhi.
I remember going with the Congress leadership, with Siddharamaya ji, with DK Shivkumar ji, to the Indira canteen. I can name you schemes at the national level and at the state level that the Congress has implemented. I can tell you that Karnataka was put on the international map by the Congress party.
Let me take in some political reactions. We have from the BJP, Amit Malviya, and we also have from the KPCC, Sanket Yanagi. But I want to go across to Amit Malviya first. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. Rahul Gandhi there, while attending the 75th birthday bash of Siddharamaya, has said that I'm happy to see both DK Shivakumar and Siddharamaya hug it out. We're all together, and the larger motive is to defeat the BJP.
Well, I don't know why Rahul Gandhi's shenanigans have the imprint of his intervention in Punjab, which eventually led to the Congress being routed in the state. I remember this whole hugging business between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. I also remember Rahul Gandhi getting Digvijay Singh and Scindia to hug. And we all know eventually what happened. So I'm glad that Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka, and all that he can see is people hugging instead of speaking about issues of the people. Clearly, Rahul Gandhi has used DK Shivkumar, and now it seems he's all ready to dump him in favor of Siddharamaya. So good luck to DK Shivkumar and to Siddharamaya. Eventually, the Gandhis will prevail. The Congress will be routed in Karnataka as well, like they were routed in Punjab.
Mr. Malviya, you know, what the Congress has said time and again, that there are differences in every party, but the BJP is trying to use a political opportunity here, and they're trying to make a controversy where there is none.
We couldn't care less about what is happening in the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi is already there doing the job, so why should the BJP worry about it?
Do you think this message of Rahul Gandhi getting both the leaders on the same platform, saying it's good to see them hug it out and we have larger fish to fry, which is to defeat the BJP, do you think this will have resonance in a long term as far as the Congress is concerned?
He said this in Punjab. He said this in Madhya Pradesh. He also said this in Rajasthan, where Gehlot and Sachin Pilot are on each other's throats. So that is Rahul Gandhi's track record with his own party, his acceptability as a leader. Do I need to say more?
Mr. Malviya, if you just give me 30 seconds and stay on with us, we also have Sanket Yanagi of the KPCC. If you heard what Mr. Malviya was saying, he is saying we've heard something similar from Rahul Gandhi in previous states where infighting is a problem for the Congress party, like Rajasthan or even Punjab, and look how that has gone. So is there any guarantee that when Rahul Gandhi says all is well, it will actually sustain?
Rahul Gandhi says or not, even otherwise also, all is well with the Congress. Number one is a CLP leader. Siddaramaiah is a CLP leader. And Mr. D.K. Shivakumar is a party leader. It's a party president. He said both to be together in the sense, legislative party in as much as the Congress party have to be together working, unitedly working, and they together have to fight an election to root out the BJP. As such as we have seen and witnessed the situations in Karnataka and the problems, law and order problems in Karnataka, initiated by the BJP and BJP's other panel that is called BJP's B wing, which is either the SDPI or the PPFI, how the communal clashes have begun during the Bommai's rule, and how the BJP is very busy in maintaining the law and order, and it is not been is able to do that. And there is an infight already going on in the BJP. BJP is facing the heat from its own party workers in the state of Karnataka, which they are not able to provide even a minimum security to their lives. And that being the situation in Karnataka, what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has said is, we together are taking this forward, fighting it against the BJP and against the communal forces.
I will come back to you about the Chief Minister ambitions of both D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. But Mr. Malviya, respond to what Sanket Yanagi is saying. He's saying, what is the BJP even talking about in fighting where there is lack of trust within their own party today, with the backdrop of the BJP youth worker Praveen, who was hacked to that, saying that there is lack of trust within the party workers with the BJP themselves. Mr. Malviya, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and reestablish that connection with Amit Malviya. But Sanket Yanagi, let me continue the conversation with you. You're saying all is well, there is no differences, but the aspirations of ambitions of both Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar are known to all. And this is what the BJP is cashing upon. They're saying that when you had ambitions of, say, a Navjot Singh Sidhu and a Captain Amrinder Singh, Rahul Gandhi had tried to do firefighting there as well. But see how that went. So what is the assurance that has been given to the party or the Karyakartas who are working on the ground that personal ambitions are one side, the larger cause of the party is what we're all working for?
So either Siddaramaiah or Mr. D.K. Shivakumar have been very clear since from the beginning that we do not have a chief ministerial candidate. Instead, we depend on the democracy and democratic rule. Firstly, the voters would elect the MLAs, and the legislative party leaders then would be elected by the MLAs, and legislative party leader, in consultation with the party high command, will take a call as to who would be the chief minister. It is not for anyone to say that they would be the chief minister or someone else would be the chief minister, XYZ would be the chief minister. And such statements are being condemned by the party leadership. And such persons who are making such statement that someone XYZ would be the chief minister in future, this is not known to the party leadership. This is not known to the party or the party's democracy or the principles, and known to the democracy at all. So whoever is, we call it as indiscipline. And such indiscipline is not being tolerated, and it is being immediately controlled. Just because someone makes a statement that X would be his nominee for the chief minister, or Y would be the nominee, he would be the better person to fit in the chief minister's post, does not mean that it's an opinion of the party. It's an individual opinion. In a democracy, everyone has a right to have his own opinion.
Okay, fair enough. We really will have to see for how long do we actually see this united front, because we're getting some very different reactions from the ground. But Mr. Yanagi, appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. So as I said, even as the High Command is giving a message of this collective leadership, supporters of former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah are upping the ante. Former MLA K. in Rajanna, who is heading Siddaramaiah's birthday bash, the 75th birthday bash, organizing committee indirectly has referred to him as the chief ministerial face. Another loyalist, M.B. Patil, has also gone on to say that the party led by Siddaramaiah will come to power. So where does this then leave the so-called unity of the Congress party? Ritu is now back with us. And Ritu, this is where it becomes interesting. While you have the spokespersons of the KPCC and others now coming and saying that we are already won, we have a larger cause to fight, which is the BJP. Look at these comments as far as whereas MLAs are concerned. The battle lines are clearly drawn. So then this message that is being sent out by Rahul Gandhi, where does it leave the unity?
Yes, as we've been discussing this, you see the Chintan Shiva that took place in the Rajasthan as well. This was one of the main topic that the Congress party had discussed then also. And the later point, every time Siddharamaiah and DK Shivakumar got to go to Delhi, this was again a main discussion that the party had, and as well as with the top leaders as well, whether it's the Surjewala as well. This was a constant topic that they had discussed about that. That shouldn't be the case in the Karnataka, where the leaders speak openly about the CM's face. But what happens on the ground level is completely different. Just couple of days that the top Congress leaders in fact warned these MLAs for that matter, or the supporters, to not discuss about the CM's face. Just days, and then you see these big statements that are being made. Now that after a long time as well, the DK Shivakumar, who had happened to be quite about this for a long time, again he also been very much vocal about it. And now you see the former MLA Rajana, in fact, who is one of the member of that organizing committee of this birthday bash, now he also indirectly in fact says Karnataka's next CM would be the Siddharamaiah, and now for which defending is also, you see, the campaign chairman, committee campaign chairman, that's MB Patil, also saying the same, that the state is looking forward to fight the assembly polls under Siddharamaiah's leadership. Now MB Patil is the same person who had in fact just couple of days back, he had also told that why should he come in between Siddharamaiah and DK Shivakumar. He also believes that he has the direct access to become the Karnataka CM.
Okay.
So you see MB Patil saying that, you see G. Parmeshwar saying that, you see Zamir Ahmed, in fact the close aide of the Siddharamaiah, also being vocal about it.
Correct.
Now,
so
but
at a time when we're seeing reactions like these and support for Siddharamaiah to be the chief ministerial face, will DK Shivakumar remain silent? That really is the big question. Ritu, we leave the conversation there. Appreciate you joining us here. Let's play out an exclusive conversation now. Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai spoke exclusively to CNN News 18's managing editor Zaka Jacob about the Congress being a tough contender for the upcoming state polls. Let's listen in.
The opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddharamaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shivakumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddharamaiah went on to say that you are the weakest Chief Minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See, Siddharamaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me, and if they say it is zero, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress, and they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately, people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried many of them, including Siddharamaiah, and the credibility of Shivakumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come, and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
From Karnataka to Bengal then, where the Bengal cabinet reshuffle is taking place, we are understanding Babul Supriyo has taken oath as state minister. Remember, all of this comes in the backdrop of the heat that the TMC government is facing because of the SSC scam. My colleague Kamalika is now joining us with more details. Kamalika, what can we expect from this cabinet reshuffle? How many ministers are we expecting to be inducted? And more importantly, any new faces that we'll see as well?
Definitely, it's going to be a new cabinet, 8 new faces. And this cabinet, we have Babul Supriyo, who is a MLA of Baliganj. It was long awaited that he'll get a ministry, so he has got. The emphasis of this 8 new faces, let me tell you, 8 new faces has come, but in a while we'll come to know that 1 or 2 heavyweights will be dropped too. So basically what we are getting it from these sources, that the feature of this cabinet is going to be corruption-free, clean image, and it has a balance of North Bengal and South Bengal. There is equal representation from each district. And most importantly, Birbaha Hajda, who was MOS, he's now promoted she will be giving a Ministry of Independent Charges because she is Adivasi. There is this tribal factor. You know, in Draupadi Murmu, TMC could not support Draupadi Murmu. So more emphasis on the tribal belt, more emphasis on Adivasis, more emphasis on the Jungle Mahal. And this is a total representation of each part of Bengal. And another most important feature of this cabinet is, and the party also, if we put it in a parallel side, is a lot of people, they have been removed from the party post, have been given ministerial bars. On the other hand, a lot of ministers will be dropped, and some of them have already got, they'll get a place in party role. So party and government should be different. There should be decentralization of power, which may lead to less corruption. So party and government will not be a party, one man, one post theory of this, which was actually raised by Abhishek Banerjee. This is taking shape. So today's cabinet, Mamta's cabinet, is a new team with new faces who is going to jump into Panchayat election and then in 2024 Lok Sabha.
Okay, Kamalika, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're getting some other updates also now coming in. Days after the Supreme Court ruled and upheld the PMLA provisions, opposition parties including the TMC, the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, the DMK, RJD and even Shiv Sena, they've all signed a letter and they're seeking a review from the top court. They've in fact issued a joint statement, all these parties that I mentioned from the opposition. Let me bring in our legal correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar, who is joining us with more details. Ananya, give us the details of what the opposition parties are asking at this point. Ananya, can you hear me?
By the opposition leaders with regards to...
We'll try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Ananya, but as we are pointing out, this is just days after the Supreme Court ruled as far as the PMLA is concerned, where they're upheld provisions of the PMLA. You've seen opposition parties now issuing a joint statement. Opposition parties include the TMC, the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, RJD and even Shiv Sena. They've all signed a letter and they're seeking a review from the court. Remember, one of the sharpest reactions that came after this ruling was from the Congress party, who continues to go with the narrative that the centre actually today is misusing agencies like the ED
and the CBI. All of this in the backdrop of the summons that have been given to both Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case, and that investigation still continues. But now you actually have more opposition parties coming together and issuing a joint statement. I believe my colleague Ananya is now back with us. Ananya, if you can hear me this time around, give us details of this joint statement which has been issued by the opposition parties.
Well, yes, Ridhima, the opposition has basically called it a dangerous verdict in the PMLA case. Remember that the Supreme Court heard it for over 2 months and generally upheld most of the provisos in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And in fact, days after this verdict has come in, the opposition, including all the major political parties, whether it's the DMK, whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party or others, they have categorically said that it's a dangerous verdict and they would be approaching the top court with a review petition into this particular case. So now, since it's a final order of the topmost court of the country, now the only option available to these people is to file a review petition that would be decided in chambers by a larger bench, and in case the Supreme Court feels that there is something that has to be decided or revisited into this particular judgment. But talking legally, Ridhima, this is not something that could be challenged very easily legally, because remember that the Supreme Court heard this matter for 1.5 years and continuously for 1.5 months before it reserved its order into this particular case. It heard every aspect of it, whether it's the private parties, whether it's the company, whether it's the accused persons who are involved into this, or whether it's the government side, because remember, in fact, for the government itself, there was a battery of lawyers, whether it's Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju or Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who took up one aspect of the PMLA, whether it's the criminality of PMLA, whether it's the punishment under PMLA, that was being discussed upon by these people, and it was heard very in a very lengthy manner. So I don't see a point as to why this challenge has been made, but then this is somehow being called by the opposition as a dangerous verdict, saying that it's extraordinary power being given to the ED. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out. But then this is the statement of the opposition.
Okay, Ananya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Some other updates also now coming in after the centre said that political freebies can be economically disastrous. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal has questioned the timing. He's tweeted to go on to say ban on announcements before elections. He's posing this question, asking why. How will the economic crisis come from these announcements? He's saying that the centre's target is somewhere else. He's in fact questioning the timing of when the centre has said that political freebies impact the economic situation in the country. My colleague Akash is joining us with more details. Akash, before we get into the political aspect of it, just give us more details of what Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to tweet.
So, Ridhima, let me tell you that after this observation by the apex court, it seems like Aam Aadmi Party convener and also the Chief Minister of Delhi is not very happy with whatever is happening, because as per him, he is actually questioning the timing. And if I can read the tweet, चुनाव से पहले घोषणाओं पर रोक, घोषणाओं से आर्थिक संकट कैसे आएगा, इसका निशाना कहीं और है. So he's, because you see the line of politics of Aam Aadmi Party, because Aam Aadmi Party is a party that believes in free electricity, free water. In fact, they claim that with these kind of services to people, with these offerings, you can actually improve the conditions, the economic conditions. But at this point in time, we saw how just a few days back this matter was raised, and this petition was filed before the apex court by Ashwini Upadhyay, who is also a BJP leader, and he was somewhere questioning these freebies, and in fact was asking to stop these freebies before election. But now Arvind Kejriwal has said that in fact he has raised questions on this particular thing, on this timing, where Supreme Court even has observed that not a single political party wants to take away freebies. So at this point in time, this is the major development, because while we talk about Aam Aadmi Party, this is the line of politics of this party, that they offer free electricity, free water. And in fact, in Delhi and Punjab, you see in Delhi, they offered free water, 700-liter water, and also 200 units electricity. And also in Punjab, they also in Gujarat now, they are offering the similar things, and they are saying that while we'll be in power, we'll be offering you free electricity and free water as well. So at this point in time, they are not taking it so well, and they are basically, asking questions, and also, in fact, raising some questions on the timing of this particular thing.
Okay. Akash, I apologize for interrupting. I'll just continue the conversation with you in just a bit in terms of some of the numbers that have been quoted
wanting a stop on these freebies as well. But let me take in a reaction from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawala now joining us. Shehzad, good to have you on the broadcast with us. How do you respond to what we've heard or what we've seen in a tweet from Arvind Kejriwal, who's gone on to tweet questioning the timing, saying ban on announcements before elections? Why? How will this actually impact the economic crisis? Their target, essentially hitting out at the center, is somewhere else.
Well, the center has filed an affidavit based on certain economic realities. And even before this, when the Prime Minister alluded to this Revdi culture, no political party or state had been identified. But उड़ता हुआ तीर पकड़ने की आदत अरविंद केजरीवाल को क्यों है? वो आप भी समझती हो, मैं भी समझता हूँ. The reason is that in our neighborhood we are seeing how the Revdi culture or the freebie first culture has destroyed certain countries. Now there is a man who doesn't fulfill his promises to the people of Delhi. He said he'll create 10 lakh jobs. He said he'll give 500 schools. He said he'll give mohalla clinics. Instead of that, he opened 850 thekas in every mohalla, and he has given only free nasha and daru to everyone. In Punjab, he's given free nasha and daru and drugs to everybody. Now, instead of acting on the promises given, there is a person who only makes new promises. I guess he is guilty conscious and therefore he's taking it personally. Now, I can't ask Mr. Kejriwal why he's taking this announcement, which is a national policy or a national perspective that is taken on the basis of certain economic realities. Why is he taking it so personally? This shows that chor ki daadi mein ya chor ki moonch mein tinka hai. Those who are practicing the politics of freebie first, like we've seen in our neighborhood countries, those are the people who are reacting.
Shehzad, you know, from what we've heard as far as the arguments of the Solicitor General is concerned, who's minced no words, gone on to say that this freebie culture is leading us, in fact, to a disaster. There are a lot of comparisons that have been made to the economic situation of India and Sri Lanka also. If we continue the freebie way, why do you think political parties like the Aam Aadmi Party do not agree with the intent as far as the stoppage of freebies is concerned?
You know, because a freebie, Arunima, is never...
Ridhima this side, Shehzad.
I'm sorry, Ridhima. Ridhima, a freebie never actually leads to any real benefit for the people because ultimately it goes to the taxpayers' money. For instance, there's a talk about free electricity in Delhi. Do you know taxpayers in Delhi actually paid thousands of crores to the same power companies that Mr. Kejriwal said he would be taking action against? Do you know that in the name of free water, the people of Delhi are actually not getting any water? We get dirty water, and that free water has never really come to us, and we have to pay for tanker mafia. So there is nothing free. In fact, this is just a gimmick that is adopted by certain political parties to spread confusion in the minds of people. And therefore, look at what has happened in Punjab. They said they would make it nasha mukt. What has happened in Punjab?
Okay, Shehzad, we leave the conversation there. Appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast. Political war of words that has erupted over what we heard from the Solicitor General and from the centre as well over the freebie culture. We'll keep tracking all these developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
Of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Some more good news coming in for India as India continues with its dream run at the Commonwealth Games. India's Lovepreet Singh has won a bronze medal in the men's weightlifting 109 kg weight category with a total lift of 355 kg. My colleague Shivani Gupta joining us for more. Shivani, two things that I want to understand. Give us the total tally for India as of now and talk to us a little more about the performance of Lovepreet today.
Well, India's medal tally has now touched 13, which includes 5 golds and, of course, another bronze that has been brought in by Lovepreet Singh. Weightlifting, of course, was one of the big hopes for India. It has traditionally done well in Commonwealth Games, and it has once again proved to be, a medal magnet of sorts. So Lovepreet Singh has also set a national record in the clean and jerk category by lifting 192 kilograms and 355 kilograms in total. These games are obviously not going to touch the highs of last year's edition or of India's best performance in Commonwealth Games, given that, an important sport like shooting is not part of these games, and shooting produces our biggest medal haul in Commonwealth Games. But it is important to note that a lot of the other disciplines in sports, especially weightlifting, is really pulling its weight, no pun intended, as India continues to get more and more medals.
Shivani, thanks a lot for giving us that quick update. Let's also now shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. Politics has erupted over the Tiranga rally of MPs held today by the Culture Ministry. The bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament was boycotted by the opposition. Congress dubbed the rally a BJP agenda, with MP Rahul Gandhi posting picture of India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, with the tricolour. PDP's chief Mehbooba Mufti reignited the J&K flag debate by tweeting a picture of the Indian national flag with the erstwhile flag of J&K, blaming the centre for robbing J&K of its identity. Hitting back, the BJP has accused the opposition of petty politics over Independence Day celebrations.
ये सिर्फ बीजेपी का या सरकार का तो है, तमाम जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को लोग सांसद नहीं आए, मैं उनसे कहूंगा अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में जाकर ये कार्यक्रम अवश्य करें। आज वो राजनीति करना चाहते थे तो करें, लेकिन राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर तिरंगे के मान सम्मान के लिए जुड़ते तो शायद एक सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि हमारे उन वीर शहीदों और स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को होती जिन्होंने अपनी जान इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए न्यौछावर कर दी। बड़े नेता विपक्ष के हों, वो चिट्ठी सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा क्योंकि देश का नौजवान, देश का नागरिक तिरंगा यात्रा में एक साथ जुड़ा है।
जिस पत्रिका को सामने रख के हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी गई थी, उसके ऊपर किस तरीके के जुल्म और अन्याय हो रहे हैं, ये भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना मनाएंगे। ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को खत्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी। क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं, और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है तमाशा?
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के आयोजन है, किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
My colleague Arun Dhanta is joining us on the broadcast now. Arun, how is the BJP reacting to the boycott of the opposition parties? The Congress is calling it a BJP event.
Well, see, Ridhima, BJP is very clear about this. We, have heard the statements of the ministers, and in fact, there was a press conference of Sambit Patra in this regard, in which from the very onset he said that I am not here today to criticize anybody. Today's press conference will be on a very, very positive note. And he also again reminded the Congress party that this program was not of Bharatiya Janata Party, and had it been so, it would have been JP Nadda who would flag off that bike rally. But in this case, it was Venkaiah Naidu, the vice president of the country, flagging off that bike rally, and therefore this is not a program of Bharatiya Janata Party. It was a program of the government, the Union Culture Ministry, and all the invitations were given to all the MPs, and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi had in fact urged all the MPs to be part of this, but it was a complete boycott on the part of opposition MPs. And in fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the leader of the Congress party in Lok Sabha, had said that this was a BJP's program, and the way they have changed the flag code, and also khadi is something which is their flag. Now Chinese flags will come in the country. All these criticisms are coming from the opposition side, but BJP has made it very clear that why they have changed their flag code, so that maximum people of the country can have that opportunity to fly that national flag on their houses, and therefore it was required to change the flag code so that they can have that freedom. And that's how things are panning and shaping at this moment. Opposition is targeting BJP, and BJP is clearly saying that it's a government program.
Okay, Arun, we leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Shifting our focus to some other details also now coming in. There is a big twist in the Jharkhand cash scandal. Sources have now confirmed to CNN News 18 that the Bengal CID team have been detained at the Guwahati airport. We're understanding the CID team had reached there to collect security camera footage of the MLAs who had reportedly travelled to Guwahati before coming to Bengal. My colleague Preeti is getting us these details. Preeti, what are sources telling you?
Yes, the sources are telling that it is confirmed that they are detained here in Guwahati airport. However, we have not got any official confirmation from the authorities, and because they have denied taking the call and confirming. But yes, the sources have confirmed that they are here and they have been detained in the Guwahati airport. Now we are on our way to Guwahati airport, and we'll definitely find out what is happening over there in Guwahati airport. Yeah.
So, Preeti, you're saying sources are telling you that yes, some detention has happened. Give us more details of what the CID team was intending to do.
Actually, the CID team was here in order to interrogate the whole case, and why they are being now detained at Guwahati airport is yet to be confirmed, and how the authorities will let us know about all the details in a meanwhile, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, Preeti, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Kamalika is also now joining us with more details. Kamalika, any more details that you're picking up? Preeti is saying sources are telling her that yes, some detention has taken place. Do you have any more details?
Can you please ask the question once again?
Kamalika, I'm essentially trying to understand. Our colleague Preeti was saying that yes, sources have confirmed to her that the Bengal CID team in fact has been detained at the Guwahati airport. Do you have any more details?
Yeah, there's some informations are coming on that there are some CID officials, like today in the morning, some of them were detained, some of them were holed up in Delhi. Equally, we are getting an information that some of them are, they are questioned. That's what we are getting. And along with that, this is the same case of the Jharkhand MLAs. That is taking up the term, and that's why this type of, they're asking questions and holding up.
Kavalka, I'll request you to stay on with us. Monojit Mandal of the TMC also now joining us. Monojit, sources are telling us that the Bengal CID team has been detained at the Guwahati airport. Do you have a confirmation for us?
No, we are also, having this sketchy detail about it. But, even if it is done, we'll not be surprised, because that's the way BJP government functions, and also in some way validates the point that Hemanta Biswa Sharma and his government is involved in, sort of somewhat buying the Jharkhand MLA. We are making these allegations for the last 2-3 days, ever since this money was confiscated from these 3 MLAs in near Howrah in Kolkata. We know that Hemanta Biswa Sharma was given a charge of breaking the Jharkhand government. There are specific intelligence input as far as our party sources are concerned. And I think he will try his best to botch up the investigation. And look at this. I mean, this is nothing but complete collapse of the interstate relationship. I mean, these people, they are not politicians. They are IAS, they are IPS officers who were going there to just do their duty. If they are detained outside the airport, what does it suggest? I mean, you remember the same thing happened in Silchar Airport 4 years back when some of our MPs and MLAs led by Derek O'Brien and Sukandra Shekhar Roy, they were also detained inside the airport. You remember when this NRC fiasco was going on in 2018? I mean, look at BJP talks about democracy. BJP talks about federal system. I mean, this is nothing but complete breakdown of federal system in this country. Whatever they are wishing they can do. I mean, this is amazing.
While Monojit, we'll try and take a reaction from the BJP when you're saying there's a complete breakdown as far as the federal structure is concerned. But going back to what you were saying just minutes ago, you're making big allegations against the Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma, because as of now, where the story stands, there are allegations and there are counter allegations. What is the proof that the TMC is working with to make these allegations?
That our sources are telling that this money was actually coming from Assam. And these people perhaps, and again according to the information that we have, these people are going to meet the Chief Minister. So what was the reason for these people with this truckload of cash to go and meet the Chief Minister? I mean, Hemant, and then on top of this, remember 2-3 days back, Hemanta Biswa Sharma made a stalling claim that the Congress leaders, the top Congress leaders are in touch with him. So you can understand, I mean, you don't need to be a kind of investigative agency to understand the, intent of this person who knows how to break party, who knows how to switch to some other political party, because he himself had done it. We are looking for a fair investigation into the matter. How this truckload of cash, landed up in Calcutta, how these people, why these people are going to, where they are coming from. As we are looking for the source of the money that ED has confiscated from Arpita's house, we are also looking at the source of this money, which was confiscated by Bengal police in Howrah.
So, Monojit, before I let you go, what are you demanding at this point? What is the TMC looking into as of now, or what do they want as far as the investigation is concerned?
The first of all, Assam government has to allow the Bengal CID to act fairly, without any fear, without any provocation. They must not be detained or obstructed. This is obstruction of investigation duly carried out by a legitimately and constitutional body called Government of India and under which built CID. They will have to allow them to carry out their investigation. Number one, and number two, our demand is clear and specific. We are alleging that Assam government led by Hemanta Biswa Sharma has got some hands into this money that has to come out.
Okay, Monojit, we leave the conversation there. Appreciate you joining us here. This is a developing story as of now where we're understanding the Bengal CID team has been detained in Guwahati. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's now talk about the big global story. As U.S. House Representative Speaker Nancy Pelosi wrapped up a historic Taiwan visit, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi once again warned the United States of repercussions. He said, and I'd like to quote, "Those who offend China will be punished," end quote. Meanwhile, Pelosi in a tweet assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, be it security, economy and governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. Taiwan President lauded Pelosi for her stand and termed the United States as a devoted friend.
我要告诉大家的是，这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国 主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义，这些倒行逆施啊，根本改变不了一个中国的国际共识，也根本改变不了台湾必将回归祖国的历史大势。玩火者绝对没有好下场，犯我中华者必将受到惩处。谢谢。
Another affront to China. We are also now understanding during her visit to Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi also met representatives of Tibet in Taiwan. That's the update that's coming in. Remember, you've already have a very angry Beijing who are warning of serious and dire consequences. Now we're understanding there were other representatives that Nancy Pelosi met while she wrapped up her visit in Taiwan. Remember, just about an hour ago, she did leave Taiwan and then now moves to Seoul and continues the other leg of her trip. But that's the big update that is coming in. This is, of course, coming at a time when China continues to warn the United States of dire consequences, seeing this against the one China policy stand. We also heard from the Chinese foreign minister who's gone on to tell the United States that those who offend China will in fact be punished. Remember, but the last words we heard from Nancy Pelosi before she left Taiwan were a sense of reassurance to Taiwan, once again extending support to Taiwan on all fronts, be it security, economically, or even governance. Nancy Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership. My colleague Abhishek Jha joining us with more details. Abhishek, what more details are you picking up about Nancy Pelosi meeting, I believe, some representatives of Tibet?
Of course, in Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi has met not many civil society members, including people who've been representative for Tibet also, and there have been a meeting of democratic activists who espouse democratic values, Chinese activists also. The result so far that we have is Nancy Pelosi has met Bawa Kelsang Gyaltsen, who is an active member of Tibetan government, and this is clearly in a way USA is trying to express its solidarity with people wherever they are trying to further the democratic value, democratic establishment. And this visit is surely going to infuriate Chinese establishment further, because they have, ever since Nancy Pelosi has reached Taiwan, they were very much aggressive about her visit. They have also condemned the visit and called this high-level official diplomatic engagement of USA with Taiwan as something or sort of infringement to the sovereignty of Chinese government and territorial integrity of China, because China thinks that Taiwan falls under its sovereignty. So now we are seeing that visit of Nancy Pelosi had a meeting other than Taiwanese government leaders. We will be able to know how Chinese government is going to react on other meetings of with democratic activists from across the Chinese side.
Abhishek, while we've seen a very angry Beijing and China, today also we've heard from China that there will be consequences, there will be some sort of punishment. But I want to understand what has been Taiwan's position and reaction to these warnings given by China.
So see, Taiwan has been defined, and not only this first time, in fact, Taiwan has been dealing with Chinese aggressive posturing, in fact, on everyday basis. Though diplomatically, talking about tension, there has always been tension between Taiwan and China. But economically, there has been deep engagement. Almost $200 billion of investment is from Taiwanese side into Chinese market, and almost 40% of Taiwan's export goes to Chinese market. Gazing this idea of economic tie, China has also tried to push its coercive economic sanction against Taiwan, and recently we have heard that China has announced that the import of Taiwanese fruit and fisheries and other maritime products will be limited to to Chinese mainland, so that it could have some economic repercussion also in the wake of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, which China has been
Okay, Abhishek, we leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let me also introduce our guests. We have foreign affairs expert Rubinder Sachdev, and we also have former diplomat J.K. Tripathi. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. J.K. Tripathi, let me begin with you first with the update that we're getting in that there has been another affront to China. Nancy Pelosi, we're understanding, also met representatives of Tibet in Taiwan. How do you see this playing out?
Well, you see, this was, you can say this was a sort of earlier plan from USA that Pelosi will do everything less than actually provoking China, and that's what she has been doing. She went there, she met the local administration, she met the president, she met other people, other dissident groups, and that is enough for China to keep grinding its teeth and calling foul and accusing USA of intervention in its internal affairs.
Okay, Rubinder, quick word from you. How do you see Taiwan responding to these warnings of China, saying that there will be punishment and dire consequences? Okay, we seem to have lost Rubinder. If I can take a quick word from you, Ambassador J.K. Tripathi, as to how Taiwan is responding to these warnings of China?
You see, Taiwan is responding in the way that Taiwan has started its war exercise. Its Navy and its Air Force are on the alert. But Taiwan knows that seeing the tiny size of its armed forces, it will not stand anywhere near China. That's why Taiwan is already with US, and US is protecting Taiwan. But the problem is that, you know, Taiwan Relations Act 1980 does not provide for any active assistance by US to Taiwan in case of any emergency or need. It provides for what it provides for is unlimited.
True. So warnings continue to come from China. We'll really have to see how this plays out on a global level. Completely out of time. I'd like to thank my colleague and our guest. We're slipping into a very short break. News continues here on CNN News 18.
Afghanistan, its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns. largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and this is a big exclusive, and that's why we've come into the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about the Zawahiri leak. Was this a strike planned from within, because this was a betrayal from within? Were the Pak and the Taliban involved in giving up Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda chief who was there in the heart of Sherpur, Kabul? In the heart of Kabul in Afghanistan, did those who gave flight path clearance know that the target was Ayman al-Zawahiri? Was the Al-Qaeda chief given up by those who have benefited from the Al-Qaeda in the past? Was he given up by those who were at one point in time his benefactors? These are big questions. The leader of the Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed in Kabul. U.S. President Joe Biden authorized a precision airstrike against Ayman al-Zawahiri. How is it that a person sitting in a balcony could be killed right from up the skies with a missile and nobody knew? That was something which was unbelievable. So now we are given to understand that Zawahiri was hiding in a safe house in Sherpur in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed Bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was a key architect involved in multiple attacks in the United States, and also had turned his attentions towards India, where he was busy spinning this web of vitriol to try and radicalize and instigate Trojans among us to act against society in India. He was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 terror